purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: Cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems. Global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kalasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kalasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kalasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kalasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative
Nityananda Yoga. Let us enter into the deep space of gratitude and reverence to our beloved Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham. Remember Swamiji in your Ananda Gandha. We'll begin with the Sadguru Vandana. Hold your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra. Keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Inhale deeply. Nityanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvaditam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavaditam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. We'll now chant the Shiva Mula mantra. Please internally chant the Shiva Mula mantra 11 times as we chant it for you. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 We'll now do the Tattva Achamanam. Please take the Panchapatra Mudrini and with your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, please take 3 sips of water as you chant the following 3 mantras. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Svadha, Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Svadha, Shivadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Rinse your right hand and with the base of your right hand thumb, wipe your lips from right to left twice. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Rinse your right hand again. With the index, middle and ring finger of the right hand, touch above your upper lip and below your lower lip. Rinse your right hand once more. With the index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. The ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, left eye, right ear and left ear. Rinse your hand again. With the little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel, right chest, left chest. Then with all the tips of your fingers, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and the center of your chest. Rinse your hand one last time. Now, we'll chant the Sankalpa mantra. Grasp your right hand in your left hand. Keep both your hands on your right thigh. Create a conscious resolution for the most auspicious blessings to manifest from today's Nityananda Yoga Abhyasa. Visualize the ultimate health, ultimate strength, and all the auspicious qualities to manifest through your body, and let the ultimate Paramashiva manifest through our body. Mamopatta samasta duritakshayadvara Bhagavad Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Pararthe Shri Shweta Varaha Kalpe Vaivasvata Manvantare Ashtavimshatidame Nitya Yuge Pratame Pade Jambu Dvipe Bharatavarshe Bharatakkhande Meroho Dakshine Pashve Shakabde Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shastyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye Vishwavasunam Samvatsare Dakshinayane Lakshmi Venkateshwarito Tulamase Shuklapakshe Dashamyam Shubhadito Shukravasarayuktayam Dhanishta Nakshatra Viddhi Yoga Taitilakarana Evam Guna Visheshana Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhadito Shri Kailasonnata Dvadashanta Shyamala Pitharuda Shri Meenakshi Sundareshwara Bhinna Swarupa Parashivaputra Kumara Guru Manya Tulyavatara Shri Parvati Stanyapana Labdha Divya Jnana Vishruta Sakala Nigama Gamasara Bhuta Dravida Veda Pravaktra Shrimad Paramashiva Karuna Sumadigata Muktamaya Chaturashrayana Giyamana Chatra Chamara Shri Chinnakahaladi Samasta Birida Valyalankrita Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti Sarva Janasanga Sadyo Nirvana Diksha Vyapvarga Varsha Vishrana Jimuta Paramata Kalpa Kesari Shaiva Siddhanta Sthapanacharya Shri Rajadiraja Pandya Maharaj Guru Shapana Shakyadi Mahandakara Nivarana Jnana Bhanu Vikshana Nirhara Dvudocchedana Purvaka Shrimad Vrishabhadvajastapaka Shaiva Samaya Kartre Sarvajna Pita Ruda Shri Jagat Guru Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami Vagisha Sundara Manikya Vajaka Swami Nam Avadara Bhuta Shri Jnana Sambandha Swami Punarudrida Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Pita Trinavatyuttara Dushitatama Guru Mahasannidhana Arunagiri Yogishwara Paramparagata Arunachala Sarvajna Pita Guru Mahasannidhana Kailas Paramparagata Kanchi Kailas Sarvajna Pita Trayasrimshatuttara Dushitatama Guru Mahasannidhana Nityotsava Nitya Mangala Nitya Kalyana Nitya Rajita Kailas Paramparagata Adi Kailas Nityananda Pita Mahasamsthana Mahasammasana Pita Kartre Sakshat Sri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Kailas Paramparagata Vaivasvatamanu Vikshwaku Harishchandra Bhagirata Shri Ramachandra Shurasena Ityadyanavachinna Sarvabhauma Chakravarti Paramparagata Chajushashti Yogini Mandita Chajushashti Sampradaya Pravartaka Manudharma Shasana Suryavamsha Prapta Sarvajna Pita Surangi Samrajya Murdha Vishikta Chuda Mane Sakshat Sri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Kapila Maha Guru Punaratrita Mahanirvani Pita Ashtottara Sahasra Shri Mahamandaleshwara Sakshat Sri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Shri Mahaganapati Samarambha Ravachinna Pithadhishwara Guru Parampara Prapta Atalapita Ashtottara Sahasratama Ashtottara Sahasra Shri Atalapitadhishwara Dharma Mukti Swargapura Swarna Vida Trayamcha Guru Mahasannidhana Kailas Paramparagata Adipita Sarvajna Pita Jagat Guru Shri Kailas Punaruddharaka Shri Kailas Paramacharya Shri Mad Paramahamsa Varivrajikacharya Varya Sachidananda Pranava Swarupa Shrotriya Brahmanishta Shri Mad Jagat Guru Shri Lashri Bhagavad Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swaminam Prityartham Tesham Padarvindayoho Bhakti Siddhyartham Guru Kripa Kadaksha Siddhyartham Kshemastheirya Virivijaya Ayurarogya Aishwaryanam Abhivriddhyartham Dharmartha Kama Moksha Chaturvida Phalapurushartha Siddhyartham Samasta Dvidopashantyartham समस्तमङ्गलावाप्यर्थं भगवच्छ्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवप्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्यजीवन्मुक्तिप्राप्त्यर्थं पूर्णारोग्ययुक्तनिरात्रिकयोगिसिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिवशक्त्याविष्करणार्थं नित्यानन्दयोगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Om above sprisya. Rinse your right hand and keep your Panchapatra Mudra safely aside.
Yes. Nityananam, everybody. Welcome to another Brahma Muhurta Yoga edition where we are practicing the world's most authentic yoga available on the planet thanks to His Divine Holiness, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham. Today we're going to continue exploring the Sakala Vinyasa Krama, the various different asanas within the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, the first level sequence of Kailasa's Nityananda Yoga. And we're going to begin as normal. We're going to come to a standing position, warm ourselves up, get ourselves ready for the asanas to come today. Today we've got a lot of sitting postures actually, and so we're going to make sure that we're well warmed up both in our upper body and get a little bit extra warm in our lower body before we get back into a seated position. So let's all stand tall. We'll begin with nice big rotations of the neck, rotating the head in whatever direction you just naturally chose. As you go, just tune into your body. If you're here live with us on Zoom, it's early morning. It is 4:10 a.m. Brahma Muhurta hours. So nicely done just getting yourself onto the mat. Sometimes it's not easy. Having this Sangha, this spiritual community, this ecosystem available to you in Kailasas all over the world is definitely helpful. And if you're joining us on YouTube, whether live or recorded, nicely done. You've won the first battle of the day. And as you're rotating neck, just stop and go in the opposite direction. Yes, and as we're warming up our body, just continue bringing your awareness internally, seeing how you're feeling. If you're noticing any little bit of extra tension in your neck and any of these areas, feel free to just pause there for a moment, give it an extra stretch. At any point, if you feel like you need a little bit more time, a little bit more space in any area on your body, please, I encourage you to take that opportunity to make sure that you're prepared and you're capable of doing your best today. And then bring the head to a neutral position. Just turn your head to the right as if you're trying to look over your right shoulder. And then bring it to the left side. Shaking your head side to side, nice and slow, but give yourself that little extra twist at the top. And then from a neutral position, bring your chin to your chest. And then tilt it back, just going up and down. And then when you feel ready and you want to put a little extra pressure on, feel free to do so. You can bring both your hands to the back of your head as your chin comes down to your chest and just press down a little bit, slightly there. And then you can bring your chin up towards the ceiling, pressing on the top of the head, or my preference is to push the chin up towards the ceiling just by using my thumbs. Bring your head back and forth, stretching in a vertical alignment. Then from a neutral position, bring your hand to one of the sides of your head. Tilt your head to the side. Bring the ear down towards the shoulder. You can use your hand bring the weight of the hand onto the head, allowing that little bit of extra stretch, and rotate to the other side. And then back to the other side. One more time each way. And last side. Nicely done. Okay, from here, bring your hands onto your shoulders, respective shoulders, and just give yourselves nice big circles. Rotating the elbows nice and wide. And if you're able to make contact with the elbows in the middle, give yourselves a round of applause if you can clap your elbows together. Anybody able to do that? Clapping their elbows? Yeah, nice little round of applause. And as you hear, it's like that big yawn when you first wake up. Oh, open up your chest as much as you can. Take your time in this moment. Stretch it out. And then rotate in the opposite direction. Good. And then release the hands, and we're going to make some big circles with our arms now. You're throwing your wrists and your hands around here. And then try and reduce that circle a little bit, size of it. And then a little bit less large. And then stop and try and make a really tight circles with the elbows locked. And then reverse the direction, nice and tight. The elbows locked, shoulders engaged, a little bit bigger. And then nice and big again. Good. Then we're going to go back and forth across the chest. Good. Then we're going to go up and down in opposite directions. Just throwing the hands up back and forth. Well, let's see if we can wake our brains up here again. You're going to start with both hands at the top and go in opposite directions. If you can make circles, one hand going forwards, other going backwards, the occasional high five with your partner around, if your hands clasp one another. Try and make sure that you have space in between. Umesh, it looks like you're thinking about going swimming. So we can all stop and go in the opposite direction now. So if you're at the top, both hands together, begin by bringing one hand forward, another backwards to a parallel position. There you go. And then bring it to a neutral position. So just break down the steps to arms parallel to the ground, vertically together, parallel to the side. So you're breaking it down into steps, and then eventually you can start getting a little smoother. There you go, looking good. All right, nicely done. Okay, we're going to rotate our wrist here. Hey, I didn't forget the wrists there. No, I skipped these. How's everybody's wrists do in the morning? How are your hands? Do they feel stiff like mine, or they fine? I see some people shaking their wrists. Does that mean they're stiff normally? Yeah? Yours? They're fine? I find that as you age, they get stiffer. Fine? Fine? Yeah, it's just me. All right. Now we're going to take our fingers, press them up against the back of our palms, or the front of our palm. Our palm. Open that up a little bit by increasing that tension. And then tilt the fingertips down, pressing up against the back of the hand. We'll do the same thing on the other hand. And then fingers down. Okay, and then interlacing the fingers and give yourselves a little massage between the knuckles, tops of the hands. You can rotate your wrists if you'd like. Okay, give yourselves a squeeze. So squeeze your hands into a fist and then extend the fingers. Fist and extend. Just rotate through that, cycle through that a few more times. Good. Then we're going to move into our hips. Nice big circles. And again, as every other movement, give yourself the time and space to just notice how you're feeling. If you're noticing any tension in your lower back or side of your hip flexors, just be aware of what you're noticing happening within the body. And give yourself an extra moment or two to open up any areas that need a little more attention. Then we can stop and go the opposite direction. Good. Now we're going to bring our feet together, bending the knees, placing the hands just on top of the knees. Start by making some smaller circles with the knees, and then as we go through this, you can slowly make them wider and wider. But make sure you're engaging your ankles here just as much as your knees. So bending your knees down, getting a little bit of flexion in your feet. So you're leaning forward. The knees go beyond the toes, ideally, if you can do so. But try and get some lubrication going, blood flowing through the knees. Not an area where a lot of blood naturally flows through, especially while we're sleeping. So we want to make sure that they are nice and warm, rejuvenated as much as possible. We can stop and go the opposite direction. Good. And then come into a standing position. Getting ready for our skeleton dance. Is our music ready? Yeah? Okay, so while we're here, we're going to be focusing again on two things. We are skeleton structure, so you can keep your eyes open or closed. Just continuously bring yourself back to that visualization. And then shaking the body intensely. And you can feel yourself out. Notice what maybe feeling tense or needs a little bit more shaken, but you should really feel loose and vibrant at the end of this. So make sure that you're shaking intensely. You can start off slow and slowly get into it, but by the end, make sure you're being authentic, integrated to yourself, your body, where you're at today, okay? So whether your eyes are open or closed, let's all align to that visualization, your skeleton structure, and we'll start to slowly move our body. If you're around anybody else, make sure you have got a space that's cleared of all objects that may harm you. And we'll begin. Let's start to move with random, chaotic movements.
नमामि पङ्कजं व्यालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादियोगिवृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे देवराजसेव्यमानपावनामि पङ्कजं व्यालयज्ञसूत्रमिन्दुशेखरं कृपाकरं नारदादियोगिवृन्दवन्दितं दिगम्बरं काशिकापुरादिनाथ कालभैरवं भजे
That's it. Keep going. Doing good. Pick up the intensity a little bit more. Last few moments here. That's it. Keep going. Keep going. Shake, 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 shake. Good. In 10, 9, 8. Pick up the intensity. Last few seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good. Coming to a standing position. Standing tall on your mat. Keep your eyes closed for a moment. Hands by your sides. Take a deep inhalation through the nose. Nice long deep exhalations out of the mouth. And start to let your breath come back to a neutral pattern. Calm breathing pattern. And while you're catching your breath, just bring your awareness within. Notice what you're feeling. Seeing the body be in a state of vibration, wakefulness, energetic. And remind yourself that you just created this energy within you, as Swamiji's been revealing, initiating us all into understanding that energy is generated internally. Good. If you haven't already, you can slowly start to open up your eyes. And today we're going to, as mentioned at the beginning, we're going to be going through a few seated postures today. So before we do that, let's just warm up our legs a little bit more, and we're going to spend a bit of time just to make sure that the blood is flowing through there, and we're going to do that in a very simple way. Okay, so from a standing position, we'll raise our hands up above our heads, staying the elbows straight. You're going to slightly bend their knees, and then coming into a deep squat position where your butt isn't quite at a 90-degree angle, but it's bent down a little bit more. Okay? And we're just going to hold here, keeping the glutes engaged, the quads engaged. Try and keep your elbows as locked as far as you can, or as best you can. Okay, and coming back up, you can release the hands. So if you're dealing with hip issues, knee issues, any physical issue, obviously listen to your body. But at the very least, you should be able to come down. And we're all able to sit down into a chair, right? And so do the best you can with the depth that you have here. We're going to do it a couple more times, okay? So the depth that you have, meaning if I have back pain or knee pain and I can only get to about this region where my butt is, quite high up, that's fine. But make sure that you're being authentic to yourself and you're coming down to a depth that works best for you, okay? This time what we're going to try is start off by rising up onto the tips of our toes, engaging our calves, our Achilles a little bit. Bring your hands up straight above your head. Try to keep your balance here, and then slowly lower your legs down again. And hold. So while we're here in Utkatasana, we're just trying to find comfort. Comfort in this strong, stable position, engaging the quads, holding here. Let's see if we can go for another 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nicely done. Standing tall, release the hands down. Give yourselves a little bit of shake out in your legs. How are we doing there? Is that fine? Anybody feeling challenged by that yet? Yeah? Okay. We're going to go through this a couple more times, okay? This is leg day. And shoulder day every time I've been teaching. So today's leg day. I'm excited. Let's come up onto the tips of our toes again. As we do so, raise the arms up straight above the head. Try and lock the elbows. And then slowly start to lower the lower body down. And see if you can get your butt a little bit closer to a 90-degree angle parallel to the ground, the thighs. And while you're here, just similar to all other balancing postures, try and find a drishti point, a point of focus on the ground you can lock your gaze onto. Try and find calmness and a natural breath. As the body starts to shake, remind yourself that you are powerful. You are here to explore your ultimate self, going beyond your previous limitations. We'll go for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nicely done. Good. Shake out your legs again. We'll do this one more time. While you're doing it, again, meet yourself with where you're at. So if you find that, okay, I can't keep going, and you just completely stand up, try and at least keep the legs bent a tiny bit, okay? So if that means you're not nearly at a depth of 90 degrees, that's fine. Just keep some sort of slight bend so your quads are slightly engaged in some way, okay? At any point, if you want to bring your heels down, that could be the first progression for you. Feel free to do so. But again, try and wake yourselves up here. Challenge yourself. Explore your possibilities today, okay? And again, as mentioned, we do have a lot of sitting postures coming up. So we want to make sure that your legs are getting some activity today. We do a lot of sitting in today's modern world, so just make sure that you're challenging yourself and giving your legs the time and attention that they need. Okay? So if you're breathing a little bit heavy like me, that's good. And let's get ready to go through one more final set here. We'll start with a deep inhalation. Exhale. And then this time on the inhale, let's bring our arms up above the head, keeping the elbows straight, locked as best you can. You can rise up onto the tips of your toes or keep the heels down if you need to, and slowly start to sink into a comfortable seated posture in Utkatasana here. While you're here, again, keep your gaze fixed at one point of focus, drishti point. Remind yourself that whatever you're looking at, that is Brahman. Remind yourself that you too are Brahman. And because you're looking out at Brahman and you are Brahman yourself, there's no need for worrying about balance. You're part of the same ocean of consciousness. You start to feel your legs shake a little bit. Just tune in, be aware. Reestablish yourself in that state of powerfulness and hold strong. If you want to come up, come down lower. Challenge yourself more. Find that strength within you. If you need to rise up a tiny bit, you can, but try and go deeper into it when the body wants to go and escape it. We'll go for another 10 here. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Nicely done. Great job. Shake out those legs. Look good on this end. Nicely done, everybody. How we feeling? Everybody doing good? Yeah? Okay. All right. Okay, so moving into the first part of the sequence, we have Samanasana. Samanasana. Going to require a little bit of hip mobility. So what we're going to do is we're going to come down onto our knees now. And in preparation for this, we're just going to spend a little bit of time to open up our hips a little bit more. In Samanasana, you're actually pulling your foot towards your chest. So it requires some bicep strength. But rather than using the strength of our own arms, our biceps, what we're going to do is we're going to open up our hips just by using gravity and pressing ourselves up against or down onto the ground. So a posture that we all are quite familiar with, most likely, that pigeon posture. You're going to be bringing either your left or right foot, whatever you feel called to start off with, up towards the front of your mat. And with the knee close to the chest and the leg bent, you're going to sink your chest down into the ground. Okay? Now we're going to slowly work our way to maybe potentially a position where your shin is parallel in front of you, meaning it's straight across. But right now, you can start off with that heel bent towards the perineum, towards the groin. And just spend some time, bring your awareness there, making sure that you're feeling the stretch, most likely in your glute and your hip. May feel along your thigh, maybe in your IT band, right along the side of your leg. Just notice wherever you're feeling the stretch happen and bring your awareness there. Try not to run away from any uncomfortable sensations, but tune in rather and go deeper into it. If at any point you're feeling pain in your knee, that's your cue to exit out of the posture and realign yourself. You should not feel this in your knee at any point. And let's slowly release, and we're going to come to the opposite leg. We'll come back to that side, so don't worry. We'll give it a little bit deeper stretch as well. Again, keep your heel close to the perineum, close to the groin. Just bring your awareness inside and see where you're noticing this stretch now. Should feel pretty good, especially if you were sitting in chairs all day. Should be able to notice this right away. Good. Then slowly release. We'll come back to the other side. This time, let's see if we can get our leg, our shin, so it's a little bit closer to parallel, a little bit closer to straight across your body. If you're not able to, that's fine. But again, in Samanasana, the first posture we're building our way up to, you are bringing your foot towards your chest. So let's try and envision that a little bit as we go into this next movement. Your knee's going to have to come out a little bit wider, and you're going to bring your chest a little bit further down. and almost play with that motion, that setup where you're bringing your foot to your chest rather than, again, pulling our foot up using the strength of our bicep. Let's just use gravity to our advantage here and start to lean further down to a point where you're trying to get that foot a little bit closer to the center of your chest. Start to feel that in a different area, a little bit more wider out in your hip. And if you're having any hip pain, or I know there's a few participants that have had hip surgeries in the past, make sure you're just taking care of yourself and you're moving slowly through this process, but also meeting yourself and being willing to go through that pain and that discomfort, especially after surgeries. It's extremely important to find that mobility again within you. So sit with that discomfort, that good pain, not that bad pain where you might feel that sharpness in your knee or a twist in your joints, but that good discomfort that is coming from muscles that are needing lubrication, massage, attention in general. Good, and let's slowly bring our foot back in, and we'll switch sides. Don't worry, we'll come back to that leg one more time before we move on. Again, as we switch legs, try and get that shin a little bit closer to parallel, so straight across, more in alignment with the bridge of your yoga mat. And again, we're trying to prepare ourselves for that position where the foot is going to be brought to the center of the chest. So just keep that in mind as we're opening up our hip here. But as always, just notice where you're feeling this. Spend some time focusing, tuning your awareness into those regions in your body. And again, this should be bringing about that good sensation, that maybe a little bit of discomfort, but that feel-good discomfort. If you're noticing this in your knee, again, just back out, readjust yourself. Good, and then you can slowly rise out. We'll go one more time each side. We'll switch legs. This time, as you come back to the other foot, try and explore a little bit more and lean your chest to the far regions of your knee. And so you may feel it, the stretch in a deeper area and a different area. And so for me, with my left knee up, I can twist my upper body towards my foot and bring my left shoulder more towards my left foot. And I can start to almost press away and lean away from the knee. Okay. You can walk a little bit more in the opposite direction. You may notice that, I don't really feel a stretch when I go that way. But just start to explore a little bit deeper here. See if you can bring your elbows down this time if you haven't been doing so. Maybe you can get your chest a little bit lower so it's in contact with the shin. Maybe you can bring your knee a little bit further back, and so the shin is now completely parallel to the front of your mat. And again, the first posture, we're building towards a Samanasana, so we're trying to get that foot to our center of our chest. So see if you can lean a little bit further over and bring the foot to the center of the chest or closer to that region itself, making sure that you take care of the knee as you go through that motion. But try and go a little bit deeper into this posture than we've been doing. And as you're here, just breathe comfortably. Deep inhalations through the nose. Nice long, slow exhalations. And we'll sit here for another 30 to 60 seconds or so. So dive deep into yourself. Allow that hip, that thigh to loosen up and open up. And for the last few moments that we're here, see if you can go a little bit deeper. Maybe you can exit a tiny bit and then exhale a little bit further down. We'll go for about another 10 here. Good. Then you can slowly release out of this posture. Bring that leg back and we'll go to the final side and exploring in the same depth as we just did with the opposite leg. So again, that could mean that the heel is close to the perineum, close to the groin, or it's a little bit further away, extended further away, and the knee is closer towards the rest of the body, keeping the shin more parallel to the front of your yoga mat. And leaning further down, maybe you're getting onto your elbows this time and your chest comes down to a point where it's in contact with that shin, with your calf. And then same as before, maybe you're twisting your upper body. So you're turning, rotating your chest towards the foot, away from the bent knee. And start to explore that sensation. Notice what you're feeling, noticing any other areas creating space because of that subtle adjustment of twisting away. And envisioning moving into that posture, Samanasana, where the foot is brought to the center of the chest. Use gravity to your advantage here. And with each exhale, just see if you can go a little bit deeper into the posture. Breathing calmly through the nose. Relaxing in this. And while you're here, if you're staying stationary in one exact position and you notice the discomfort starts to fade, that's great. Your awareness has really opened that area up, but go deeper into it now. Take another inhalation and exhale and see if you can bring your chest a little bit further down. Maybe you twist your shoulders a little bit more to feel it open up a little bit wider in the hip in a different region. But if you're sitting and you find that comfort or the discomfort starts to fade away, that's great. But don't just stay stationary. Go a little bit deeper into it if you can. And we'll spend about another 30 more seconds here. Make sure you give yourself that time and attention needed. You want to start exploring a little bit more. Again, following your breath for those last few moments. On those exhalations, go deeper into the posture for about another 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Nicely done. Slowly rising up out of that position. Whatever leg was bent, you can keep that bent if you would like, and the heel close to you, or you can extend both legs out and give yourself a little bit of a shake. But we are going to move into Samanasana now. So let's all just keep on the same side. With the right heel close to the perineum in this seated posture, you're going to bend your left foot and catch hold underneath. So you're scooping your hands underneath the heel, underneath the foot, and then you're pulling that foot towards the chest. Okay. So at the beginning, the tendency is you start to arch your back and you start to hunch forward. Try and keep your spine tall and elongated. Okay. So it's better to have an elongated spine with the foot not touching the chest than to have a foot touching the chest with your leg bent. Okay. So keep your core engaged. Start to pull the foot towards you. Okay? If you don't quite have the bicep strength to do this, or maybe you're feeling this strain a little bit too much in your biceps, then what you can do is you bring your arm all the way around so that the side of the foot is directly at the elbow pit. Is that what you call it? And you're using the leverage of your elbow pit to pull you rather than your bicep. Okay? See if you can get that foot all the way up towards the chest. And let's just zoom in. If you're not quite understanding what I mean here. So if you're having a little bit of struggle pulling this foot towards the chest because it's a little bit too much on the arms, you don't quite have that strength, or you just have really tense hips, then you can bring your elbow all the way down outside of that foot and bend the elbow, and then just keep the hand on the shin. And you can bring the other hand to the opposite elbow, and you could pull up that way. This way there's no bicep engaged really, or much less at least. And you can start to pull it towards the chest. Okay. Either way, try and keep that spine elongated. Seal that perineal floor. So squeezing the butt cheeks, you can imagine, beneath you. Lift your gaze up to your third eye. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. And the internal japa rotating in the Vishuddhi chakra in the throat center, Mahasadashivoham.
समानासनमाभक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात् एकपादमुरो दत्वा गुह्योल्लङ्घ्यवक्त्रके.
Nice again. You can slowly release. You need to give your arms a shake. Feel free to do so. Next posture, we're going to bring that hip flexibility and mobility a little bit further by lifting up that foot that was at the chest into Apanasana, where you bring it, that knee comes up over top of the respective shoulder. So you're trying to drive your heel back and lift the leg up so you can scoop your left shoulder underneath. Okay, and then planting the hands to either side of you. You're going to start to raise the right foot up off the ground. So again, left leg is coming over top of the left shoulder. Hands are planted to the either side of the hips. You start to lean back slightly and then extend the right leg up. Try and straightening out the leg as best you can. Okay? You don't quite have that hip strength. the heel can drop. Maybe it drops naturally anyways. Just do the best you can to keep the foot off the ground and raised as high up as you can get it. Okay. Same thing. The tendency is to start to tilt your chest down. Try and open your chest up rather, keeping the spine elongated. Same drishti point. We're gazing up towards our third eye as you're leaning back here. And I won't talk too long. You should really start to feel this in your hip. Start shaking. You're still holding. Great job. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Take a deep inhalation through your nose. Nice, slow, long, controlled exhalation in the right chakra kumbhaka. And fight through this, maintaining Mahasadashivoham rotating in the throat center.
केवलं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत् प्रभो.
Nicely done. Bring that foot down. Great job. If you need to shake out your leg, feel free to do so. And as we rotate to the opposite side, you're going to bring your left heel towards the perineum this time, towards the groin. And the right foot is going to be brought up towards the center of the chest. So bringing the hands underneath the heels and start to pull the foot up towards the center of the chest. Again, the tendency right away is the spine starts to arch, especially up in that thoracic spine. Try and elongate and raise the crown of the head higher and higher as the foot comes towards the chest. Again, if this is a little bit too much on the biceps, you can wrap that arm around and bring the side of the foot into that pit of the elbow and wrap the opposite hand around the thigh even. Interlace your fingers, or you can keep the other hand just over the shin and bring the hand to the opposite elbow. But do the best you can. If this is too much for you from a seated position, you can rock down onto your back and pull the foot up towards your chest. So if you're somebody that's had a hip surgery, might be a little bit easier for you to do this from a position where you're on your back. And again, you're using gravity to your advantage in this position then. But you should notice your hip is a little bit more open than normal, just because that little bit of extra time before. Same as the previous side though. As you start to incorporate the other components, bring your gaze towards the third eye. Swamiji into your inner space. Mulabandha is engaged. Deep inhalations through the nose, but nice long, slow exhalations, controlled in the right chakra kumbhaka. Mahasadashivoham rotating in the throat center. And Samanasa.
समानासनमाभक्ष्ये सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात् एकपादमुरो दत्त्वा गुह्योऽन्यलिङ्गवक्त्रके.
Good. And then releasing that foot down. This time we're going to be lifting this same side over top of the shoulder. So the right foot comes up and the right knee is back, planting the hands to either side of the body. Slowly start to lean backwards. Let the leg naturally come up off the ground and try and straighten that knee out as best you can. Okay? If you're not able to get that right knee over top of your shoulder, you can even keep that right foot down. Okay? But try and engage that hip flexor now and fight to keep that foot straight so you're not bending the knee and the heel stays off the ground. Okay? So challenging posture, requiring strength in an area that we really don't use much throughout our day. See if you can hold that for another 10 seconds. As you fight through that, straighten the leg out even more. 3, 2, 1, come down. Nicely done. And shake out that leg. This time we're going to incorporate all those final components. Okay? That's enough time. Let's lift up the foot again. Bring it back up. Knee over top the shoulder. Plant the hands to either side of your hips. Rocking backwards. Let the heel naturally come up and then engage the hip flexor. Extend the leg out straight. Locking the knees. Open up your chest. Don't let that spine sink downwards. Gaze up to your third eye. Bring Swamiji into your inner space. Mula Bandha is engaged. Mahasada Shivoham rotating in the throat center. Apanasana.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत् प्रभो.
Nicely done. Releasing that foot, come back down. You can shake out both your legs if you need to. Great job. Next, we're going to move into Gomukhasana. So let's all begin with the left knee bent. We'll start on the same side. So left knee is bent and the left heel comes to the opposite hip. If you've got a lot of or poor mobility in your hips right now, you can bring a cushion and place it under your sitting bones. And either way, though, let's try and wrap our right leg over top of the left. And you're trying to stack the right knee directly on top of the left. This time the right heel is to the left hip. And see if you can square your sitting bones so both of your sitting bones are down onto the ground. So for the sake of trying to get your knees on top of one another, you shouldn't bring your right sitting bone off the ground. Try and keep them both onto the ground. Okay? And again, if you need to, you can bring a cushion up underneath you, underneath those sitting bones. Okay? But in Gomukhasana, we're going to bring our hands and just place them on top of our raised knee. So the right knee. And bring your gaze towards the tip of your nose. Okay? While you're here, keep Mula Bandha engaged, so seal that perineal floor. And you're visualizing the face of a cow in your inner space. Moving into this part of the sequence, we're incorporating Shitkari Kumbhaka. There's a few different variations of Shitkari Kumbhaka. There's a variation with the tongue curled. There's also a variation with the tongue pressed up against the roof of the mouth. Okay, so in this variation, the tongue is pressed up against the roof of the mouth, coming from the Sandilya Upanishad, a Shastra Pramana. So you're going to inhale with the tongue pressed up against the roof of the mouth in that hissing type sound. And then you're going to hold your breath here. Okay, so in this part of the sequence, as we move forward this morning, incorporate the breathing as best you can. Okay, so hold the breath in this kumbhaka for as long as you can comfortably. Okay, don't just sit in the posture and be like, oh, this is boring. If you think this is boring at any point today, it means you're not performing the asana with authenticity. The intensity can tenfold just by holding your breath. Okay? So if you feel tired and bored, come back to the scripture, come back to the revelations that this is about the kumbhaka, the power of breath, the power of holding the breath. That is the pranayama. Okay? Continuously bring yourself back to that visualization as you gaze to the tip of your nose. Let's all take one cycle together here. So with a slight exhalation, let's inhale, Shitkari Kumbhaka. Holding the breath. Let's see if we can hold the breath for 20 seconds together as we seal the perineal floor. The gaze to the tip of your nose, elongate your spine, open up your chest, puff it out a little bit. Sit with that little power posture. Visualize yourself as the face of a cow in Gomukhasana, and continue holding the breath.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्पं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजये दक्षिणे विदता सव्यं गोमुखं यथा.
Nicely done. And then when you need to, re-inhaling in Shikari Kumukha, maybe it takes 1 or 2 breaths to catch your breath before you can re-engage. But as we move on into the posture, we're in the same exact posture, but this time we're going to intensify by incorporating Uddiyana Bandha as well. And so first we're going to bring our hands into Prana Mudra, holding on to the respective big toes. It's actually the opposite toes, but you're holding on to the respective toes on the sides of your hips. So my right hand, left hand are staying on either side of my body. Again, open up your chest so the spine elongates, and then the natural tendency is the shoulders start to rise up. Relax the shoulders down. Okay? So with that broad chest, we're still engaging Shikare Kumukha. With that tongue pressed up against the roof of the mouth, holding the breath, and then exhaling from there. Challenge yourself to hold your breath as long as you can, comfortably, as you gaze to the tip of your nose. Okay, we're stealing the perennial floor still. Before we engage the Uddiyana Bandha, just bring yourself into the visualization of Rishika Anasya. And the japa is Om Nityananda, Om Nityanandoham, rotating in the throat center. So let's all take a deep inhalation through the mouth and Shikari Kumukha. Hold your breath for a moment, and then exhale together, all together right now, out of your mouth, and then exhale as much as you can, and then seal the breath. Don't inhale yet. Close the perineal floor, and then suck your stomach in and up as best you can. So first pulling the stomach in and then lifting it up without any air in you. Try and hold your breath as long as you can, and then when you need to break, inhale through Shikari Kumbhaka again. Okay? So go through that cycle a few times where you're inhaling and exhaling through the mouth, sucking the stomach in and up. Be intense while you're there. Remind yourself to relax your shoulders down. Okay, the tension starts to build up in the shoulders as you hold there. Relax comfortably and maintain the gaze at the tip of your nose. Okay, so no matter what your physical posture is right now, whether you're able to get your knees right on top of one another or not, focus on performing this pranayama and then holding the kumbhaka, exhaling, and then sucking the stomach in and out. Okay? So either way, whatever your physical posture is, we can all hold the breath still, and we can all engage Uddiyana Bandha intensely. Okay? So one last time, let's all take a deep inhalation together through the mouth. Hold the breath for a moment, and then exhale. Empty out your lungs completely. Don't inhale yet. Suck your stomach in and up as intensely as you can. Hold it, and let's see if we can hold as long as the Tantradarka is chanting in Anasyasana, visualizing the Rishika Anasya in your inner space as you gaze towards the tip of your nose.
दक्षिण गोड़ो नीचो थाने वामों थाके ऊपर आने गोड़ा समधि मिलावे भारी आधा पद पूनी दे समधि वसारी.
Nicely done. Great job. Breathing naturally here, allowing yourself to catch your breath. If you're able to hold your breath a little bit longer or are noticing a difference in this asana than in times previous just because of engaging that kumbhaka properly, nicely done. That is the power of the breath. That is the power of breath retention. And as the mind as the breath starts to calm down, we're going to move into Anasayasana 2. So you're going to start leaning your chest forward and down. So the chin goes beyond that raised knee. If you're able to bring the crown of your head or the forehead rather down all the way onto the ground, that's what we're going for. Nicely done if you're able to do that. But either way, lean the forehead down, bring the chest down onto that raised knee, and release the hands from your feet and interlace the fingers behind the back. Okay? Holding on to the same visualization of Rishika Anasya, and the gaze is at the tip of the nose still. We are just keeping Mula Bandha engaged so you can breathe naturally. Naturally, still with that Kumbhaka though, so you're inhaling in Shitkari Kumbhaka, holding the breath, sealing the perineal floor though. You should really be able to notice the difference between a Mula Bandha engaged here versus not engaged. So seal that perineal floor. Allow the prana to continue flowing through within you as you lean the chest further and further down as best you can. Mahasadashivoham rotating in the throat center. This is Anasayasana 2.
Chimana goda ki samdi uparidhava goda ki samdi milara se godya sole pagthalya lo adava shudara se.
Good. Inhale, rising up. And you can release that top foot. This time bringing the sole of the right foot flat onto the ground. If you want to, we can take a moment and extend both legs out in front and give yourselves a little bit of a shake. Good. Okay, this time bring the left heel close to the perineum though. The right foot is going to be flat onto the ground with the knee raised. Okay? Our right hand is going to be on the respective knee, left hand on the left knee. Same as before, the tendency is we start to arch our spine, trying to elongate it as best you can, opening up your chest as you do so. Okay, keeping the gaze at the tip of the nose, Mula Bandha engaged. Bring Bhagavan Garuda into your inner space. And just hold this posture, this physical alignment. And feel empowered while you're here. It's this very posture of opening up the chest. Should make that happen. And visualize wings spreading out from either side of you. We're still engaging Shitkari Kumbhaka. The tongue pressed up against the roof of the mouth, inhaling. And hold the breath as long as you can comfortably, but challenge yourself. Allow yourself to feel that heat, that intensity rise within you as you hold the Kumbhaka. With Om Nityanandoham rotating in the throat center, this is Garudasana 2.
Tavo bhagamodi yedi mahilyam gulphamuladwarani chede Desi jimani bhagatali dharti teki goda uncho ubhaurase.
Good. Nicely done. You can release the hands, let them relax a little bit. From here, you're going to just rise up ever so slightly onto that bent foot, the heel, okay? So you rise up your sitting bone onto the left heel. So naturally, you should have Mula Bandha engaged without even having to engage, just because that top heel is placed properly. With the right knee raised, place your right hand behind you so you can twist your upper body towards the right, and the left elbow comes outside of that raised right knee. Okay? See if you can slowly release that right hand and bring it off to the ground, and then interlace the fingers behind the neck, keeping the elbows together. And see if you can twist your upper body a little bit more, and as your head twists along with it, bring the gaze up to the third eye. As you're here, you're visualizing Sage Narada in your inner space, trying to continue breathing in Shitkari Kumukha. That tongue pressed up against the roof of the mouth. Hold your breath here. Should be a little bit more challenging to hold your breath and to breathe in this manner, but try and find that comfortable breathing pattern that is also challenging you in the same light. And keep Om Nityanandoham rotating in the throat center. This is Naradasana.
पिष्टिजु वामा भगतली केरी भूपरिता ही लगावे फेरी घोड़ा शुदो नव हो जे खोई जोई दशित्वा सिद्धि व्रासे सोई.
Nicely done. And unwinding, bringing the sitting bones back down onto the mat. Release that heel from underneath you. You can slightly extend that right foot so you can release your left foot and bring it on top of the right thigh. Okay. With the left foot on top of the right thigh, you're going to reach your right hand outside of the raised knee and see if you're going to hold on to your big toe in Prana Mudra, index, middle finger wrapped around the big toe. Okay, if that's too much for you, you can keep the hand up on the shin and try to just maybe interlace your fingers or wrap the left arm over top. If you can't hold on to the big toes, that's fine. But make sure you're doing your best to keep that heel on top of the thigh. Maybe that means for you lean back onto your hands and your foot just rests on your thigh like so. Okay? But the goal is to reach for the big toe with the index and middle finger, and then wrapping the left arm around and holding onto the shin in front of you. Okay? Matsya Pitakasana, continue your gaze toward the tip of the nose. Shitkari Kumbhaka still with that tongue pressed up against the roof of the mouth. Visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu, in your inner space here. As you continue to hold the Kumbhaka as comfortably and as long as you can in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्टं तु गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकं योनिवामेन सम्पीड्य मेधरादुपरिदक्षिणम्.
Good. And release that foot. And we're just going to readjust that top foot now and slide the knee a little bit to the right. So we're going to adjust ourselves into Gomukhasana on the other side. We previously had the right knee on top. Now we should just have a beautiful transition to the left knee on top of the right. Same as before, if your sitting bone is off the ground, your left hip is off the ground, try your best to bring it so both sides are on the ground. That may mean for you that your heel is off or a little bit further away from your hip, which is fine. If you need to have a cushion, place it underneath you. That's fine as well. But either way, try and keep your knees stacked right on top of one another as best you can. Okay? From this position with the hands placed on top of your raised knee, elongate your spine. So open the chest out. And the tendency right away is the shoulders start to raise up. Try and allow them to relax down. From this powerful position with the chest opened up, bring the gaze to the tip of the nose. And again, we're moving through this cycle in Shikari Kumbhaka. So inhaling with the tongue pressed up against the roof of the mouth. Deeply, hold the breath. Seal the perineal floor. Mula Bandha is engaged. Visualizing the face of a cow in your inner space. Om Nityanandoham, rotating in the throat center. Gomukhasana.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्पं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत् दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं यथा.
Good. And releasing the breath. When you're comfortable and ready to continue that cycle of inhaling through the Shikari Kumbhaka with the tongue pressed up against the roof of the mouth. This time we're releasing our hands, interlacing the fingers around the big toes, so the index, middle finger around the big toes. The natural tendency is the shoulders come up. Try and relax them down. Okay, and as you find that you relax the shoulders down, the chest starts to open up a little bit more. Be able to elongate that spine, sit with a little bit more power. Okay, continue that inhalation. Sucking through the mouth with the tongue pressed up against the roof. Feel the perineal floor after that inhalation. Keep Mula Bandha engaged here throughout as you gaze down towards the tip of your nose. On the exhalation, release all of the air. Let all of that oxygen out. Hold the breath though. With the complete exhalation done, suck the stomach in and then pull it up as best you can. Hold that position. Hold the Kumbhaka. And again, relax those shoulders down, visualizing Rishika Anasya in your inner space. And when you need to inhale, feel free to do so again in Shikari Kumbhaka. But try and exhale again and suck the stomach in and up. You should feel good sweat. You should feel a lot of heat rising within you just strictly from this Kumbhaka alone in this posture. This is Anasyasana.
दक्षिणगोड़ो नीचो ठाने वामों थाके ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मलावे भारी आधा पति पूजे दे संधि प्रसारी.
Nicely done. Releasing the hands, interlace the fingers behind you and lean forward and down. Bring the chest down over top of that raised knee. Goal here is to try and get that forehead all the way down towards the ground, bringing the chin beyond the raised knee. If you're not able to do that, that's fine. If you have, if you're starting to feel this in your hips or maybe your lower back, either way, meet yourself with wherever you're at today and try and drive that chest a little bit further and further down. And with the fingers interlaced behind you, maintaining Shikari Kumbhaka, inhaling through the mouth with the tongue pressed up against the roof. Hold the Kumbhaka, just keep Mula Bandha engaged, but challenge yourself to maintain that retention for as long as you can. And holding the visualization, Rishika Anasya in the inner space, with Om Nityanandoham rotating in the throat center. This is Anasyasana 2.
जीवना गोड़ा संधि उपरि दावा गोड़ा ई संधि मिलय रासे गद्या सोले भगतल्यालो आडवाशिका राशि.
Good. Inhaling. Rising up. Release that top foot so the left foot comes flat onto the ground. The knee stays up and slightly adjusting the right heel so it stays at the perineum. So the heel is close to the groin. Hands are on respective knees. Left hand on left knee, right hand on right. Same as before. Open up that chest. Puff it up forwards, allowing yourself to feel a little bit more strong, a little bit more powerful in this position. Okay? With the gaze towards the tip of your nose still, we're embodying, visualizing, performing samyama on Bhagavan Garuda. See yourself as could be a powerful eagle, Vahana Vishnu, eagle wings spreading out beyond your back, maintaining the gaze at the tip of the nose. Take a deep inhalation, Shitkari Kumaka, and hold the breath. Garudasana 2.
दावोपगमूढी येडी माहिल्यों गुल्पमूलद्वारणी छेदे बेसी जी मनी भगतिली धरती देखी गोड़ो ऊंचो उभोरा से.
Releasing the breath. Nicely done. From here, you can just release that right foot and see if you can bring the right heel on top of that raised left knee. If this is the max of your hip mobility, you can keep your hands bent or hands placed behind you and just lean back onto your hands. So if you have a little bit of hip mobility issues, nothing wrong with just being in this position itself. Okay? If you're able to walk your chest a little bit closer towards that raised knee, then let's do so. You could begin by wrapping the right arm around the raised knee, or you can first start by bringing the left arm around that raised knee and see if you can reach and hold on to the big toe. I'm explaining the wrong asana. Okay, never mind. We're going back to Naradasana first. My apologies. Right heel stays at the perineum. You're going to sit on top of that raised right heel. Why don't you say something? Okay, you're sitting on top of that raised right heel. Left knee is off of the ground, straight up. Yeah, I'm blaming you for this, okay? Right elbow comes outside of that raised left knee, and the hands are interlaced behind the neck. Gaze up toward your third eye, maintaining Shitkari Kumaka, so tongue is pressed up against the roof of the mouth, and inhale. Hold the breath though. Keeping this Kumaka, visualize stage none of that in your inner space. Om Nityanandoham rotating in the throat center.
विष्टिचुवामा भगतिली केरी भूपरिता के लगावे फेरी.
Good. Now releasing. Coming back down to a sitting posture. This time we're going to bring our right foot on top of our left thigh. With the left arm reaching around that raised left knee and the right hand holding onto the shin. Okay. You're able to get the left hand all the way down to the big toe. Hold on to the big toe with index and middle finger and prana mudra. Or you can release and just keep the hand holding on to the shin. Whatever works best for you. Okay. Try and keep the chest, again, pulled towards the knees. So avoid arching the back as best you can. Engaging Shitkari Kumaka, tongue is pressed up against the roof of the mouth. Deep inhalations, holding the breath. Sealing the perineal floor. And Mula Bandha, visualizing Matsya, the fish avatar of Vishnu, as you gaze towards the tip of your nose. in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्टन्तु गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकं योनिवामेन सम्पीड्य मेत्रादुपरिदक्षिणम्.
Good, and releasing. Nicely done. Great job. Before we move into Matsyendrasana, which is the next posture, I just want to flow through this cycle of asanas that we just did. But this time we're going to focus on following the breath within these different asanas. And so what I mean by that is, rather than focusing on having a perfect posture, let's focus on having a good, authentic pranayama breathing pattern, which is including the kumbhaka, so holding the breath. Okay, so let's all start in Gomukhasana with our left knee bent, bringing the left heel outside of the right, and stack the right foot over top. Okay, so again, we're going to move through that same sequence of asanas that we just did. Don't worry, no needing to wait for the Tantradar to chant or anything. Just follow the breathing pattern as best you can. Okay, I'll do the best I can to provide the instructions. If you're not getting the alignment or you forget something, don't worry about that. Let's just focus on incorporating this pranayama, the kumbhakas, as best you can. Okay, so first, from this position, deep inhalation, tongue pressed up against the roof of the mouth. Hold your breath. Seal the perineal floor. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Keep holding your breath. If there's one cue that you follow, allow it to be the breathing pattern. So if I'm saying hold your breath, try your best to hold your breath. Good. Exhale. Inhale through the Shikari Kumbhaka again. Exhale. Lean your chest forward and down as your hands come into Prana Mudra, holding on to, interlacing the fingers behind your hand. Holding your breath with the breath exhaled. Inhale as you rise up. Hold your breath. Uncross that top foot and bring it into Garudasana with the breath held. Chest is nice and broad, spine is elongated. Exhale. Rise up. Bring your sitting bone onto that raised heel. Keep the breath exhaled. And then inhale, interlacing the fingers behind. Twist and hold. Try and avoid breathing. Gaze up to the third eye. Exhale. Coming down, sitting bones down onto the ground. Inhale. As you adjust that left foot, coming onto the thigh and holding onto the big toe. Wrapping the other hand around, holding onto the shin. Holding the breath here, still after that inhalation. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Mulabandha is engaged. Exhale. Nicely done. Inhale again, Shikari Kumbhaka. Wrap that top knee over top. Hold the breath. Avoid inhalations, exhalations. Hands on top of that raised knee. If you need to inhale and exhale again, feel free to do so, but try and hold the breath still. Exhale. Nicely done. Holding on to the big toes. Take another deep inhalation. This time exhale right away. Let the shoulders sink down. Hold your breath. Suck the stomach in and up. Inhale. Nicely done. This time on the exhale, lean the chest forward and down. Release the hands. Bring your lace behind you and hold the breath. Exhale. Inhale, rise up. Uncross that foot. Left foot is flat on the ground. Right heel is at the perineum. Hands on the respective knees. Hold the breath after that inhalation. Chest is tall, open. Spine is long. crown of the head towards the ceiling, holding the breath, Mulabandha engaged, gaze to the tip of the nose, feel powerful. Envision those wings spreading beyond you. Bhagavan Garuda. Exhale. Nicely done. Inhale, rising up onto that heel. Didn't forget this one. Interlace the fingers behind the back of the neck as the right elbow comes outside that raised knee. Hold the breath, twisting, gaze up towards the third eye. Visualize sage Narada in your inner space. And release. Come down to a comfortable seated position. Last one. Place the right foot on top of the left thigh this time. Inhale. Hold your breath. Wrap the arm right around. Right hand holding onto the left shin. Left hand holds onto the left big toe. If you can't hold this posture, don't worry. Do the best you can, but hold the breath. Gaze to the tip of the nose for another 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And release. Nicely done. Great job. So hopefully you had a little bit of a different experience as you went through that cycle, just from following your a different breathing pattern where you're engaging the kumbhaka, holding the breath. The retention is really powerful, and that's an experience I just really wanted to try and get everybody to have. It seems like it's a component that we tend to forget about a lot because we're so focused on asana when we think of yoga. But as Swamiji has revealed beautifully to the entire world, that there are 12 components with every authentic yoga practice. And one of the most powerful components, but is often overlooked, is that not just pranayama, it's kumbhaka. So it's Shikari kumbhaka, that breath retention, which is quite empowering. So no matter what posture you're performing, whether your alignment is amazing or not, you can have a powerful experience just from performing the inhalation, exhalation, along with the movement, and then holding the breath as you do so. Okay. Next, we're going to move into Matsyendrasana. So with this seated posture, you could either begin with the foot coming up on top of the opposite thigh. So let's all go on the same, we'll move on the same side. So begin with the left foot on top of your right thigh. Okay. If you have the hip mobility where you're able to keep that knee bent and you're able to twist around, placing the right hand behind you and the left elbow comes outside of that raised knee, and you're able to keep that knee down and you're able to twist outside comfortably, then that's the posture that you're going for. If that's too intense for you, if you have hip issues, if it starts to torque on your knee, then what you're going to do is just going to keep your left heel close to the perineum and place the left elbow outside the raised knee in that way. Okay? So take care of your knee, take care of your hip, whatever position is best for you. Make sure that you are listening to your body. But in this first posture, the right hand is placed behind you, left elbow is outside of the raised right knee, the hand up to the side of the head. You're going to gaze up towards your third eye as you twist your spine and your head turns around towards the back of the room. Okay. These next few postures within the sequence become even more challenging to engage Shikari Kumbhaka and hold the breath. We're twisting and reducing the lung capacity as we're in this posture. So challenge yourself still to follow a proper breathing pattern, inhaling through Shikari Kumbhaka, and hold the breath as long as you can, comfortably, but allow that intensity and that heat to raise within you, okay? On the exhalations, you'll notice that you may be able to twist a little bit deeper as you gaze further and further back. Okay, again, gazes towards the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranath. many believe the founder of Hatha Yoga. In your inner space, Mulabandha engaged, and Om Nityanandoham rotating in the throat center.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिण्यसेत्.
From the same posture, just extend your left hand so it comes down towards the right foot. If you're able to hold on to the big toes in prana mudra, nicely done. If not, just hold on to your shin. Okay? And then you're going to try and release your right hand and bring the right hand to the right ear. Okay, so from this seated posture, again, your left heel, if you don't have that mobility and it's not on top of the thigh, the left heel comes to the perineum. The right foot is flat on the ground. You can start by holding on to the raised knee with your left hand and twist so your right hand is placed on the ground behind you. Maybe this is where the posture ends for you, which is completely fine. Even right away here, I tend to notice my hip raises up off the ground, my sitting bones. Ideally, both sides of your sitting bones, both hips are parallel to the ground. With that right hand planted on the ground behind you, you're bringing your left elbow outside that raised knee and then extending the hand down towards the foot. The right hand comes up to the ear in Kubasana. We've been here a long time. It's a challenging posture. Bring the gaze to your third eye. Visualize yourself as a camel and hold.
Asana Gogana Jholo Chai.
Good. Nicely done holding there, guys. Right hand comes down to the ground. Keep both hands extended now. Okay? Whatever you want to do to allow yourself to twist a little bit more. So if my left hand comes to my knee that's bent, that allows me to twist a little bit more. You can do so. If you don't have the mobility to reach and hold on to that toe in prana mudra, nothing wrong. Listen to your body, but also give yourself that space to increase that twist. Gazing back beyond the shoulders towards the back of the room. And continuing to breathe Shikara Kumbhaka. Hold your breath as best you can as you continue to gaze up to your third eye, visualizing Sage Matsyendranath in your inner space. Matsyendrasana.
Matsyendrapidam Jadarapradeeptim Brajandharugmandalakhandalastram Abhyasadak Kundalini Prabodham Daldasthiratvam Hidadadi Pumsam.
Nicely done, releasing. And we'll move on to the other side. Same sequence as we just performed. So again, you could begin by bringing the right foot on top of the left thigh and the left foot is down. If you have that mobility in your hip to bring the right knee down, you can just show me again. If you have that mobility to bring the right knee all the way down, that's great. That's what you're going for with the right foot on top of the other thigh. If you don't have that mobility, if you have a hip issue, a knee issue, take care of yourself. Keep the right heel close to the groin. Okay? Just as in Sukhasana or Siddhasana, rather. Either way, keep that left foot flat onto the ground, left knee raised. With the left hand now planted behind you, twist towards the left, bringing the right elbow outside that raised left knee, and let the right hand just gently rest at the side of the head, holding onto the ear. Okay? Trying to avoid hunching the back, that spine elongated, and continue to turn and twist as you bring your gaze over the back shoulder and then up towards the third eye. With Mulabandha engaged, inhaling through the mouth, tongue pressed up against the roof, Shikara Kumbhaka, and hold the breath as long as you can comfortably. When you need to exhale, feel free to do so, but inhale again through that same pranayama. Om Nityanandoham, rotating in the throat center.
उदरं पश्चिमाभ्यासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिण्यसेत्.
Good. Next, we're just extending our right hand down from here. And ideally, if you're able to hold on to your big toe, that's great. If you're not able to, that's fine. You could just keep that elbow pressed up against that raised knee. Even hold on to the other foot if you'd like to as well. Either way, bring that left hand up to the left ear as best you can and continue fighting to open up that chest towards the back of the room, twisting, gazing up to the third eye still. Visualize yourself as a camel, Kubasana.
आसन को गण झोलो जाए.
Nicely done. Release the left hand, bring it down to the ground. Twist even more so both hands are extended straight. And again, challenging yourself to follow that pranayama, inhaling through the mouth with the tongue pressed up against the roof. Holding the breath as long as you can comfortably. As you gaze beyond the back shoulder and up towards your third eye. Visualizing Sage Machendranath in your inner space. Om Nityanandoham, rotating in throat center. And Matsendrasana 2.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जतरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुग्मण्डलकुण्डलास्त्रम् अभ्यासदकुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हिददाति पुंसाम्.
Nicely done. Releasing back around, coming to a neutral spine position. Great job so far today, team. Let's all move into Padmasana. Final two postures of the day, then we'll have a nice Shavasana, but let's take advantage of these hip openers we've just gone through right away. What was that I just saw? Okay, let's all move into Padmasana just in the same exact way as you demonstrated here, Miraj. What'd you do? Okay, if you're able to do that, then you are a true yogi, as Swamiji says. If you're not able to do that, I'm sorry, you are not a yogi. Nicely done, Miraj. Okay, so I think I know who our next teacher is tomorrow then. Okay. All right, either way, if you're able to get into Padmasana, do so. If you're not, then you can sit in Ardha Padmasana, one foot on top of the opposite thigh, other foot down. Maybe you're able to get in Padmasana with a cushion underneath you. Whatever works for you right now. Make sure you're never torquing on your knee. You shouldn't feel any pain in your knees. It should be a comfortable, stable, powerful posture, okay? But bring our hands on top of the respective knees. Let's follow the same integrity to the breathing pattern, okay? We are rotating to Shitali Kumbhaka. And again, there's a few different variations of this, but in this version, the tongue is pressed up against the back of the teeth. As you deeply inhale, hold your breath, seal the perineal floor, tuck the chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha, and then suck the stomach in and up, holding here. And so we're holding the breath after the inhalation. Visualize Bhagavan, Lord Shiva, in your inner space as you gaze towards the tip of your nose. We're moving to Om Nityananda Mahasadashivoham, rotating in the throat center. Hold your breath as long as you can comfortably. And then release. This is Padmasana, okay? So this time, let's engage the three bandhas after the exhalation. Okay, so allow the breath to come back to a natural pattern. And then let's all inhale together with tongue pressed up against the back of the teeth. Hold the breath for a moment. Exhale to mouth. Seal the perineal floor. Seal the breath. No more inhalation. Tuck the chin to the chest. Suck the stomach in and up. With the hands pressed up against the knees, relax your shoulders down. Intensify this kumbhaka even more by tightening Uddiyana Bandha, engaging it even more intensely, sucking the stomach in and up, pulling it up higher and higher. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you gaze to the tip of your nose. See how long you can hold this kumbhaka for properly. When you need to exhale and inhale again, feel free to do so. But let's go through 3 cycles of this, challenging yourself to hold the breath in this intense kumbhaka. And again, when you need to inhale, feel free to do so. Just inhale with the tongue pressed up against the back of the teeth. And you can release the Jalandhara Bandha to make that inhalation. But then again, exhale. Release all of the air out of you. Seal the perineal floor. Tuck the chin back down. And suck the stomach in and up.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा ऊर्ध्वरूपरिच्छेदत्ते उभयपादतले यथा.
Nicely done. Moving into Paramashivoham to our final asana of the day. We're just going to cross our hands in front of us, holding on to the opposite big toes in Pranamudra, so the index and middle fingers holding on to the opposite toes. Keep the gaze to the tip of the nose. We are releasing Jalandhara and Uddiyana Bandha, just keeping Mula Bandha engaged, so sealing the perineal floor. Find comfort in this posture, breathing in the same pattern, Shitali Kumbhaka. Tongue is pressed up against the back of the teeth. Visualize yourself as the goddess Parvati, the consort of Paramashiva now. In Padmasana 2.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरुसंस्थौ प्रयत्नतः ऊरुमध्ये तथात्थानौ पाणि कृत्वा तु तादृशौ.
Releasing the breath. Nicely done. Uncrossing the feet. Great job today, everybody. Give yourselves a little bit of a shake out with the legs extended beyond. And then when you're ready, you can slowly rock back, lean back onto your spine. And with the back of the head rested on the ground, palms opened up towards the ceiling. Take a deep inhalation through your nose. And a nice long exhalation out of your mouth. We're going to relax into Shavasana. I learned the other day that some people were shocked that I even talk during Shavasana. Oh, you're talking? I didn't know you were instructing even. So I'll learn my lesson and keep this nice and short for you. But ultimately, the idea is to scan your body for any tension that you feel. And if you find tension, exhale and unclutch that specific area. So you should be relaxing your entire body, unclutching deeper and deeper, allowing yourself to sink more and more into the mat the longer that you're held here. Okay? Trying to avoid any of those movements, those micro movements, the shaking, the itching. If you need to make any final adjustments, do so. Let's all take one final deep inhalation in Shavasana through the nose. Nice long exhalation out of your mouth. And unclutch deeper and deeper into Shavasana.
Tanam Savavadbhumo Dayanam Dusavasanam Shavasanam Shantiharam Chitta Vishranti Karakam.
You can slowly start to come back into the body. You can do so with a deep inhalation first through your nose, filling up your lungs completely, and take a nice long exhalation out of your mouth. You can begin by wiggling your fingertips and your toes. Maybe squeezing your hands a little bit and gently rotating your wrists and your ankles. Then you can bend your elbows and your knees. Bring the feet flat onto the ground. Taking care of that lower spine. You can raise the knees up and pull them towards your chest. And squeezing the knees in towards the chest, you can maybe interlace your fingers and lift your head up off the ground. Bring the forehead towards the knees, gently squeezing. You can rock side to side. Then release and come to a comfortable seated position. You can keep your eyes closed if they were. Open them if you'd like. Either way, in a comfortable cross-seated position, bring your hands into Anjali Mudra in front of the heart center, spine elongated. Bring Swamiji into your inner space with a deep sense of gratitude towards the Master. So I'll take a deep inhalation together, and we'll close with the Purna Mantra.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरि ओं तत्सत् सर्वं भगवच्छ्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवपादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्.
Nityanandam, everybody. Nicely done. Thank you so much for tuning in for this Kailasa's Nityananda Yoga Brahma Muhurta Yoga session. Hopefully you all enjoyed it. Today's exploration of these various different seated postures, hip openers, some intense twists. We obviously spent a bit of time focusing on our kumbhakas and pranayama sequence, so hopefully you had a bit of a breakthrough with that today as well, and you had some maybe new clicks. As always, we are going to be transitioning to the next part of our sequence, which is the morning puja. So whether you're here with us via Zoom live or watching us on YouTube, feel free to join us along with this next part of the morning routine. And either way, we look forward to having you back on the yoga mat tomorrow at the same Brahma Muhurta hour, 4 a.m. here in Kailasas all over the world, in particular for those in the East Coast, which is our group. So thank you all so much, and looking forward to seeing you again. Take care. Nityananda.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160
Nityanandam. We'll now begin the Nitya Puja. Please be in a deep space of gratitude. We'll first make the declarations to help give us the correct context before we enter into the rituals. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that cosmic energy exists. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, and the Atmalinga are the Chinmaya Vigrahas, the embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and the Atmalinga will reach the cosmic source of energy directly. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth of Sohamasmi. mantra. Nityanandam Param Bhutam Bhavajitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. The next is the Guru Parampara Vandanam, paying our respects. Please take some flowers and offer them at Swamiji's feet at the end of the mantra. Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambha worshipping Arunagiri Yogeshwara, Paramashiva himself, who happened Nitilakrita-kasturi tilakaha Spuranmala-dhara-spuridagadi-gopinavasanaha Nadano dushkaram jirajimaniralam sushikara. And drink 3 sips of water as we chant the following 3 mantras. Om Atma Tattvam Shodhayami Sudha. Om Vidya Tattvam Shodhayami Sudha. Om Shiva Tattvam Shodhayami Sudha. Below your lower lip. With the index finger and thumb of the right hand joined together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb of the right hand joined together, touch your right eye, left eye. Your chest. Into your hand once last time. Now, we'll invoke the presence of Bhagavan Mahaganapati. Please take some akshata in your hands. The Mushti Mudra, tap the sides of your forehead 5 times as we chant the following mantra. Shuklam Baradaram Vishnum Shashivarnam Jaturbhujam Prasannavadanam Dhyayet Sarva Vignopashantayet. Closing your left nostril with your ring finger, exhale through the right nostril. As you do these 3 steps of pranayama, chant internally the Samhita mantras. Please begin. तत्पुरुषभक्ताय नमो ओम गुरुदाय नमो हिं मामलेविक्य नमो ओम सज्जोयातमूर्ते नमः उमामृताय नमो हिं शीर्षे नमो ओम चिकाय नमो हें कजाय नमो ओम नेत्रेभ्यो नमो ओम अस्त्राय नमः ओम ईशानमूर्ताय नमः ओम तत्पुरुषभक्ताय both your hands on your right thigh. Create the visualization of manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थं च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते आद्य ब्रह्म पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये विश्वावसु नाम संवत्सरे दक्षिणायने लक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर जुगलितो श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशांत श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमन्य तुल्या समस्त बिरलावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्याप वर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलव केसरी शैव सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामी नाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनर् त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषेक छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोंच गुरु महासन्निधान ब्रह्मनिष्ठा श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां समस्तदुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्तमङ्गलावाप्यर्थं भगवच्छ्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवप्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्यजीवन्मुक्तिप्राप्त्यर्थं श्री परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव पूजां च करिष्ये। होमगोपस्पृश्य, rinse your right hand with an uttaraini of water. घंटानादं करोमि यादो देवता वानराञ्जनं घण्टादेवताभ्यो नमः। Surrender to him every part of your being. Be in the space of the ultimate one. दद्यात् मनस्सुवर्ग्यं निवेदये तेनामृतेन आचमनीयं स्नानीयं तेन च स्मृतम् आकाशतत्त्वं वस्त्रं स्यात् निर्घण्टा वायुतत्त्वं च चामरम् सहस्रारं भवेत् छत्रम् शब्दतत्त्वं च गीतकम् मृत्यमिन्द्रियकर्माणि चाञ्चल्यं मनसः तदा अमोहगं मदं पञ्च अद्वेषाक्षोभगो ददात् अमात्सर्यं मलोभं च सम्पूजयेत् भगवन्तं श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवम्। We'll now begin the Upachara Puja, the external worship. The first is the offering of asanam. सर्वभूतान्तरात्मने कल्पयाम्युपवेशार्थं वासनं ते नमो नमः। ॐ ह्रीं इदं welcoming the Master. Now take some flowers in your hands and welcome Swamiji with all of your heartfelt devotion and love. Offer the flowers at Swamiji's feet at the end of the mantra. तस्मै शिवाय गुरवे वीतरागकलाय वै अमेयत्वातनन्तोऽयम् अजत्वाच्च प्रकीर्तितः यस्य दर्शनमिच्छन्ति देवाः स्वाभीष्टसिद्धिः ॐ ह्रीं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवन् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव स्वागतं सुस्वागतं ते। किलेश संपर्कात् परमानंद संप्लवः तस्मै ते परमेशान पाद्यं शुद्धाय कल्पयेत्। ॐ ह्रीं एतत्पाद्यं of the most beautiful flowers and kept in a beautiful conch that has a water, rice pellet, some sandalwood paste, a dhruva grass, and a bilva leaf. patram dadaparam शोभनं शङ्खपात्रस्थं ग्रहाणार्घ्यं महेश्वर। ॐ ह्रीं एषोऽर्घ्यः dharani of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet at the end of the mantra. Asamaniyam Om Mandaginyastu Yadvari Sarva Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Svadha. Next is the offering of Madhubarka, the offering of the nectarine drink. Please take the Madhubarkanya. Vayami prasidhame Om Hrim Yesha Madhubarkaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda end of the mantra. Gandha Tailam Om Sneham Grahana Snehena Lokana Mitakaraka Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next is the offering of Snaniyam, the offering of the sacred bath. Now, please take the water and offer the Sanartham te maya bhaktya kalpitam pradigrihyadam ॐ ह्रीं इदं नान्योदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय around it, and after the vastram, at Swamiji's feet at the end of the mantra. Vastram Om Maya Chitrapata Channa Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivoham Nivedayami. The next is the offering of Abharanam, the offering of jewelry. Now please take the Abharanam in your hands and offer it. Kalpayami prasidame Om Hrim Idam Suvarnabharanam Sarvadevadev. Please take the sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's feet at the end of the mantra. Gandaha Om Shariram Dena Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivoham Namaha. The next is the offering of flowers, the offering of fragrant flowers. Please take the flowers and smear them. Idamuttamam Om Hrim Etani Sajandana Pushpani Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Om Amrutodbhavam Sri Vriksham Shankarasya Sada Priyam Bilvavatram Prayachami Pavitram Te Sureshwara. Om Tulsi Patram, the offering of the Tulsi leaf. Now, please take the Tulsi leaf, smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer it at Swamiji's feet, along with the mantra. Tulasi Patram Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivoham Namaha. Vanaspatiratho divyo gandhadhyastu manohara agreyal sarvadevanam dhupoyam pratigrihyana. Om Hrim Please take the lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra. Deepaha Om Suprakasho Mahadivaha Sarvadastimira Shivaya Namaha. The next is the offering of Naivedyam, the offering of food. Please take an udharani of water and hover it around the Naivedyam 3 times and offer the udharani of water at Swamiji's feet along with Parameshwara Om Hrim Idam Shovakarna Naivedyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda the mantra. Paniyam Om Samasta Deva Devesa Sarva Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivoham Namaha. The next is the offering of Punarachamaniyam, the offering of water for cleansing. Now please take an udharani of water and offer it at Swamiji's feet. Achamaniyakam Om Hrim Idam Punarachamaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya. As you do so. Haradrikam Om Hrim Eshadipamala Svadajaratnirajanapadhi Svadajamata Samvatsara Samvatsarameva Varunde Maunje Bhavati Urgvaiman. Sada Bhadantam Hridayarvinde Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam. The offering of our deep gratitude, while we chant powerful verses. Please take some flowers in your hands. Hold your hands in the Anjali Mudra. Brahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Akanda Mandalakaram व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन अनेक जन्म संप्राप्त कर्म बंध विदायिने आत्मज्ञान प्रदानेन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। मूर्तिभेद विभागिने व्योमवद्व्याप्त देहाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः। नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं गुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। पुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि भगवच्छ्रीत्यानन्द परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः।
Let us begin with the Tattva Achamanam. Please bring your hands into the Gokarna Mudra. Pour an udhrani of water in your palm and sip the water from your palm 3 times. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Svada. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami. Index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip, below the lower lip. Rinse your hands. With the index and thumb touch the right nostril, the left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb touch the right eye, right ear, left ear. Is the process of invoking Paramashiva in every part of our body. Now please bring your hands in front of you. Open your palms. With your left hand, wipe the front and back of your right hand. Palms with your thumb. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Now slide your thumb over the little finger from top to bottom. Om Ham Satyojatamurtaye Namaha. Slide your thumb finger over the thumb. Om Ham Ishanamurdaya Namaha. Touch the center of your palm with your thumb. Om Ham Ham Vidyadehaya Namaha. Bring your Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Slide your thumb over the index, over the ring finger. Om Him Shirase Namaha. Slide your thumb over the middle finger. Om Hum Shikaya Namaha. Slide your thumb over Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now bring your hands into a Namaskar Mudra in front of the third eye. Om Ham Shivaya Bhaushate. Bring your palms, open your palms in front. Om Ham Satyajatamotaye Namaha. With your ring finger and thumb, touch the navel center. Om Him Vamadeva Guhyaya Namaha. With your index finger, middle finger and thumb, touch the heart. With the ring finger and thumb, touch the heart center. Om Ham Vidyadehaya Namaha. With the index, middle and ring finger, touch the three eyes. Om Ham Netrebhyo Namaha. With the say Swaha. With the middle finger and thumb, that's the back of the head. Om Hum Shikaye Namaha. With the now cross your left hand in front of your right hand and Astraya Pate. With your index and middle finger, stab the left palm thrice. Om Hastraya Hum Pate. With the index finger and thumb, snap in the 8 directions around you. One some akshata, flowers, and sandalwood paste into the panchapatram. Cover the mouth of the panchapatram with your right palm, and now we'll chant the pranama mantra Om 7 times. Om Om Om. Now show the Denu Mudra to the Panchapatram. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Next is the Avahanam of Paramashiva. We'll be chanting the space, and now we'll be chanting the Dhyana Shloka. Lalate Tripundri Nidhyadrita Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmala Dara Spurita Gadigaupi Navasanaha. Manijwalanavame Shweta-kamalasana Sadashiva-swarupam. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Now offer the flower at Paramashiva's feet. Now please bring your hands into Namaskar. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Ityavahana Mudram Pradashya. Now turn your palms downward. Sthapana. Bring your palms into a fist with the thumbs pointed up. Sannidhana. Mudra. Namaskara Mudra. Now with your index finger perform the Avakuntanam. Om Haim Kavachayum iti Avakuntana Mudram cha Pradarshya. Next we'll enter into the Upachara Puja. Samarpayami. Next is the offering of Padya, Argya and Achmana. Now please take an Udhrani of water, show it to the base of the Atmalinga and pour it into the Achmana Patra. Om Now bring your hands into the Namaskar Mudra. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Parameshwari Shakti Sameta. Shri Nityanandeshwara Parameshwaya Namaha. Padhyachmanargya. Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Parameshwari Shakti Sameta. Shri Nityanandeshwara Parameshwaya Namaha. Snanam Samarpayami. Now take another. शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमेश्वरी शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परम शिवाय नमः वस्त्र यज्ञोपवीतोत्तराभरणार्थमक्षतान् समर्पयामि. Next is the offering of sandalwood paste. Shri Nityanandeshwara Parameshwaraయ Namaha. Gandhandharayami. Now offer the kumkum. Gandhasyopari haridra kumkum churnam samarpayami. नमः. ओम ईशानाय देवाय नमः. ईशानस्य देवस्य पत्न्ये नमः. ओम पशुपते देवाय नमः. पशुपते देवस्य पत्न्ये नमः. ओम रुद्राय देवाय नमः. रुद्रस्य देवस्य पत्न्ये नमः. परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परम शिवाय नमः. अष्टपुष्पपूजां समर्पयामि. Next is the offering of Bilvavatram. Please take a Bilvavatra or some flowers in your hands and let's take an udhrani of water and sprinkle it on the bell. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now take an udhrani of water and sprinkle it on the dhupa. Om Hastraya Vade. Offer a flower on the dhupa. Om Hamride. दुर्वाहस्तं देवानामजिदस्मितमं वक्रितमं धृष्टतमं हन्नितमं देवहूतममृतमजिहरितारं त्रिगुम्मस्वमाह्वामित्रस्य त्वाजक्षुषा प्रेक्षेर्माभिर्मा संविक्ता मा Achana Patra. Om Ham Shivaya Svada. The next is the offering of Deepa. Take an udhrani of water and sprinkle it on the Deepa. Om Hastraya Vade. Offer a flower on the Deepa. Om Hamridaya Namaha. Now please take the Deepa in your hands and slowly wave it towards Paramashiva along with the mantra. श्रियामा परिपातय. ओम हाम ओम शिवाय नमः. श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परम शिवाय नमः दीपं संदर्शयामि. Now offer a flower on the Nevedyam. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take another of water, hold clockwise around the Nevedyam and offer it at Paramashiva's feet along with the mantra Om. Om Nam Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramaşivaya Namaha. Nivedyam Nivedayami. Now take another of water. नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः तांबूलं समर्पयामि. The next is the offering of Arati. Now please take another of Ajarate, yo raja sandrajo bhato me nedate, devasva medani havikunti bhavanti, edavando me devanagum sabaha, parevasme savan. कर्पूरवरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी Purnirajam Sandarshayami Rakshandarayami. Now please take a few flowers, hover it around the Arati and offer it onto Paramashiva's feet. Next is the offering of Pushpanjali. नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः पुष्पांजलिं समर्पयामि. Next is the japa. If you have completed the Gayatri Mantra Japa, now bring your Next is the Shama Prarthana. Now please place a flower, akshata, and the durva grass in your hand. Hand side at the end of the mantra. Om Yatkinchit Karma Devesha Sada Kusulam Tanme Shavadastasya Bhungsha. Next is the Tattvachanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Please bring your hands into the Gokarna Mudra and offer a Purnudhani of water into your hands and drink the water at the end of the mantra. Om Atmadattvam Shodayami Svada. The upper lip, below the lower lip. Rinse your hands with the index finger and thumb touch the right nostril, the left nostril with the ring finger and thumb touch the right eye, right ear, left ear. Once again rinse your hands with the little finger. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and with gratitude chant the Purna mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Om Nityanandam.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas.
ज्ञानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nityanam, and welcome to once again another exciting and interesting day of the glimpses of Paramashivoham. And exciting news is that from tomorrow, the new season of the Paramashivoham, the 21 days of Paramashivoham will be starting. So make sure that you are calling your friends and families, whoever you know who is looking for the breakthrough. Make sure that you are informing everyone who needs some transformation in their life, looking for change in their life, looking for that super conscious breakthrough in their life. Because a person knows or not, he is seeking that fulfillment. So after this yoga and puja, this is the time that we start with the power manifestation. So let's get ready. Requesting everyone, Sarvimos Ma Ananda Ghaurupni, please switch on your camera and let's get ready. We'll be entering into the Sas Pramana, which is a scriptural reference for manifesting this time. And the verse goes as Kapalantarmano yasya tishtan militalochanaha kramena manasodharyat lakshaye lakshamuttamam. Parameshwar says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and the inner space, through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Laksham, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. So with this, let's get ready. With Acharyas will be projecting you an image on your screen in a moment. You just sit with your eyes closed. If you have eye band, please cover your eyes with the eye band. And connect with Swamiji to the Mahavakya. Understand, when you remember Swamiji, simply you connect with him because Swamiji is very much alive. The moment you remember Swamiji, you invoke his presence in your inner space. So just remember Swamiji in your inner space. Have that intense declaration to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Any thought that comes, just simply unclutch. Any uneasiness, fear, worries that rises, just unclutch. This is your time to be in oneness with Parameshwar. So forget everything. Remember, you are Nityananda Parameshwar. Have that intense declaration to radiate the state, space, powers, and being of Paramashiva. With this, let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Keep your eyes closed. Keep chanting the Mahavakya. And with this, let's enter into this round of power manifestation. The image is now being projected on your screen. Let's begin.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes, you can relax now. Slowly, very slowly, you can remove your eye bands and gently let the light come back into your eyes. And once the light has readjusted for your eyesight, you can take a moment and share with us what was revealed to you in your third eye. So what would Paramashiva, Pontiff revealed to you in your third eye for this first round of power manifestation, the power of third eye vision? Meanwhile, we'd like to welcome a couple of new participants that have just joined us. We have Ma Zhang Jun, Mitandama. We also have Ma Eve, Mitandama.
Nityanam.
Good to have you both with us. Welcome.
Yes, so this is the first round of the power manifestation. So if you have taken part, let's take a moment and share. And those who have just joined, we'll have one more round of our manifestation. So let's be prepared for that. Just give me a few moments and then we'll bring back the image. All right. So let's reveal the image. Yeah. This is the image that we had projected. As you can see, it's a golden, because of the sunlight, the cloud itself is kind of golden, and there are dark colors also in the cloud, and the sky is filled with the clouds, and mostly it's during the sunset, so you can see the dark shadows on the tree, and hardly any leaves, very less little leaves, dry leaves. So yes, this is the overall picture. If you have seen anything relevant to this, so yes, successfully manifested this power manifestation. And with this, let's jump on with the next round. So we'll be entering into the second round of the power manifestation.
Yes, so once again, requesting everyone to bring your full awareness to your inner space, your Ananda Ganda, which is just below the heart center. We have the heart center, which is in the middle of the chest. That's the Anahata chakra. Just below that, we have the Ananda Ganda, which is our inner space. So just below the heart center and just above the navel center is the Ananda Ganda, our inner space. This is the space that Swamiji has initiated us in to connect to him, to connect to the divine, to be in this space of oneness with the divine. Let us bring our full awareness to our Ananda Ganda region. Let us connect deeply to Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Connect deeply to Paramashiva in our inner space, our Ananda Ganda, from the powerful cognition that we are Paramashiva. We are independent, intelligent instances of Paramashiva. We are spiritual beings having a human experience. So let us bring all of that into our awareness, and let's put our full awareness in our inner space, just below the heart center. Let us connect deeply to the divine, connect deeply to Swamiji, connect deeply to Paramashiva in the inner space, the Ananda Ganda. Let us feel this deep connection that we have. Let us feel ourselves, because we are Paramashiva. Let us feel the full extent of our being. Visualize expanding your consciousness, your being, to fill all of existence and beyond. Visualize expanding to all corners of what you know as this cosmos, this universe. And visualize expanding further, covering everything. You are Paramashiva. Now, from this deep connection to the divine, let us start chanting Mahavakya, which is Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, which means in eternal bliss, I am Paramashiva. Let's begin. Om
Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Om
Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Let's continue chanting this Mahavakya throughout this power manifestation. And from the space of oneness with Paramashiva, with Swamiji, let us start manifesting this power of third eye vision, seeing images blindfolded. The image is being displayed for you now. So let us begin.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om
So now let's slowly open your eyes. And from this space of ultimate bliss, that restful awareness, let's take a moment and let's share what Swamiji revealed to you, every single detail. Please go ahead and let's share. Ma Zhangzheng shares, thank you for the teaching. Sorry, I'm late and I saw the picture. No issues. As we go throughout the day, we'll be having multiple rounds of the power manifestation. Yes. So without any hesitation, let's start sharing. We already have Ma Eve who shares bubble, lots of green leaves, blurry. Okay.
Thank you very much for sharing.
Okay. So let's bring back the image. Yes, so this is the image. As you can see, it's a nighttime. You can see the mountains covered with the snow, and you can see the stars, and probably down there's some either the sunlight or some kind of light on the bottom. Yeah, maybe moonlight on the bottom front. And lots of shades, darkness is there. Probably lots of trees are there, and but because of the night, they are quite merging with the mountain. Very much looks like there are trees. Yes, bubbles, lots of green leaves. Actually, you are not very much spot on, ma, because bubbles, stars are there. Lots and lots of stars are there. The stars are like bubbles in the sky, and lots of greens. It's dark, so as you can see, there are lots and lots of trees just on the below the mountain. It's in dark, so we are not able to clearly, as you have already mentioned, it's blurry. So it's very much resembling with what blurry, and but for sure there are lots and lots of trees, and trees are there, so green leaves will be there, ma. So you are very much spot on. So yes.
Thank you very much, Mayu.
So you are successfully manifesting every day. Almost every day you are manifesting the powers. That's beautiful, ma. The more and more you start manifesting, the more you grow the powers within you. And ultimately you radiate that oneness. And the moment you start manifesting the powers, so much of healing happens to you, whether it is in terms of emotions, thoughts, at physical level. So sit and go on manifesting the powers. Beautiful.
Thank you. So now let us move on with the next segment in our program for today, which is we'll start the day. Today's Today we have the Swamiji will be gracing us in the Baba Samadhi Darshan. Today we have the science of enlightened conflict management. Believe Advaita. Advaita is oneness. So Swamiji will be gracing us in the Baba Samadhi Darshan of Kalyana Sundaramurti. So let us get ready. We'll be starting with our revelation. So Swamiji will give us a very short special Q&A on marriage, and then love is your very life. So let us get ready. Let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. We hear directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on these very topics. Let's begin.
Is the concept twin souls or soulmates true? Oh. My favorite subject, marriage. There is no such thing as soulmates. When you are in love, you feel as if the other person is a fulfillment for you. And he also feels you are a fulfillment for the other person. Just have everything will become all right. I always tell people, love is blind, marriage is eye opener. Love is blind, marriage is eye opener. So, all the ideas of soulmates and everything is seasonal. It is only seasonal, it is not eternal. Soul does not need any second person to be in bliss. By its own presence, it is all fulfilling and enjoying and exploding.
What is the relationships without expectation? I tell you, without expectation only real relationship can flower.
Somebody asked me, in America, just like this I was telling, somebody asked me, Swamiji, I am afraid of marrying. Under what layer the fear of marriage comes? What is the layer under which the marriage comes? I told them, marriage comes under all the 4 layers. First thing is the fear of losing the status.
Somebody asked me, Swamiji, people say that marriages are decided in heaven. Is it true? I tell them, I don't know whether it is decided in heaven or not. But after that, people live in hell. That much I know. After that, people live in hell.
You are talking a lot about marriage and joking about wives. Would you ever get married and have a family? After all, you said at age 14, 21, 28, lamas are allowed to marry. What about Swamis? Now, Swamis can marry at any time, no problem. And actually, Paramahamsas can marry at any time. There is no problem. First of all, I am not technically a Swami, I am technically Paramahamsa. Swami means somebody who is trained by a earlier master to sit in that same seat, like a successor, predecessor. They are only called the Pidadhipatis and they have lineage and they have so many rules and all those things. Paramahamsas are the people who left their house and took this life to achieve enlightenment. They have not left for the sake of some Peetam, to sit in some throne or to be a head of some institution. They left out of their quest for enlightenment. So Paramahamsas are no way bound by the rules and regulations of the Swamis. But one thing, let you be very clear, I am not going to marry. And that I am very clear. And because I have seen many people, and I have some more jokes now, I don't want to tell, enough. And I have now too many jokes coming up. They are all coming and crashing now. The traffic jam is happening in my throat. Everyone is trying, hey, I am coming, So, whose question it is? Okay. Let it be very clear, I am not going to marry.
In Hinduism, the idea of divorce never exists. There is no idea of divorce. According to Hindu marriage laws, the divorce is not possible. And I want to tell you one important thing. Still, we don't have a Sanskrit equivalent word for divorce. We don't have a Sanskrit word for divorce. divorce as such, the very idea is not socially accepted. Because before the marriage, they are very clearly made to understand nobody can suit or match your fantasies. Either you live with your fantasies and get frustrated after seeing 5-6 persons, or drop your fantasies and live with one person happily forever. Only in the fairy tales you get the word. They lived forever happily. They lived forever happily married. Only in the fairy tales you can get the word, not in reality. In reality, only when you drop your fantasies, you can experience what I call Brahmacharya.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Love is your very life. It's beautiful. After the Viswarupa Darshana, showing the cosmic form, giving the experience of cosmic consciousness, Krishna speaks about bhakti, love. Usually people think after bhakti comes spiritual experience. But I tell you the truth. After spiritual experience comes bhakti. Never a real bhakti can happen to you before spiritual experience. East always believes first spiritual experience, then social service. But Western religions believe social service will lead to spiritual experience. No. Never. Only a person who had the experience of every being as part of cosmic consciousness can really radiate love. Only he can know what is love. Nobody else can know what is love. Others can think they love or act as if they love. Be very clear. There are so many people who act as if they love. Sometimes by acting, they start thinking that they are loving. Never you can love by acting. Love is supposed to flow from your very being. It happens only when you experience the cosmic consciousness, spiritual experience. It is so nice. Krishna puts the whole thing step by step. Really, after the spiritual experience, the gratitude, so much of gratitude overflows in your being. So much of love overflows in your being, you start radiating it. You start radiating. No one can show or experience love unless they have the spiritual experience. People come and ask me, Swamiji, you are telling all your devotees to meditate. What is the use? Why don't you tell them to do service? There are so many spiritual organizations, I can't say spiritual organizations, so-called spiritual organizations, caught in social service.
just for the sake of name and fame and social prestige. There are so many organizations. Organized charity. I always tell people, organized charity is a beautiful way of cheating yourself and others. Charity can never be organized. It just flows. It can never be organized. The moment you organize it, the whole thing has got different quality, different color, different purpose. Different color, different quality, different purpose. Only when it flows after the experience, it is a solid expression of love. There is a beautiful saying in Zen Buddhism. Whatever Buddha does, even if he kills somebody, it will do only good to him. But an unenlightened man, whatever he does, even if it is a great service, it will do only bad for him and the society. Good or bad is not decided by doing, it is decided by being. When an enlightened man does, even small things lead to great good things or good results in the world. When unenlightened people do, even a great truths lead to misery and destruction. See, a simple word uttered by Buddha, watch your breath, or observe, witness your inhaling and exhaling. Simple truth discovered by Buddha. Thousands of people have become enlightened through this Vipassana meditation. The simple one technique, Vipassana, thousands of people have become enlightened. When Buddha utters even ordinary truth, even ordinary simple truth leads thousands of people to higher consciousness. If an unenlightened person discovers even a great truth leads to destruction. See the atomic bomb. Great truth, the theory of relativity. Great truth. But when it comes out from unenlightened mind, it always leads to destruction. Important thing. I was just reading a statistics report in a magazine. They say all the governments, all the countries in the world have got enough of atomic weapons which can burn planet Earth 700 times. Not once or twice. Once burning the planet Earth is enough. The atomic weapons they have stored, they have piled, can destroy planet Earth 700 times. Any single person with sadistic attitude, if he goes and sits in the seat or if he gets the power, the whole humanity is in danger. We have everything ready. Just somebody has to come and press the button. He should be mad enough, should be sadistic enough to press the button. The global suicide will happen. So much of atomic weapons are piled. See, it's a great truth. The theory of relativity is such a great truth. But expressed from unenlightened mind. So naturally it leads to destruction. Deed or word by themselves don't do good or bad. It does good or bad based on the consciousness from which it emits. Based on the consciousness from which it expresses. Only after the experience you feel the gratitude. It's your solid experience that every living being is God. You start radiating love. Your very being becomes love. Krishna starts the Bhakti Yoga after Visurupa Darshana Yoga. After that experience, he starts Bhakti Yoga. Arjuna Uvacha Evam Sadata Yukta Ye Bhaktas Pam Pariyubasade Esapyaksharam Avyaktam Tesham Ke Yoga Vittama. See, the whole trend in which Arjuna speaks is totally different now. The very trend, very way is different. He says, which are considered to be the more perfect? Those who are always properly engaged in your bhakti, are those who worship in those who merge in the Brahman, the unmanifested. Please be clear. Here, he is not asking for himself. It is from here the trend starts like a simple discussion. It's more like a trying to record the truth, trying to put the whole thing in record for future generation. The questions from here is neither doubt nor enquiries. Just he tries to put the whole thing in the form of writing so that it will be useful for the next generation. A simple understandings. Yes, who is established in you totally, whether a person who is devotee or person who is enlightened. Two things. The religious people or so-called religious people always confuse this sloka, giving the meaning of Arjuna is asking whether worshipping the form or formless, which is right one. But I tell you that is not the way Arjuna is asking. If you see the answer of Krishna, you can understand that is not the way Arjuna is asking. Arjuna is asking, is it good to be established in the same consciousness or to express the love and gratitude which is created by the conscious experience to the whole universe, to every being. See, when you get that spiritual experience, some people stay in that same experience inside, that's all. With closed eyes only they can see God. He is asking, that type of person is great, or a person who opens his eyes and sees God in every being, he is great. Please understand, he is not asking whether worshipping the form is great or worshipping the formless is great. No. But the so-called religious people have always given this meaning and created problem between Shankara and Ramanuja. It goes on and on and on. But if you see the answers, it is very clear. Arjuna is not asking this. He is asking, should I be established in that same experience or should I express the gratitude which is happening to me? Expressing the gratitude which happens because of the experience is bhakti. Having that experience and rejoicing, staying in that experience is jnana, that's all. But Krishna's answer is both are one and the same. Both are one and the same. And both are not two different things. How the first one leads to second one and the second one leads again back to first one. You see, you must have heard about the vicious circle. First one leads to second one and second one leads to the first one. And now I wanted to introduce a new word, virtuous circle. Vicious circle leads to low energy to a lower level of consciousness. Virtuous circle leads you to higher energy, higher level of consciousness. Bliss and devotion. Bliss and gratitude. Gratitude and bliss. These two are virtuous circle which leads you to the higher consciousness. Bliss means the experience, leads you to expression, gratitude, service. Again, the expression, the gratitude or service leads you to bliss. One leads to other, the other leads to first. So it is called virtuous circle. Usually we are caught in the vicious circle. Fear leads to greed, greed leads to fear. Fear leads to more greed, fear leads to more greed, and more greed leads to more fear leads to more and more greed, and more greed leads to more and more fear. This is vicious circle. And here Krishna introduces virtuous circle. Virtuous circle is what he calls dharma. Dharma means virtuous circle, which leads you to higher and higher consciousness, which leads you to higher and higher level of experiences. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Maya Vesya Manoye Mam Nitya Yukta Upasade Shraddhaya Parayo Veda Deme Yukta Tamamada Maya Vesya Manoye Mam Nitya Yukta Upasade Shraddhaya Parayo Veda Deme Yukta Tamamada. Bhagavan says, those who fix, those who are established in the consciousness which expresses the gratitude, bhakti, are always engaged in me. And the transcendental faith means the experience which they undergo at the time of cosmic experience, both are ultimate. Of course, there are so many people who translate this text. Now I have to tell an important thing. Sanskrit is such a beautiful language. You can make any meaning out of any word. That is why so many thousands of commentaries on Gita is possible. But still Gita is new. No other book is commented by so many masters like Gita. But still Gita is new. Each one tries to give their own meaning. Again and again I insist. A person who is not experienced, if he starts speaking, naturally he will be in trouble, and he will be creating trouble to others. How blind leading blind leads both of them to trouble. Same way, a person without experience, when he translates or starts, he automatically does something called text torturing. Understand this small example. Here I am putting some diagram and explaining to you. After few days, you are presenting only audio CD to one of your friend who has not attended the lecture. How much he can grasp? He cannot. Because so many things are there in the diagram. I am explaining through a picture. If you are here seeing and listening, you will be able to, even then it is very difficult to grasp the truth, to understand it as it is. And if you are just giving an audio CD to some friend who has not come, who has not attended the program, how much you will be able to understand? Same way, and if he tries to understand and he wants to give a lecture on this subject to somebody else, how much it will be original? Same way, person who has not seen, just got the audio recording, only the book. Bhagavad Gita is just audio recording. Transcription of audio recording. It is not even audio recording. If you just hear audio recording, at least you can understand few more things by the voice modulation. Here even voice modulation is not there. It's a transcription of audio recording. How much can you translate or interpret? That's the reason Vivekananda again and again emphasizes, don't read or listen anything which is expressed by a person who has not personally experienced. First thing he says, first thing, don't bother what he is speaking, bother first about who is speaking. He emphasizes on the personal experience. Here Bhagavan says, Maya Veshya Mano Emam Nitya Yukta Vasade Shraddhaya Parayo Veda Deme Yukta Tamamata. Those who express their experience as devotion, see that word upasate, upasana. The word upasana can be translated in many ways. When you see the divine in everybody, whatever you do is upasana. When you see the divine in everybody, whatever you do is upasana. Please be very clear. When you don't see the divine in everybody, you can't see divine in any statue or in any master. First be very clear. If you don't see divine in living beings, you can't see divine in a God or in a Guru. Somebody goes to Ramanuja. Ramanuja is a great master. But for Ramanuja, South India would have lost the whole spirituality. Shankara went and settled in North. Even though he is born and brought up in South, he spent most of his time in North. It is because of Ramanuja, the devotion and the spirituality thrived in South India. Till the end, Ramanuja stayed in South India. Not only that, Shankara lived only 32 years, but Ramanuja lived for a long time. He lived in the planet Earth for a long time and he inspired thousands of people. Ramanuja inspired thousands of people in the path of spirituality and meditation. One young man goes to Ramanuja and asks, Bhagavan, please tell me how to achieve bhakti, how to achieve God, how to achieve the devotion. Ramanuja says, have you loved anybody in your life? This man was shaken. He said, I am a pure brahmachari. How can you ask me this question? I came to you to learn about God, but you are asking this question. Ramanuja says, first go and love somebody. See how you feel when you love somebody. Then come back, I will teach you about God. I will teach you about bhakti. Understand? The man was, of course, naturally taken aback. He is not able to understand what Ramanuja says. Unless you love the person whom you are seeing, how you will be able to love the person whom you have never seen? If you can't love human beings whom you are seeing every day, how can you love the form of God or God whom you have never seen? What he says is true. What he says is true. We also should understand, unless you start radiating love, in the space where you are staying, you can't love the whole world. Again and again I tell people, loving the whole world is very easy, but loving your wife is very difficult. Loving the whole world is easy because you don't have to do anything. Just say, I love whole world, I love whole world. But when you love your wife, you have to change your attitude. You have to change your mind. You have to change your words. You have to do something. You have to do something. Being established in the consciousness or expressing it towards the universe, both are one and the same. And only one more thing, when a person is merged, when a person is established, automatically he will radiate. Automatically he will radiate. Please be very clear. If the love is not happening, if the expression is not happening, be very clear, the person has not experienced. When a real experience happens, it automatically expresses. Experience is not something you can possess and keep it in your cupboard. No. Experience will possess you and it will sing through you. Somebody asked a Zen master, will enlightened man speak? Master says, no. Enlightened man will never speak. Only a person who don't know will speak. Then he asks, then enlightened master will keep quiet? Master says, no. An enlightened man can never keep quiet. If he keeps quiet, be very clear, he don't know. He is not enlightened. Disciple was puzzled. He was taken aback. You say neither he will speak, nor he will keep quiet. What he will do? Master replies, he will sing. His very being will sing. He will neither speak nor keep quiet. His very being will sing. Because you can't possess experience. Experience will possess you. When experience possesses you, whatever you do will be a song. Any word which comes out of you will be a song. Your very walking will be a dance. Your very body language will radiate a grace. All your expressions will be a service. Great service to the humanity. He says beautifully, enlightened man never keeps quiet or he never talks. He just sings. That is why Gita is given in the form of song. Gita is not prose, it is song. The great truths can never be expressed in logic. It can be expressed only through poems. He says, Krishna says, who is established in the consciousness is great. But the person who expresses, who shares, who automatically radiates will be much greater than who is established. But the truth is, if a man is established, he will radiate. He will radiate. Let me tell you a small story from a great devotee, Bhakta, who lived in Varanasi. He's a great Bhakta of Krishna. He had a small Bhagavad Gita book. Every day morning, he will take bath in Ganga, recite the Krishna's message, Bhagavad Gita, with all his devotion. Whole day he will be sitting and meditating on Krishna. He is continuously in the ecstasy of Krishna. He is just radiating Krishna Bhakti. Of course, you can see this type of souls only in India. People who can just sit and be in ecstasy. Society will never disturb them. Society takes care of them. In any other country, you will be called as homeless, put in the shelter, disrespected. That culture is so beautiful. And even if you sit, if you are in ecstasy, you are respected, you are worshipped. And this person, he is in ecstasy, always singing Krishna's name in the Krishna Dhyana, the Leela Dhyana, in the Krishna Smarana. He is lost. One day, a beggar comes to him and asks, "Oh Swami, please give me something. For last 3 days I have not taken food." Now big difficulty. Because he himself is a beggar. And he has got only one property with him, that Krishna, the Gita book, that's all. Nothing else is his property. He has nothing. And he is always in ecstasy. If somebody gives, he eats. Otherwise he is singing the Krishna's name. His only property is that book, the Gita book. And this guy comes and asks, "I have not taken food for last 3 days, please give me something." He feels very bad and he looks this side and that side, nothing is there. Only one thing is there, that is Bhagavad Gita, which is preserved or worshipped for last so many years. That's the only property that is almost like a god for him. That's everything for him. Nothing else is his property. Suddenly, he gathers courage and takes that book. Tells that beggar, "You see, I have nothing. To tell you honestly, I have only this book. But I can tell you one thing. If you go inside the city and tell this book is my property and auction it, surely people will buy. There are so many people who respect me. Some way they feel devoted to me. So Krishna's blessing is there. Just go to the market and auction this book. Say that this book is my book. Surely people will buy, giving money, and take that money and eat and fulfill yourself. Be happy." And gives that book. Beggar just takes the book and goes away. Next day morning, when he is supposed to chant the Gita, he says, "Oh Krishna, I have given away your words to keep your word."
The love is here very live. Understand? Only the person who has that experience, that spiritual experience, or even the glimpse of that super consciousness, only that person actually knows or start radiating love. Rest, what we think as our idea of love, it's not love, it's just attention seeking. Because from that space only the love radiates. So only when we start having that glimpse, we actually start radiating love. From that space, the love radiates. So today, the whole day is going to be on the experiencing that love, experiencing that bliss within us. So stay tuned. We'll be having so many sessions. Swamiji himself will be revealing the truth about that true love, the relationship, and whatever relationship we have in our life, whether it is mother, father, friends, sisters, or any other relationship, even how to handle those relationships. So now we'll be entering into a detox. Yes. So today the detox is herbal tea, detox with the herbal tea. So as we have already gone through few other detox through these glimpses, now we are entering into another detox with the herbal tea. So ideally late in the evening after 2 hours of meal, when your stomach is little empty, you should serve the herbal tea, which is served hot. And preparation, how to prepare, is quite simple. Most of us know. So just take, probably it will take 5 minutes of time. And serving size for one person, 1 cup. So this is from Ayurveda. Bring any combination of Siddha herbs, herbal leaves, which is Adimadram, Karal Sangini, which is false daisy, Ponang, and mango leaves, Karpavali, mango leaves, or even you can take Tulsi leaves with 1 glass of water. Filter and serve with honey or organic jaggery to sweeten the taste. And finally, add few drops of 6 lemon juice. And diabetic patient, please avoid jaggery or any other artificial sweetener.
So we'll display this this recipe for everyone to just take a moment and write down. So these are all the different herbs that you can use for this herbal tea, which is going to display. So just take a moment and write these down. So get a pen and paper and write this down for yourselves to reference. Yes. And Ma Eve says, I've never heard of those herbs except non-colleagues. Yes, Ma. So these are the names in Tamil itself. So you'll need to find the equivalent name in English, in Mandarin, whichever you want to find. So put in the Wikipedia or wherever the Tamil name and ask what is the equivalent to that. So we've given one of them, which is licorice. But so licorice is more, it's more, so that's just one more, that is Adimaduram, so that's licorice. But the others are, there's one that's false daisy, if you saw, and the other ones, Ponangani, Karpulavali. Those are very much the Tamil words, Tamil name for these herbs. So you'll have to write it down and identify what is the equivalent name for yourself. All right. So next we'll move into an internalization exercise.
So as Swamiji was revealing, only a person who has that ultimate experience of every being as a part of cosmic consciousness can radiate love. Understand? Only when that person who has that experience, really that everybody, or not only everybody, everything is part of his own. Just like how these fingers are very much part of you. These fingers are part of you. Anything that happens to a little finger, you rush towards it. What's happened? How to fix it? How to, you don't have compassion for it. It's just very much part of you. In the same way, when you experience that cosmic consciousness, everything is actually part of you, you simply start radiating love. Whether it is good or bad, it is not decided by doing, it is decided by being. And as Swamiji was revealing, I was introducing the new word, virtuous cycle. So dharma is the virtuous cycle, which leads you to the higher and higher consciousness, which leads you to higher and higher level of experiences.
So now we are going to enter into a meditation. So it is a meditation to feel the love overflowing in you. So requesting everyone, let us sit down comfortably and just close your eyes. So find a place where you can sit down comfortably and close your eyes. So we're going to enter into a meditation to feel the love overflowing in you. So once you have closed your eyes, bring your focus, your awareness to your heart region, just in the middle of your chest. So bring your focus, your awareness, concentrate on your heart region. Exclude everything else. Focus only on the heart. Visualize your heart as an endless reservoir from where blessings can flow. Feel every heartbeat deeply. Feel every heartbeat deeply. Let every heartbeat resound throughout your entire body.
Between the heartbeat, feel the energy of love happening. In the deepest part of your body, mind, and soul, the love energy is waiting to be acknowledged. Invite the love energy of the heart to flow and fill the deepest parts of your body, mind, and soul. So let's be in that space and let's enter into this meditation. Feel the love overflowing in you.
every heartbeat. Feel the energy of love happening in the deepest parts of your body, mind, and soul. Feel the love energy as it is waiting to be acknowledged. And invite the love energy of the heart to flow and fill these deepest parts of your body, mind, and soul.
between the heart. Feel the energy of love happening in the deepest part of your body, mind, and soul. The love energy is waiting to be acknowledged. Invite the love energy of the heart to flow and fill the deepest part of your body, mind, and soul.
Yes, you can relax now. Slowly open your eyes and continue to be in this same state of overflowing love. Just take a few moments and just have a look inside, see how you feel, observe how you feel. Just bring awareness to yourself, your being. And you can share with us as well. You can share your experience, you can share how you feel of this wonderful overflowing love meditation. Meanwhile, we're also joined by Ma Yu Ching Tang, Ma Yana Guru Prasadam, Nityan Lama. Welcome. Good to have you with us.
Welcome. Ma and Vision shares warm, power, deep peace. Beautiful. Beautiful sharing.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yes. Also,
Yes, we have Mai that shares, when I focus on my heartbeat, I feel gratitude for my body and heart, which they support so much for me. Yes, thank you for sharing that. Beautiful sharing. And understand it's important to have gratitude for both your body and your heart, understanding that you are not your body, so you are a spiritual being having a human experience, but you have the body. You are using this body. You are using this body to get to the superconscious breakthrough that we have taken this birth for. So let us all have gratitude for our body, for our heart, for doing everything they are doing, for keeping us alive, for letting us experience this reality, this world, and giving us a chance to reach this superconscious breakthrough.
and with this meditation, you open up your Anahata Chakra, the heart center, from where the love starts radiating. You're simply filled with love when the Anahata Chakra opens up. So maintain that space as we move on with the power manifestation. And now we'll be manifesting the power of clairvoyance. So before entering in the power itself, we'll be entering into the Sas Pramana for manifesting the power of clairvoyance. So this verse is taken from Shiv Samhita, chapter 5, verse 86. And the verse goes as Jnanam cha pratimam tasya trikala vishayam bhavet dura shruti dura dishtihi swechaya khagatam rajet. Bhagwan Paramashiva says, he gets immeasurable experiential knowledge, knows the past, present, and future time, has Dura Shruti, power to listen to anything at far off distance. Dura Drishti, power to have direct vision of anything at great distance, anywhere. Khagatam, power to walk, move in air by own will, like a khaga, a flying bird. An ability to speak on any unknown object, the power of omniscience. So with this, we'll be entering into the power of clairvoyance. So let's get ready. So we, the Acharyas, will be having an image in front of us. And through the power of Duradrishti, you'll be manifesting and seeing, scanning the image that Acharyas will be having in front of us. So we'll not be displaying the image. The image will be in our screen. We'll be looking at the screen, and you will be manifesting the power of seeing every single detail of the page, of the image, with the power of clairvoyance. So let's get ready. Sit with your head, neck, spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. If you have eye band, please cover your eye band. Please cover your eyes with the eye band. Sit with that deep, restful awareness, a deep silence. Having that intense declaration to be in oneness with Swamiji, with Paramashivoham. And start connecting with Swamiji. Start visualize Swamiji in your Anand Gandha, and remember that he is very much alive. He is very much available to us. To connect with Swamiji. Now gently bring your awareness to third eye, and through your third eye gaze at Swamiji's third eye. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Keep chanting the Mahavakya. Keep your eyes closed. And with this, let's enter into the sound of our manifestation. The image is now on Acharya's screen. Let's begin this manifestation.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes. Slowly. You can open your eyes. Just relax. And let's take a moment and let's share the details of the image that we had on our screen, and you'll be sharing every single detail that was revealed to you. So let's go ahead, and there's an interesting power manifestation. So let's go ahead and let's share. Well, we already have Ma Eve, who shares animal, rabbit or snake on ground. Thank you, Ma, for sharing. Well, Ma Dhyana Guru Prasad shared, I was just reflecting on the imperfections in my marriage when I received this meditation of love. I felt Swamiji's infinite compassion. He is everywhere and always caring for me. I am deeply grateful to my master. Swamiji, Beautiful. Beautiful sharing, Ma.
Thank you very much for sharing that. So, Ma, you shared animal, rabbit, or snake on grass.
Also, we're joined by Ma Fan Yan Ping. Yes, Nityananda, Ma.
Nityananda.
We also have Ma Zing Jing Yang. Nityananda.
Shin Yang, yes, Nityananda.
Just waiting for a few moments as we receive other sharings. Then we'll project the image that we had on our screen.
It's going to give a few moments more once I want to share the revelations. So we have Ma Shang Yun that shares left tree, flowers, right dark, below light water. Yes, thank you very much for sharing, Ma.
All right. So let's reveal the image. Yes. So this is the image that we had on our screen. So as you can see, looks like some small restaurant, small maybe a cafe. You can see the tables, chairs, the bulbs, light bulbs on the top. Probably it's a daytime, and there are some symbols, some written text, some photo frame. In terms of color, it's just filled with the colors: red, yellow, white, blue, pink, and dark with the black. So many other colors are there. So yes, this is the image that we had. So animal, rabbit, or snake on the glass. Well, we have the symbol of animal. Actually, you can say as a chicken, probably, and you can say so. This is definitely in terms of the animals on the grass. Well, we have just outside the window. If you look at, we have the tree branch or the leaves, which is just on the top from the glass is quite visible. Yes.
So I think we can see
Yes, we
some
have
flowers.
on the table.
I think we can see some flowers as well. Yes. On the right is dark. So on the right we can see the perhaps a wooden structure, something that's just in a way it could even be a door. It looks a little bit darker. Yes. Below light and water. So we can see, of course, in the middle, we have the light bulbs. So the light is very much there. And also we have glasses of water right underneath the on the tables themselves. So very much spot on, Ma. Well done. Congratulations.
It's actually whatever you shared is actually very true. Left tree I mentioned is exactly left tree. Flowers we have on the tables, you can see, and the light is very much, and the water. Yes, thank you for sharing, my spot on.
Yes, beautiful, Ma. Well done.
All right. So with this, we'll be now moving on with the next revelation by Swamiji. And as we enter into the next revelation, which is going to be understanding that every being is unique. As Swamiji shared that when you realize that each one of us are unique, we start to look in. And when we think everybody is equal, we try to make everybody equal outside, which does not happen. When we realize each one of us are unique, we'll start to look in. to look into our blueprint. So we'll be having much deeper revelation by Swamiji himself as he reveals on this great truth. So please come to the space of listening and let's begin.
And he says one more important thing, heat and cold. Heat and cold. Try this also. Beautiful experiment. I don't know whether you'll be able to believe or not. I have seen people living in Himalaya in snow with just 2 pieces of dress. Let me tell very clearly. I lived in Himalayas. I used to sleep on the snow with the same dress. I have lived. Very difficult to believe. But all you need to do is stop resisting, that's all. It is very difficult to believe, but you can do. Just don't create idea. The moment you feel the cool breeze, don't create an idea, cold, I may catch cold, I may have wheezing, I may have sinus, I may have asthma. Don't create big terms. And the big problem is you learnt all nonsensical words. We know all the words, all negative words. More words you know about diseases, more the possibility of creating the disease in you. Because whenever you repeat something, you create that quality in you. Please be very clear. A simple experiment now you can do. You just sit with closed eyes and repeat 10 times. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. You will have peace inside you. Only thing, your wife's name should not be Shanti. You just repeat that word, Shanti, for 10 minutes and 10 times. You will start experiencing that quality in you. That quality will start happening in you. If you repeat the names of diseases, please be very clear, you will start creating the same diseases in you. There's a recent research, beautiful research. I went to the API convention, the American Association of Physicians of Indian Origin. They gave me a big, their research work, beautiful book. I read few researches. One research says, the medical college, they did this research, medical colleges. If a particular disease, if the lessons are going on about the particular disease, for example, knee pain, more than 40% of the students get that pain. I don't know how you will understand this. More than 40%. Because continuously you are thinking about the symptom. And one more big problem. Whenever you hear any disease, any symptom, first thing you will do is you will compare with yourself. Do I have that? You will compare with yourself. You will see, do you have that symptom? Continuously, because they are meditating on that symptom, 40% of the students express the same symptoms in their life. If the lesson goes to the next disease, they express that symptoms. Whatever you think, you express. If you are continuously thinking the wrong things, your senses will be created in the same way. Only one thing you need to do, just work on the mind. Just liberate the mind. Just purify the mind. Your whole system will be purified. Your whole senses will be reconstructed. Krishna gives a beautiful technique also to work on the mind. To work on the mind. Krishna says one more thing. Honor and dishonor will also be the same. This is very difficult. Cold and heat can be the same. You can even accept that. But honor and dishonor, very difficult. And it is simply impossible. One word is enough to make us mad. One word, single word thrown on us is enough to make us mad. Because somebody asked me actually, Swamiji, why do we bother so much about others' opinion? You bother about others' opinion so much because you don't know about yourself. You know about yourself only through others' words, others' opinions. You understand about yourself only from others. If everybody says you are beautiful, you get that record. You get that certificate. If everybody says you are intelligent, you get that certificate. If everybody says you are great, you get that certificate. If everybody says you are very smart, you get that certificate. Collecting all these certificates, with those certificates you build your personality. In our Life Bliss program, the first session is about this. The first session, why we get depressed. Why again and again we fall into the low energy? Because the energy source for you is other certificates. You don't have self-respect. You respect yourself only based on others' opinions. If others' opinions about you is good, you think you are great. If others' opinions about you is not good, immediately you fall. Have you seen the kids playing? They will build castles with playing cards. Same way, you build castles with other certificates. Your personality is nothing but a castle built with other certificates. If one card is removed in the castle, what will happen to the castle? It just tumbles down. Same way, if a single person takes away his certificate, what happens to your personality? Just collapse. Again and again you fall into the depression. Please be very clear. Whenever you fall into the depression, either somebody would have taken their certificate or you are afraid that somebody may take away their certificate. That's all. Scan it. You will realize either somebody would have taken away their certificate or you are afraid that they may take away their certificate. We have no self-respect. Christ says, Jesus says, love thy neighbor as you love thyself. That is why so much of war. Because you don't love yourself. That is why so much of hatred. Jesus says, love thy neighbor as you love thyself. You don't love yourself. We don't have self-respect. We know about ourselves only based on others' opinions. We build our personality only by others' opinions. That is why we care so much for others' opinions. The first session of Life Bliss is this session. First thing I tell people is, if you want to live, learn how to live, how to stand on your own foot, how to be with yourself. As of now, our source of energy is others' opinions. If somebody comes and tells you, you are really great, you will try your best to say,
No, I am not. But inside what happens? See very clearly. Inside, what happens? Inside the mind is telling, tell little more. But outside you feel very shy. But inside mind says, no, little more. Okay. Continuously, we are fueled by others' opinion and we work to get others' opinion. Meditate on this one statement. This is the sutra. This is the great sutra which can liberate you. Don't worry about others' opinions. Don't worry what others are thinking about you because they are worrying about what you are thinking about them. They are worrying, thinking what you are thinking about them. Don't worry about others' opinions because they are worrying about your opinions about them. Meditate on this one statement. It will completely liberate you from this problem of honor and dishonor. You will be liberated from the honor and dishonor. Look into your life. Whomsoever is standing in your consciousness, about whoever's opinion you are worrying, all of them are bothered about your opinions. Be very clear. If you are bothered about somebody's opinion, directly or indirectly, he is also bothered about your opinion. It is just give and take game. It is just give and take game. Don't bother about anybody's opinion because they are bothering about your opinions. The next sloka, Krishna says, a person whose mind is contented because of the spiritual knowledge, who has subdued his senses, and to whom stone and gold are same, and who is satisfied with what he is having, is said to be established in self-realization and is called enlightened being. First, we should understand why Krishna is speaking all these qualities of the Master. Why he is explaining all these qualities? These qualities are techniques. If you practice them, you will reach the same state. The other day I was telling, enlightened man's words are mantras, and his life is tantra, technique, and his form is yantra, to be meditated upon. His actions, if it is replicated in your life, it will create the same quality of consciousness in your being. For example, if you listen to the music which comes from heart, the traditional music, Indian music, Carnatic Sangeeta, Carnatic music and all those things, you will have the same experience. If you listen to the music which comes from Mooladhara, which comes from sex, you will have that same mood. If you meditate on some expression, you will have the same experience. Experience leads to expression. Expression leads to experience. That's a beautiful story. This again a research report. Now it has become very popular. Art therapy. You have heard about it.
I don't know whether you heard about it or not. Art therapy. All these mad people are asked to paint. They are given canvas cloth and the paint. And you know how they will paint. Because there are a lot of mad people who are painting. And they just roll on that cloth and do whatever they want. But some surprising thing, if they are every day asked to paint, within 6 months they come out of the madness. Because the catharsis happens. They throw everything out. When catharsis happens, naturally they get healed. And the next step is beautiful thing. There was a doctor who was doing research on this art therapy. He says people who became mad because of money, they all paint and draw in the same way. People who became mad because of women, they all paint and draw in a very same way. People who became mad because of name and fame, they all paint in the same way. There are so many reasons why you can become mad. One more small story. One guy went to the mental hospital just to see what is happening. The doctor took him to show around. The first room, he saw one person. All over his room, he has written the name Lata, 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 Lata in blood. And he is sitting and chanting the word Lata, 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 Lata. The person asked what happened to him. Doctor said he wanted to marry Lata. He was not able to marry. He has become mad. That is why he is continuously repeating her name, and he is here. He goes around, he shows different kind of people. One person is just swimming on the floor. Another one is hanging in the ceiling. Another one is walking just with his hands. He sees all kinds of people. In the end, he comes back. In another one room, again, one more person is sitting and chanting Lata, 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 Lata. In his room, all over the word Lata, Lata, Lata is written. This guy asked, what happened to him? He also wants to marry the same Lata. Doctor said, no, he married. He married the same Lata. There are so many reasons why you can become mad. People who become mad because of money, they all paint in the same way. People who become mad because of women, they all paint in the same way. Because what is there that comes out? They catharsis, they throw away things, what is there inside their unconsciousness. Third thing, which you should understand, important thing, the doctor who was doing research on all these things, he became mad. Three things we need to understand. First, experience only comes out as expression. Second thing, the quality of experience and the quality of expression, both are very closely related, associated. Third thing, very important thing, if you concentrate on the expression, you will reach experience. Here, again and again, Krishna is speaking how an enlightened man lives, the quality of an enlightened person, so that you will meditate on these ideas, so that you will start imbibing these ideas in your life, so that you will reach the consciousness of an enlightenment, so that you will reach the consciousness of an enlightened man. When you contemplate on these ideas, naturally you will start expressing it. It will sink in your being. Again and again he says, Vijitendriya, whole chapter is just about the senses. If you can understand this one drawing and understand where the problem is, how to heal the problem, Krishna gives a beautiful technique. He gives a beautiful method how to go beyond and how to solve the problem. Now all we need to know is understand the problem, where you are caught and where our problems are. Our whole trouble is in the mind, buddhi and ego. Beyond ego, here is our being, Atman. Just the presence of the Atman or the light of the Atman only radiates and makes your ego work. It is no Atman. Just by the presence of the Atman, the ego works. The whole trouble is here, where you identify yourself, where you start thinking, what is there for me? How I am related? How I am going to gain from this? And how I am going to lose? Here is where the whole trouble starts. If somehow this is erased, this is removed from this system, the Atman directly starts radiating its energy, its stages through your senses. That is why the enlightened people will have sharp senses. Their senses are not contaminated. Whether their vision or their hearing will be sharp and deep, because it is not corrupted by buddhi and ego. They have not lost their sensitivity. Please be very clear. Only a man whose being is clear, he will have pure senses. His senses will be sharp and alive. A man who continuously uses his senses, who uses his senses too much, he abuses it. He will not have the energy or stages in his senses. Man who has used and abused his senses, first thing which will happen to him is he will lose the smell. The smell will be lost. If you have lost smell, please be very clear. Immediately you need emergency treatment. You need to get admitted in ICU of spirituality. You immediately need meditation. Meditation is basic need for you. Again, Krishna comes out in the next sloka. Suhrun mitra yudasinam adat adayastat veshtya bandhushu sadhushva vichapaveshu samabuddhir visishyate. Suhrun mitra udasina madhyas tatvesh yubapandhushu sadhushva vichapaveshu samabuddhir visishyate. Person is considered still further advanced when he regards honest well-wishers, affectionate benefactors, the neutral mediators, the envious, the friends and enemies, the pious and the sinners, with all with an equal mind. This happens really when you become enlightened. When you become enlightened, there is nothing to be achieved. There is nothing to be gained. Automatically, your being starts respecting everybody. Please be very clear. Here they use the word equal, but the exact translation should be unique. You will not treat everybody equal. You will respect everybody as unique beings.
Treating equal is different. Treating them as unique is different. You understand everybody's uniqueness and respect. Treating everybody equal is different. Sometimes when we say the word treat everybody equally, we start disrespecting everybody. We think that is the way I do. Let me disrespect everybody. Instead of raising others, we come down. Somebody asked Ramakrishna. Ramakrishna is such a humble soul. Anybody comes to see him, he will first do the namaskar. He will only first do the namaskar. Before they start, he will do the namaskar. They ask, why do you do namaskar? One egoistic guy, one egoistic pandit, education and ego, and especially spiritual education. Man who has read all the scriptures and not become enlightened, he will be the being, or I can say, he is the person who is already in hell. He is already in hell because he will have so much of ego. He knows the tricks of the trade. He knows the tricks of the trade, but he doesn't have investment or capital to do the business. He knows the tricks of the trade, but he doesn't have capital to do the business or courage to do the business. He will be a difficult person. One Pandit came to meet him. Like this, one Pandit who is well read, but who is not enlightened. He comes to see him. He bows down. Ramakrishna, as usual, he pays his respect. The Pandit says, after all, he is younger than me. He can do namaskar. He can bow down to me. His ego. And Ramakrishna says, by doing namaskar, I try to bring him to my level. But accepting it in an egoistic way, he tries to bring me to his level. The Pandit is trying to bring Ramakrishna to his level. Ramakrishna is trying to bring him to his level. So be very clear. When we treat equally, we may bring people to our level. Let us not do that. Treat everybody uniquely. Understand every being is unique. There is no equality. Here we need to understand every being is unique. When you understand every being is unique, you will start respecting every being. You will understand every being has its own unique place. We are all not same. We are all unique. God is the artist. That is why He carved each one of us. He painted each one of us. He is not engineer. If he is an engineer, he would have just ordered 10,000 piece Mr. India, 1 million Miss Universe, 1 million Miss Universe he would have produced. All of us will be looking same. He is not an engineer to do mass production. He is the artist. He paints every one of us. He carves every one of us. That is why we are all so unique. All of us are so unique because God is a painter. When you understand each one of us are unique, everybody is unique, you will start respecting every being. One more important thing you need to understand. Even your enemy is needed for your life. You would have learned thousands of things from your enemy. Without enemy, you wouldn't have achieved what you have achieved. Even enemy contributes to your life. Please be very clear. When you are in depression, if you remember the enemy, you will come out. And you will start the fight again. Even your enemy contributes to your life. You don't know what all the ways people to contribute to your life. There was a great sannyasi.
very famous sannyasi, and highly respected all over the world. Suddenly one day, his close disciple somehow finds an important secret about him. In his room, he has got his ex-wife's photograph. Ex-wife's photograph. This guy somehow sees that and he asks, Master, I thought you were such a great person. I never expected this from you. Why? Why still you are having a photograph in your room? He says, whenever I wanted to leave the sannyas, I just see her photograph. Whenever I wanted to drop sannyas life, I just see her photograph. Immediately, I get my vairagya. So you don't know who are all serving, what all purposes. So be very clear, even your enemy may be playing a role in your being, in your personality, in your growth. You can't say somebody is needed in your life and somebody is not necessary. So just like your friends, your enemy also will be maybe playing a role. When you understand each and every being is unique, you will see everybody with the same mind or in the same way. One more word here, Krishna says, the pious and the sinners. Please be very clear, there is no such thing as sin except calling human beings as sinner. There is no other sin on the planet Earth. There is no such thing as sin. Let me tell you a small story. One monk, sannyas, he was sitting in a forest and meditating. He had a small ashram hut. One night, one man came to the hut and begged, Swami, can you give me little food? Can you allow me to stay here till tomorrow morning? He said, why not? Please come. He gave food and shelter. Next day morning, the man is about to leave. Swami asked, who are you? This guy said, I am a thief. Just yesterday night, I robbed the palace. I tried to escape from the police. I came here and you gave me food and shelter. I thank you. He went away. Immediately, this monk started weeping. Oh God, how big sin I committed. I gave food and shelter for a thief. He started weeping. Please, oh God, save me from this sin. In few minutes, he heard booming voice from the heaven. That voice is also weeping, crying. Monk asked, oh God, why are you weeping? God says, you gave food and shelter for him. One day you are weeping. You committed a sin. I give food and shelter for him 365 days. Where will I go and wash? Where will I go and wash my sins? Be very clear. God accepts everybody as we are. The idea of sin and merit is created by the people who created the society. People who created the society. Immediately next question will rise. Then can we do whatever we want, Swamiji? Man who understands will never disturb others. Man who understands the spiritual science will never disturb others. Again and again I tell people, your sin or merit should not be based on fear or greed. If it is just based on heaven or hell, I don't think we have become matured people, matured beings. Our sin or merit should be out of our understanding, not out of heaven or hell. Be very clear. Don't live a disciplined life thinking of heaven or hell. Let the discipline happen to you as an understanding. As an understanding. If you are afraid of cop and following the speed rules, whenever you don't see any light, what do you do? Small temptation. Why not raise little bit? And especially in LA, when traffic is not there, we always try at least few miles. There is a great mile. People who drive me. These guys, I always shout at them, hey, what is this? The board says 65, you are going in 80. No, that's 10 mile grace miles. Grace mile. Always you try, actually, putting 1 foot away. That is not a taste. Trying to escape from the rule has got its own taste. Especially when something is forbidden, it becomes really tasty. The forbidden fruit is always tasty. I don't think Adam would have eaten that fruit unless the God is forbidding that fruit. He ate just because God has said don't eat. He was living in that garden for how many years we don't know. He has not taken a single fruit. He has not tasted a single fruit. He was living happily. It's actually God who tempted, not the snake. The story is wrong. The story says God said don't eat and snake tempted. But God tempted by making the rule don't eat. Whenever you listen a rule, automatically you try to go beyond. You try to escape. Let your morality be not based on fear and greed. That is why in Patanjali, there is a beautiful word, yama. Yama means discipline. If you understand your life is going to end in death, if you understand that death is the result of your life, if your consciousness imbibes, starts thinking, meditating about death, automatically you will be disciplined. If you start meditating on death, you will completely restructure your whole thinking system on life. Your whole life will be restructured. If you start thinking about yama, yama will happen in your life. For both discipline and death, for both we use the same word in Sanskrit. Yama and yama. Both same spelling, same word. If you imbibe, if you understand that death is going to happen to you, automatically you will imbibe discipline in your life. Discipline happens to you when you realize that death, when you realize the life is going to end. Let your discipline happen, let your morality happen only out of understanding of death, not out of fear or greed.
So a very powerful revelation by Swamiji, especially on death, when you realize that it's just another happening. You will not have the fear, you will not have any greed. Understand each being is unique. And there's sloka which is given by Lord Shri Krishna, and then we'll do the meditation technique to go beyond the mind, to awaken your senses. And the verse goes as Suchau deshe pratisthapya hiram asanam atmanaha natte uchritam noti chiram kolyaja kustaram. Translation of this verse goes as, to practice yoga, one should go to the secluded place and should lay kusha grass on the ground and then cover it with deer skin, a soft cloth, the seat which should neither be too high nor too low and should be situated in a sacred place.
And the verse further reveals that one should hold one's body, neck, and head erect in a straight line and stare steadily in the tip of the nose. And thus, with an unagitated, subdued mind, devoid of fear, completely free from sex life, one should meditate upon me, that is Bhagavan Krishna, that is ultimate supreme consciousness. So one should meditate upon him with the heart and make him the ultimate goal of life.
Understand few things to note here that you should go to secluded place. Question is why? See, whatever you say in the house, your phone may ring, the cell phone may ring, somebody may knock on the door, and some ad agency may call, some disturbance will be there. And because you are also engaged in so many activities, you'll be prone to attend to those things. When you are having the secluded place, it is to really just move you away from this disturbances, whatever disturbances you have. So the kusha, the deer screen, all those things are like the illusion, installation. So that the energy that is created by you will not be taken away by the earth. So kusha is basically the kusha grass or the grass or the deer skin are just for the installation. But now you don't need to bother about this because those are the times for early ages. But now what you can do is simply sit on the chair, which is a little raised from the ground. The seat should neither be too high nor too low, and it should be comfortable. That is all. So you don't need the kusha or the DSP.
So here Bhagavan Krishna has given the technique, and Swamiji, who is the embodiment of Krishna, he has updated this technique for us to practice. So it is quite simple. We need to keep our head, neck, spine in a straight line, and we should start meditating on the cosmic energy. Then bring your attention. You should fix your eyes on the tip of the nose. And if you look at the tip of the nose, at the same time, your awareness should settle down to the third eye. So whereas your eyes are going on the tip of the nose, your attention would be on the third eye. So eyes will be looking at the nose, attention will be on the third eye. It's a very simple technique. So the third eye, that is the Anga Chakra. So you should meditate on Bhagavan Krishna, on Swamiji, as the supreme goal. When he says me in the verses, Bhagavan Krishna, when he reveals me in the verses, he means your ultimate true nature, your ultimate self. If you like, you can meditate on the form of Bhagavan Krishna with the flute, with the peacock feather. And Swamiji has always guided us that we should go beyond the form and go into your being. So when you enter into the Anya Chakra, automatically you will go beyond the form and you will start meditating on the cosmic energy. But to start with, you can meditate on whichever form you connect with, of Swamiji, or Bhagavan Krishna, or Swamiji as Bhagavan Krishna, and you will be led to the meditating on cosmic energy.
So with these revelations about the meditation, now let's enter into the meditation. First step, sit with your eyes closed. So just sit with your head, neck, spine, and straight line. Understand when you sit with your head, neck, spine, and straight line, it facilitates the energy to move from the Muladhara to the Sahasrara Chakra. So upward movement of the energy. So sit with your head, neck, spine, and straight line. Close your eyes. And inhale and exhale as slowly as possible and as deeply as possible. slowly, in a very relaxed way, put your awareness in the Angya chakra, which is the area between your two eyebrows. Concentrate between the two eyebrows, the third eye, the Angya chakra. Put your awareness between the two eyebrows. So requesting everyone, please sit with your eyes closed and gently start inhaling and exhaling slowly as possible, as deep as possible, and bring your awareness on the Angya chakra. Remember and pray to that Shakti, the energy which came as Krishna, which is guiding us, which is helping us in our life. The energy which gave the Bhagavad Gita to us. Meditate on the pure light energy. If your mind wanders here and there, don't bother, don't worry. When you remember, bring it back again and relax in your Angya chakra, between your eyebrows. Don't concentrate, just be completely relaxed, in a very relaxed way. Be aware of the Angya chakra, space between the two eyebrows. So let's begin this first step. Keep your awareness between the two eyebrows. Inhale slowly and deeply as possible. Let's begin.
भगवता नारायणेन स्वयं व्यासेन प्रदिता पुराणमुनिनां मध्ये महाभारतम्। सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। वार्ताय प्रतिबोधितां भगवतां नारायणेन स्वयं व्यासेन ग्रथितां पुराणमुनिनां मध्ये महाभारतम् अद्वैतामृतवर्षिणीं भगवतीम् अष्टादशाध्यायिनीम् अम्ब त्वामनुसन्दधामि भगवद्गीते भवद्वेषिणीम्। वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम्। I welcome you all with my love and respect. You and me. This is a subject today. Daivasura Sambat Vibhaga Yoga. Krishna goes much further today to explain the deeper level samskaras, engraved memories. In the 14th chapter, he spoke about Gunatraya Vibhaga, the Sattva, Rajas and Tamas, 3 layers of Prana Sharira, Mana Sharira and Sukshma Sarira. The next, yesterday, he spoke extensively about causal body in the Purushottama Yoga, how Urdhvamula Madaschagam Asvattam Brahuravyayam, how the roots of the tree is centered, roots of the tree are in the physical world and the branches are in the causal world. That is why he says Urdhvamula Madaschagam Asvattam Brahuravyayam Chandamsi Yasya Varnani Yastam Vedasa Vedavid. The roots are, usually the roots of the tree will be in the ground, under the ground, unknown space, and the leaves will be in the known area, known space. But this tree is opposite. The leaves are in the unknown space, the causal layer, the underground area. The roots are in the known space, conscious space, the physical world. And he explains the leaves are the Vedas, means the words which you are using continuously in your being. And he further explained how to remove the engraved memories in the causal layer and how to program the causal layer towards bliss, towards eternal consciousness.
Now he goes one layer deeper, the cosmic layer. He speaks about the Daiva Asura Sampat, the qualities of divine and demon. Both, the beauty is both words have got same root. Of course, it is not accidental, because both qualities are rooted in the same energy. Just a simple decision. When you choose the word you become divine. When you choose the word me, you become demon. That's all. Same energy. Ramakrishna says beautifully, no energy can be destroyed. Your love can never be destroyed. It has to be turned. It has to be turned. There's one more beautiful example of Ramakrishna. He says, as long as the calf says aham, aham, the calf, as long as it says hum, hum, it has to work, suffer, and it will be beaten, all torture. Once it is killed, and out of that skin they will make a music instruments. When you beat that, it will start saying tumi, tumi, tum, tum. As long as it says aham, aham, it will have suffering. When it starts saying tum, tum, it will start singing the glory of divine. It will be used for divine purposes. Beautiful simile, beautiful example. Of course, I am not able to exactly translate in colloquial Bengali. He explains, as long as you have that idea, aham, aham, ami, ami, me, me, continuously, you will be demon for yourself and for others. The moment the cognitive shift happens in you, you will be a blessing for yourself and for others. Here, in the causal layer, you have all the engraved memories. All the engraved memories are stored. But in the deeper level, in the cosmic layer only, you decide. You decide, you are me. Let me explain it in a small diagram where we take that decision. How usually our mind receives the data and processes, and how the cognitive shift can happen in our being. By now I think all of you know the drawing. Just for the sake of newcomers, I'll give a simple explanation. You receive information through eyes. For example, this scene. The file goes to Chakshu. In the Chakshu, the whole file is converted into digital file. Whatever scene you are seeing, that is converted into a biosignal file so that the file can be processed. The file goes to Chitta. There the excluding process of neti, this is not happens. Where you understand this is not a tree, this is not a plant, this is not an animal. Then the file goes to mind. Mind starts identifying. This is it, this is it. This is a man. He is standing with a saffron robe. He is taking class. The idea comes. Then the file goes to Buddhi. Buddhi compares with your past experiences. Your past experiences with the person. For example, with me, if your past experiences are good, if you are happy, or your whatever you heard, if you feel positive, then the Buddhi writes, yes. If you feel it is waste of time, or if you don't feel in tune with my ideas, or the time which you spent, if it was not pleasant, then the Buddhi writes no. The file goes to ego. Then ego decides what is there for me, what way I am related, what gain I am going to get. If some way I am going to have the gain, ego says, yes, let us sit here and listen. And if there is no gain for me, if I am not going to be enriched, then ego naturally says no. Then according to the ego's instruction, you decide. Your body moves or sits. This is the way the process happens. This is the spot where you choose what is there for me. Your vested interests come. Please understand, sometime the whole process will say, yes, I will have to sit. But this one spot will say, my vested interest is getting affected. Then you will never be able to sit. This whole thing may accept what you are doing. But if this one thing is not ready, the whole decision will be changed. And same way, if whole thing says no, if this one thing says yes, you will decide yes. Sometime when we do something which is not moral according to the social standard or according to your understanding, according to whatever data you collected in your life, the data collected stays here, the samskaras or engrams. You have so many data, so many informations. The data is available here. According to your data and the whole process, the final report comes no. But suddenly your ego feels, I get strengthened by doing this activity. Let me do it. So you simply decide to do that. You simply decide to do that. This is the place where you decide you are me. That's the only small difference. When you take the decision of you always radiate the divine qualities. When you take the decision of me, you always radiate the demonic qualities. Whatever strengthens your ego, please understand, even, let me be very clear, most of us sit here because it strengthens the ego. It strengthens the ego. Now you know much more than other person. You can go on, tell him, what do you know? Many times we sit and listen just for ego satisfaction. So if you sit and listen, even if it is Gita, if you sit and listen for ego satisfaction, be very clear, it is going to be only trouble for your being, no way it will be help. In the cosmic layer, this is the area you decide. If you decide with the attitude of you, the whole thing will become divine. If you decide with the attitude of me, the whole thing will become demon. And what you collected, see the engrams here, as such they are neither negative nor positive. The mind which is working here, as such it is neither negative nor positive. The chitta which is doing the process here, as such it is neither negative nor positive. So none of them are neither negative nor positive. Please be very clear, including the gunas. Even the tamas, by their quality they are neither negative nor positive. There are so many enlightened masters. You cannot make any difference between them and laziness. You cannot make any difference. Raman Maharshi, throughout his life, he was sitting in one place, one city. He never moved out. But you can't say he was in tamas, because he never took any decision out of me. The whole process was happening, you as a center, not me. As such, whether the chitta or mind or samskara, you cannot tell they are bad or good. In the superficial layers, they are neither bad nor good. But the decision which you make in the cosmic layer, in the deeper layer, that only makes them as good or bad. Please understand, passion and compassion are one and the same. Passion and compassion are one and the same. When you decide based on me, it is passion. When you decide based on you, it is compassion. We need to understand one important thing.
Whenever it is passion, it will be strong in our being. But when it becomes compassion, it will not have that much of intensity. Means, be very clear, your compassion is also just a pseudo expression. Maybe for name and fame's sake, not for anything else. If you don't have that intense compassion, the way in which you experience passion, with the same intensity, if you don't experience compassion, be very clear, all your activities are purely out of ego. Including this Gita Jnana can become ego when the decisions are taken out of I and me. If the decisions happen out of you, not this Gita Jnana, even ordinary activity which you do in your life can become divine. See, we don't have to work on the doing, we need to work on the being. Doing can never lead you to anything. As long as you believe doing can lead you to ultimate, you are called karmagan, the person with karma. It is called Puramimamsa. Only when you understand the being can lead you to the ultimate, you are called Uttaramimamsi. In Vedas, there are two major portions. People who believe in doing, people who believe in being. People who believe in transforming the being, they are called Vedantis. People who believe the transformation ultimate can be achieved by doing, they are called Karmagandis. They continuously believe in doing. Of course, ultimate can be achieved only by working on the being, not on the doing. If you try to work on the doing, either you will suppress or express. Either you will suppress or express. Continuously you will be fighting with yourself. Nothing else will be achieved. A man who can transform his being, only he can achieve the ultimate. Whether demon or divine, it is decided only on that one point. When you receive the data, process it and deliver the result or command, how the command is delivered, what is the center from which the command comes out. The command comes out thinking this one statement, what is there for me? What is there for me? What is there for me? Whatever you may do, including meditation, it will be only ego satisfying. Many people come and ask me, Swamiji, at some point I felt such a deep ecstasy in meditation, such beautiful bliss in meditation, but suddenly within 2 hours it disappeared. It never came back. Why, Swamiji? How to have it back? Please understand, the bliss itself is choicelessness. When you are absent, you experience bliss. The moment you want it back, the moment you choose bliss, already you have chosen. The moment you choose, you will always choose suffering. All choices are suffering. And bliss is choicelessness. The moment you want to grab it, the moment you want to have it, when you are blissful, you allowed the bliss to possess you. The moment you want to possess the bliss, you will make it as suffering. When you want to possess, you wanted that to strengthen your ego. The decision is from you. Decision is from me. The attitude me. The attitude me decides. The moment the attitude I and mine, me, that when that decides, you destroy the bliss. You can no more be divine. When you are in blissful, you just set a capital letter no to me, the me idea. Just you are relaxed in the you idea.
The moment you wanted to possess the bliss, you said yes to your me idea. Please understand, I have to use this me and you word properly. You need to understand that me and you word properly. When I use the word me, I mean ego. When I use the word you, I mean the whole existence. When you are not there, whatever is there is existence. When you are not there, whatever is there is divine. You make demon by bringing the idea me in you. The moment you bring the idea me, whatever is demon. The moment the me idea is removed, whatever is divine. With me idea, whatever you do, whether it is meditation or rituals or whatever, receiving the knowledge, learning, everything will only strengthen the ego. Anything done with idea of me to improve the me naturally will lead to more and more ignorance and dukkha. Anything done with the idea of you, anything will naturally become divine and will lead to bliss. Pravritti, nivritti. Nivritti is centered on the idea of you. Pravritti is centered on the idea of me. Whatever you do out of me, it will lead to pravritti. Whatever you do with the idea of you, it will lead to nivritti. As long as you feel this is your boundary, here your boundary ends and here the universe starts, you will be continuously fighting with existence. You will be continuously fighting with nature. You will be continuously fighting with the whole. Please be very clear. Part can never succeed when you fight with the whole. When it fights with the whole. Continuously, whatever you think, speak and do based on the one idea, me, it will lead to more and more complications, more and more dukkha. Here, Krishna starts explaining beautifully the nature of demonic nature and divine nature. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha. Again, throughout this chapter, only Bhagavan speaks. In the first chapter, only Arjuna is speaking. Bhagavan is silent. Means completely is expressing his ego. Almost the catharsis is happening. He is mad, confused. He is just vomiting, quoting all the morality, whatever he learnt, quoting everything, he is speaking. Slowly he comes down to the next level. He is allowing the Bhagavan to speak and the conversation is happening. First, he is expressing him, not letting Bhagavan speak. Then he comes down to the level of conversation. Bhagavan also speaks, he is also speaking. Then he comes to the level of little more listening. Now, practically he is silent. In the 15th chapter and 16th, both the chapters, he is silent. He is not uttering a single word. That's what I told. No questions, only doubts. All the questions have disappeared. Now only small doubts. Means he is asking for more tips, more clarification, more understanding. Bhagavan Uvacha Abhayam Sattva Samsuddhir Jnana Yoga Vyavastitihi Dhanam Tamascha Yajnascha Swadhyayastava Arjavam Ahimsa Satyam Akrodas Yagas Santirabhaisunam Taya Budeshvalo Luptvam Mardavam Hrira Chapalam
Tejatshama Drudisaucham Adroho Nadimanitaha Bhavanti Sambadam Daivim Abhijadasya Bharata. Let me give you the translation. Bhagavan says, fearlessness, purification of the being, cultivation of spiritual knowledge, charity, and centered on the being, performance of sacrifice and accumulating knowledge, austerity, simplicity, non-violence, truthfulness, freedom from anger, renunciation, tranquility, aversion to fault finding, compassion for all living entities, freedom from covetousness, gentleness, modesty, steady determination, vigor, forgiveness, fortitude, cleanliness, and freedom from envy and from the passion for honor. These transcendental qualities, O son of Bharata, belong to divine men endowed with divine nature. Now, when you listen all these things with the attitude of me, usually what we do? Start practicing all these things. Start practicing all these qualities. Be very clear, if you start practicing all these qualities, one thing is sure, you will become mad. You will become mad. Nothing can be done. Because you will be fighting with yourself. You will be controlling your senses to strengthen your ego. When you try to understand all these things, when you try to understand all these ideas with your attitude of me, I, you will start practicing them to strengthen the idea of me, to strengthen yourself as a better being. Again and again. Masters prove. Masters are not better beings. They are totally transformed beings. Better beings are different. Transformed beings are different. The other day I was telling you that lion and sheep lion story. The story told by Vivekananda. Beautiful story. In that story, the sheep lion, he doesn't want to realize he's lion. He just wanted to be a good, strong sheep. He's asking the lion to give some technique for becoming a strong sheep. Same thing. If you straight away start practicing all these things, you may have little strong ego. Understand, that is why all these so-called tapasvis, people who repress themselves, will have a strong ego. Will have very strong ego. People who do tapas, people who repress themselves, you can see very clearly they will be radiating ego. Because they are doing all these things to strengthen. When you do all these things, naturally you will strengthen your ego. You will strengthen your ego. When you are completely blissful, relaxed, then if austerity happens, if tapas happens in you, you will never expect others also to do tapas. I have seen so many sannyasis, especially in India, continuously they blame the householders. Continuously they blame them. You don't do this, you don't do that, you are not right, you are not pure, you are sinner. The problem is, when you suppress, when you force yourself to do tapas, you are continuously burning inside. So naturally, sometimes you yourself get the doubt whether you are in the right path or what you are doing. Is it right? You get the doubt. Then naturally what we think, we have to do something. The doubt is coming up. Let us make others guilty. When you make others guilty that they are not doing right thing, you feel now, yes, what you are doing is right. When you make others feel guilty that they are not right, you feel you are
right. When you see, when you suppress, when tapas is done by force, you naturally expect others also to do that. If they don't do, you create guilt in them, and by creating guilt in them, you wanted them to come to you and confess. When that happens, you feel more and more strong. Tapas is supposed to happen out of joy and bliss. Just as a natural thing, anything done by force is not going to help you. It will neither help you nor it will help the society. I have seen so many people doing tapas like Ravana. Ravana did tapas, but all his powers, it never helped him or others. He has become demon for himself and for others. He was killing others. Finally, he has destroyed himself. Because the tapas is from the attitude of me. What is there? For me. To strengthen the I and mind. The whole thing happened to strengthen the I and mind. Please understand, whatever you do, whether it is studying the spiritual scriptures, or the charity, or social service, or the spiritual things, or puja, or meditation, whatever you do, to strengthen the I and me will always lead to suffering. It will lead to suffering. The instinct to survive and instinct to possess is what I call me. Me means instinct to survive. Instinct to possess. Instinct to survive is I. Instinct to possess is mine. Person who understands both are illusions. You cannot have the instinct to survive. Whatever you may have, you cannot survive. Please be very clear. The instinct to survive is pure illusion. At the most, you can survive as you think yourself 70, 80 years. 70, 80 years you can be alive as you think you are. How you visualize yourself in that form, in that way, you can be alive maximum 70 to 80 years. But the instinct to survive tries to extend it, tries to make the life as eternal. Naturally, you are walking towards suffering. As long as you carry the instinct to survive, please be very clear, again and again and again, you will be hurting yourself. You will be hurting yourself. Just today morning, I was talking to an ashramite. She was complaining to me that she is hurt even by a small words which comes from others. She was telling, I am too sensitive, Swamiji. I said, stop that word. You are not sensitive. A real sensitive person will be porous. He will allow the words to pass through him. Only arrogant people get hurt. If you are hurt, please be very clear, you are arrogant. You are strong like a stone. That is why words come and hit you and you are hurt. If you are sensitive, porous, you will just let the words pass you. You will just let the words pass you. You will never suffer. Suffering is always from arrogance, never from sensitivity. Person who is sensitive will never suffer. Because you will just allow the words to pass you. You will not stop them. You suffer by a word when you stop them, when you resist them, when you make meaning out of them. When you don't make meaning out of words, you never suffer. Words can never create suffering when you don't make meanings out of it. It's like just playing with words. We always choose nice words to support our ego. We don't want to say, I am hurt because I am arrogant. We always use a polished word. I am hurt because I am sensitive. Please don't cheat yourself with words. Let you be straight. Let the straight words be used. Especially in America, I see lot of polished words. Lot of polished words. People easily cheat themselves with the words. People easily cheat themselves with words. Please don't cheat yourself with polished words. Let things be straight. Let everything be clear. Never ever use the polished words. You can use the polished words to cheat others, but don't use it on yourself. Don't use it on yourself. A small story. One contractor wanted to donate a car, gift a car, a sports car to an official. Official said, no, I am an honest person. I cannot think of accepting this gift. I am not that type. Contractor says, in that case, if I can sell this car to you for $10, how it will be? He says, in that case, I will have 2 cars. Be very clear. Just playing with words. Playing with words. Don't cheat yourself with words. Let us be clear. What is, let us use the same word. Ramakrishna says, Man mukh ek karo. Let your words and mind be straightened. Let your words and mind be straightened. Whatever is, let it be straightened with words. At least you will know you have problem. When you start using very colorful, polished words, by and by you forget you have some problem. You forget you have some problem. When you just play with the words, you yourself forget you have problem. Understand? When you know, you don't know, at least you know you don't know. When you don't know that you don't know, you don't even know you don't know. Be very clear. At least let you know you have a problem. Let you know that there is something wrong. Let us use the straight words. Shortest distance between 2 points is always a straight line. To achieve anything, shortest way is straightforwardness. Shortest distance between 2 points is always a straight line. Same way, if you want to achieve anything, the shortest way is straightforwardness. Nothing else can work. Here, Krishna gives all the qualities, one by one. Of course, we can't even explain all the qualities. He goes on, fearlessness, the first thing. As long as you carry the instinct to survive, you will have fear. You will have fear. Fear can never be taken away from your being as long as you wanted to survive. Surrendering to the existence, surrendering to the death is the one and only way to achieve fearlessness. There is a beautiful Upanishad, Kathopanishad. If you find time, you all should read that Kathopanishad instead of watching the Jerry Springer show. That's what the most popular show in America. When it comes to some Shastras, we all tell no time, this is not there, that is not there. But somehow we find time for everything. Instead of watching all those shows, you can better read this Kathopanishad. Understand, this is a beautiful Upanishad. Nobody, see, we can't compare any other system with Vedanta or Vedic rishis. They have gone so deep into the science of death. West has dedicated its whole energy for life.
and the East has dedicated its whole energy to understand death. That is why rishis, they live even when they die. They live when they die also. Even after death they live. They exist. They discovered the art of living even after death. But people who are caught in the material world, they die every moment even when they live, when they are alive. The Upanishad is the science of death. Beautiful story. Young boy goes to the Yama's abode, Lord of Death, Death's abode, and the story is beautiful. Yama receives him. Of course, 3 days he was not there. His servants tried to receive him, but Nachiketa is the hero. He says, no, I will wait till Yama comes. When Yama comes, he comes and receives him. He welcomes him. Understand? Nobody goes to Yama's abode. Only he comes to our abode. Always he comes. When you try to escape from him, he is death. He will take away all your I and mind. All your possessions will be taken away from you. You cannot sign your check anymore. You cannot use your car anymore. You cannot have your relations anymore. Whatever you think as yours or you, everything will be taken away from you. Yours, all the wealth, relationships, your bank balance, everything. And you, what you think as you is that body. Even that will be taken away. Everything will be taken away when death comes to you. But when you go to him, see the story. Story says, Yamadharma receives Nachiketa with love and care. First thing, he becomes your host, loving host. Next, he says, please have 3 boons. I'll bless you with 3 boons. Let me give you 3 boons. And Nachiketa first asks for relationship. He says, when I go back to my family, my father should accept me, love me, and take me into his family. Yama blesses him with the relationships. Next, Yama gives him all the wealth and shows the path to create wealth. Nachiketagni, all the pleasure and comforts. He teaches him the method to create wealth and pleasure, all the comforts. He is behaving like a god. First, he is behaving like a loving host. Then, he is behaving like a god. Next, ultimately, he gives the Atmajnana. He is behaving like a master, enlightened master, and he gives Atmajnana. Because Nachiketa asks for the secret of death. Then he blesses him with the enlightenment. Look at the life, the paradox of the life. When we run away from death, even then you can't run away. He will chase you wherever you are. He will chase you. He will chase you. He will take away all your wealth, take away all your relationships, take away whatever you think as you and yours. Here, the whole scene is different. When you surrender to him, when you go towards him, first thing is a loving host. He is not terrible as you think. Always we portray Yama with a big mustache, sitting on the buffalo, black, with a big rope in his hand, that pasa rope, and with an arrogant smile or a arrogant face, egoistic. But here, the whole scene is different. He is saying, Swahatam, please come. He is welcoming. You are the form of Agni. See the Vedic culture, Aditi Devo Bhava. In Vedic culture, we respect Aditi, guest is God. Aditi means man who comes without informing
in which Tithi he will come. Tithi. He will come without informing in which Tithi he will come. That is why he is called Aditi. Not the person who sends you email, then phone call, then fax, then he will appear. You go and receive him in the airport. No. He is not Aditi. He is your relative. You have to take care of him so that he will take care of you. That's all. It's a pure business. Please understand, all our things are pure business relationship. Aditi means a person who straight away comes to your life. The big problem is, in this country, the Aditi concept is lost. People can't believe, still in Indian villages, all houses' doors will be kept open in daytime. At least in the village I am born and brought up. Whole day the doors will be kept, the doors of the house will be open. And I have seen, I will go to any house in that street and eat. And any kid will come to the house and eat directly. And the very idea Aditi is disappeared. People always tell me, Swamiji, India is poor country. I tell them, no. You don't know the value of that culture. For example, if you have to be received, taken care, and you have to stay for 3-4 days for your business purposes, how much you will spend? But in India, you have some friend, just one phone call. The whole thing is done, of course. Now there also, because of the cultural invasion, it is coming down. At least in villages, still it is alive. Where the Vedic culture is alive, still it is alive. Aditi Devo Bhava, we respect the guest as God. Guest is God. He says, you are Aditi. You have come to my house in the form of the Vaishvana Agni, means the Agni which we worship. The Brahmana is considered to be the embodiment of the Agni, the divine Agni. You have come to my house as the embodiment of divine. You are here. Let me respect you. Please forgive me. Apologize. Please forgive me. 3 days I was not here to receive you. Usually we postpone Yama. Usually we escape from him. When you go in search, he will not be there. That is the whole story. Usually he chases you. You run away from him, but he will be there behind you. But if you turn and go towards him, you will suddenly find he is not there. 3 days, Nachiketa says, Yama is not there. Understand? The story is significant. It has got a tremendous truth in it. Nachiketa goes there and he finds Yama is not there. It means when you turn towards death, you will not find death as you imagined. Whatever imagination you have about death will not be there when you surrender to death. Now, because of your fear, you escape. Because you escape, he chases you. Both are like a vicious circle. If you understand, the moment you surrender, he will not be there as you imagine him, as you expect him. Naturally, that will add courage. And that courage will make you face him more clearly. When you face him more clearly, more courage. When you go in that cycle, it is called virtuous circle. This is vicious circle. We are caught in the vicious circle. Let us turn the whole thing to virtuous circle. If you understand this one Kathopanishad story, the whole idea about death will be transformed. When you go, he is not there. First thing. Next thing, he appears, but not as you imagine him. Not that arrogance, not that person who will take away everything from you, not with pasa, not on the buffalo, nothing. A humble host, please come. please come. Welcoming host, receiving you with all love and care. Next step, he is God. He blesses you. Ultimately, he gives you the Atmajnana, knowledge, enlightenment. We may think, how to go towards death, Swamiji? Shall we commit suicide? Please understand, suicide is not going towards death. Please be very clear. Never think people who commit suicide are fearless. They are the most coward people. They commit suicide because they are not able to live this life. They are not facing death. They are escaping from life. Suicide is not facing death. It is just escaping from life. Escaping from life is different. Facing death is different. They just escape from life. Escaping from life doesn't mean they are facing death. Suicide is not the thing. Suicide is not the way. Face the fear. When the fear is created in you, when the fear happens, just go through. Don't allow the fear to frighten you. People come and tell me, Swamiji, I am afraid of my fears. Fear is enough trouble. Why are you afraid of fears? Don't allow the fear to frighten you. Sit in the room. Be yourself. Just sit with yourself. Let the fears come up. How long you will postpone the fears? How long you will control them? How long you will escape from them? Allow them to come up. Your whole being may shake. Tears may roll. You may have the deep depression. Let everything happen. Whether you allow this fear to happen or not, the incidents are going to happen. I can say our fears can be classified as a major 5 category. 1, fear of losing your wealth, comfort. Next, fear of losing some part of your body in accident or disease. Third, fear of losing your near and dear ones. Fourth, fear of losing your mental well-being. Fifth, fear of unknown, fear of death, fear of ghosts, fear of God, everything. Fear of unknown, fear of hell or heaven, everything. These are the 5 major fears we face in our life. All your fears can be brought under these major 5 categories. Major 5 categories. Allow them to come up. Sit with yourself. Give half an hour for your fears. Tell them, today I am going to face you all. Today, let me see what happens. Let your mind speak everything. Let everything come out. You may have the depression. Tears may roll. Whole body may shake. Let it come out. What can be done? You can't do anything. If you can, you would have done it. If you can, long before you would have done it. Very clearly, your very existence proves you are not able to do anything. That is why you are just keeping quiet. So now what can be done? Nothing can be done. Allow the fear to happen. Let everything happen. Let the fear come into your being. Allow the fear to come up to your conscious layer without suppressing. Yes, I have the fear. There is a possibility for all these things to happen. There is a possibility it can happen. There is a possibility my wealth can be stolen. There is a possibility my near and dear one they may die. There is a possibility of me facing the accident. There is a possibility of me dying. There are all these possibilities. Yes, what can be done? This is life. This is what I call facing the reality as it is. Only kids need fantasies and imaginations to face the reality. But you need to understand the truth as it is. You can't escape from reality. You can't escape from the truth. The more you try to escape, the more they will haunt you. They will be behind you. They will be chasing you. So allow, let the fears come out. Suddenly you will see, when all the fears leave you, you will see you become more responsible. You become more intense. In our meditation programs, in the second level program, we have a meditation called death experience. It is based on Ramana Maharishi's experience. People always feel frightened to enter into the meditation. But the moment they come out, they always tell me, Swamiji, now I feel really my responsibility. I was postponing so many things without doing. Now I decided the first thing after going from here, I will do all those things. Naturally, they become intense. They understand the values of relationships. Again and again, people report to me, after that meditation, I really start respecting my spouse, Swamiji. I don't take her for granted anymore. When you think the possibility of death, immediately you will never take life for granted. You will not take spouse for granted. You start living. Same day, when there is a possibility of wealth being taken away from you, you will not take your wealth for granted. You will start living it. You will start living them intensely. You will not take things for granted. When the possibility of death, when the possibility of being taken away from you, when it enters your being, you start realizing your responsibility. Granted, a small story, how we take things for granted. There was a king. After 45 years, he felt completely bored. Because whatever he wants, he is having. Whether it's comforts, luxury, or women, whatever enjoyments, he's got everything. Now what to do? All the excitement is lost. Feels bored. Let me tell you, all kings live in hell. When I say all, I mean capital letter A-L-L. If you want to live like a king, go to hell. Straight away you will become king. All kings, because you will have everything. Tremendous boredom will happen. If you don't have something, you will have the excitement, you will work for that. There is a need for continuity. There is a need to live. You will have some goal. There is need for continuity. When you have everything, what for you should live? Nothing. Never imagine when you have everything you will be happy. Be very clear. Never imagine you will be happy when you have everything. You will be in hell straight away when you have everything. This king, he entered into the hell because he got everything. And he is totally depressed, bored. He doesn't even want to come out of the room. Whole day is lying. These ministers, they tried all their best. Whatever they can do, they tried to bring him out, to make him again alive, to give him a little excitement. They brought best comforts and luxuries from all over the country. They brought the best things from all over the country. And they brought all possible pleasures. But nothing worked. He said no. Finally, they decided to do one thing. King, there is an enlightened master in the forest. He may be able to help you. Why don't you come and see him at least once? He will bring you out of depression. Because many people have been helped by him. King said, I am not interested in coming anywhere. Enough. He says, no, please try once. King said, all right. Anyhow, you are all telling so much about him. Let me try. He comes, but with all the doubts, with all the questions, and he is not ready to trust that person. First of all, he is suspecting whether he is enlightened or not, who knows. And he goes to the master and he just asks straight away, see, I just wanted to know, can you help me to come out of depression? That is the way these guys will question. Because they have come just to check out. They have not come to learn. They have just come to verify. I have seen so many people coming and asking me, can you show some path to achieve God? I tell them, please, I will try. Why don't you be seated? Why don't you have your seat? I will try. And they will come as if they have come to check me. And it's really fun. One young guy, well read in all these, the modern day books, Ramakrishna's life, Vivekananda, all these modern day saints' lives. This guy came and asked me, Swamiji, have you seen God? I just smiled at him. And I asked him, did you read Vivekananda's biography? He said, yes, I read Swamiji's Vivekananda's biography. I know how Vivekananda asked Ramakrishna, same way I am asking you. First thing, I cut out of his shirt so that he should not run away. I cut out of his shirt. You see, when Ramakrishna told, I have seen, Vivekananda simply followed Ramakrishna. Gave his whole life to Ramakrishna. Dedicated his whole life to Ramakrishna. Now I am not only saying I have seen, I will show you, come. Fellow ran away. Fellow just escaped. He is not ready to take the responsibility, but he just want to check out. He just ran away. I told him, I am not only saying I have seen, I will show you, come. Come and be with me, come. Simply ran away. The guys just want to check out. The king wants to check out. He goes there and asks casually, can you tell me something to get rid of this depression? Master straight away says, if you can bring all your wealth put it in one gunny bag, bring it and bring it here, then I will teach you. Immediately the king decided, this fellow has nothing to do with enlightenment. He is a cheat, bogus fellow. And he is asking for all my wealth. He said, he did not even give a reply, he went away. But that night, he started slowly thinking, why should he ask for wealth, all my wealth? And there is some grace beyond my doubt. There is something about him is working on me. And one more thing, I tell you one thing. People ask me, Swamiji, how to find out whether somebody is enlightened or not? You can never find out by intellect. Never try to find out. Always try your best to suspect. If he is really enlightened, beyond your doubt, his form, his being will be there in you. You will not be able to forget him. Never remember. People always ask me, Swamiji, should I remember you? No. Try your best to forget. Try your best to doubt. If at all I had divine experience, that will work beyond your intellect. If I am going to help you, if you will be helped by me, beyond your intellect, you will simply fall. Let me be very clear. Simply you will fall. Through intellect, you can never analyze and understand. With intellect, try your best to say no. That's the best thing. If you try your best to say no, you will never be cheated. That's the best thing, right thing to be done. And if the person is really enlightened, he will be able to penetrate you beyond your intellect. He will be there just in your being. He will be there in your mind in daytime. He will be there in your dreams in the night time. He will be there, he will be haunting you. You cannot escape from him. So this master has started haunting this king. The guy is lying on the bed, rolling this side and that side. Why did he ask? Shall I try? After all, what can he do? Even if he takes away, I can easily catch him. It's after all my kingdom. He started doing all the calculation. And anyhow, I am not happy with all this wealth. Even if he takes away what is there, anyhow it is not useful for me. At least let him have. So he decided to risk. He decided to take the risk. Next day, he converted his whole wealth into diamonds and put in a gunny bag. He brought the gunny bag. With the gunny bag, he came to the master. He was standing in front of master. Without saying a single word, suddenly the master snatched the gunny bag and started running. King understood. This fellow is a cheat. No doubt. Now we know for sure he is cheat. Now we cannot afford this. He started chasing the master. You cannot chase a person who lives in the forest because he knows all the secrets. That is why these professional people can never catch bandits. See, the professional police people, not only in one country, all over the world. Professional police, they can never catch bandits because they know the secrets of land. They know the secrets of the landscape. This guy runs because this master, he lives in the forest. He knows the complete forest. He runs this way, that way. King is new. Fellow is trying his best. He runs. And master is doing a nice drama. It went on and on and on. The king started thinking, why did I take this risk? And what nonsense I did. And he is blaming himself and suffering. What will happen now when I go back to the country? There is nothing. I will be like a beggar. I will have to beg and eat. And he started already visualizing his poverty scenes. And he started suffering the poverty. Already the poverty has entered in his mind. When he is rich also, he was suffering. When he was rich, he was suffering. Now he is suffering by poverty. That is a paradox. Money, when it is there, it will give you suffering. When it is not there again, it will give you suffering. And this guy started suffering. Already he started visualizing about poverty and suffering. Somehow, when it was evening, the king was about to give up. I think now I cannot do anything. This fellow knows everything about forest. Now I have to go back. At that moment, suddenly the master stops running. The moment the king saw he stopped running, he jumped and caught hold of him. Caught hold of him and caught hold of that bag first. Then master laughed. He started laughing. King, he was not able to understand what is going on. Master says, fool, now take this and enjoy. Now take this wealth and enjoy. Suddenly king felt he has become rich guy. His own wealth. One day ago it was his wealth. Just because he missed the wealth for one day, suddenly he felt he has become rich. Suddenly he felt he has become rich. Master said, fool, you are depressed because you took it for granted. Now, the same wealth, you lost it for one day. Again it has come back. You will be able to enjoy. Go and enjoy. King has come out of depression just because of one day missing the wealth. In our life also, when you allow the insecurity consciousness to happen to you, please understand I am using the word consciousness. Feeling of insecurity is conscious thing. It is truth. If you allow the insecurity to happen to you, you will never take your life for granted. You will start really enjoying life intensely. Just miss what you have for 12 hours. One day. You will never take your life for granted. You will never take your life for granted. Live one day without eyes. As of now, you are taking your eyes for granted. Try to live one day, 12 hours without eyes. Decide without opening eyes I will live. Then you will never take your eyes for granted. Same way, you will never take your life for granted if you know it will be taken away. You forget it will be taken away. You suppress the fear. You suppress the insecurity idea in you. That is why you never enjoy the life. You take life for granted. The moment you experience insecurity, the moment you understand it is insecurity, life will be taken away from you any moment. You will start living intensely. You will never take life for granted. Please be very clear. If you are depressed, bored, just lose everything for 12 hours. Just lose everything for 12 hours. You will suddenly understand the truth and you will never take life for granted. The king, he felt bored because he took life for granted. When you face the death, when you face insecurity, immediately you understand how you took life for granted and you will start living intensely. That is what this story means. Yamadharma gave relationships to Nachiketa, wealth to Nachiketa, finally enlightenment to Nachiketa. Means the very understanding. I have seen many people, when they come out of the death meditation, they tell me, Swamiji, now I understand the value of relationship. Means they are blessed with relationship by Yamadharma. They say, now I understand and I know the value of my wealth. It means Yamadharma has blessed them with wealth. Now they will start living. They say, now I know that the life is the big blessing, ultimate blessing. And naturally, the blessing is showered on them by Yamadharma. And they understand, when they do intensely, they understand, body may die, there is something which is beyond body and mind, which exists in them. That's what I call Atmajnana. You will have all the blessings of relationships, wealth and enlightenment when you face the fear, when you face Yamadharma. Here, when Krishna says fearlessness, he means face it. Only then fearlessness can happen. Only when you face the instinct to survive and instinct to possess, you will enter into the zone of fearlessness. Till then it can never happen. If you can face the instinct of survival or instinct of possessiveness only by taking the decisions based on the concept of you, not on the concept of me. As long as you work, act, speak, think centered on me, you will be demon. You will be working for the survival of instinct, the instinct of survival and instinct of possessiveness. When you start working based on the concept of you, you radiate a new energy. Just try for 1 week to live for others. Just try a simple experiment. I am not telling you to give away all your properties. No. I am not telling you to give away all your properties. I am not telling you to give away anything. Usually, always you think, what is there for me in this? What is there for me in this? If your wife calls you for a movie, you will say, no, I want to go to beach. You always stand with your preference. 1 week, just 1 week in your office, in your house, in your wherever you go, try to work, try to decide with the attitude of you instead of me. Just a simple things, very simple things, very simple decisions. I am not asking you to give away your properties. Just day-to-day life, simple decisions. Immediately mind will tell, no. If I start thinking based on you, people may take me for granted. People may exploit me. People may cheat me. All right. Now nobody is cheating you. You are living centered on the idea of me. You are protecting yourself. Are you happy? Come out. Are we happy? No. Then why not try the other side? Just a simple experiment. Just a simple experiment. We lived throughout our life with this Asuri Sambat, what Krishna calls as demonic nature. Me. Now, just for 1 week, why not try? Always when we come back, first we catch our seat. We put kerchief also. First we catch our seat. And when some prasad is given, first we go and catch our plate. Instead of that, just for 1 week, get the plate and see that the other person receives it. See that next person is comfortable. Early morning when you get up, ask the other person, are you okay? Why don't you use the bathroom, then I will go. Always wait, first I have to go. I have this work, I have that work. Instead of that, just a simple thing. Small things you use today, then I will come. Please you do that, then I will use that. And continuously you are working. Let me do this small one. Just for 1 week, try to put that you in your being. I tell you, from where bliss will come, you don't know. Suddenly you will feel your whole being is relaxed. When you don't give attention to me, you will never be at tension. As long as you are giving attention to me, you will be continuously at tension. The moment you put the you in the place of me, a deep inner healing will happen to you. Please understand, what I am saying is not morality. Please don't think I am teaching you how to live happily. No. I am not giving this as a morality. I am giving this as a spiritual practice. Understand? If you are working towards spiritual growth, if you are a professional seeker, I use that word because there is a group of people, especially in the West, they are professional seekers. Any Swami comes, they will be there. Any Swami or any book, any spiritual thing, they will be there always. They will come. I have seen people coming and telling me, Swamiji, for last 30 years I am seeking. Don't feel pride about that. Don't feel pride about that. I have seen with our ashram, with our mission, with our movement, the senior devotees, they go and tell the juniors, do you know, I am with Swamiji for 3 years. These juniors come and tell me, I call that senior, don't spoil my name. You are with me for last 3 years, still you have not become enlightened. Don't go out and say that you are with me for 3 years. That's spoiling my name. That is not spreading my name, that is spoiling my name. You are here for 3 years, still you don't know how to respect a junior devotee, still you don't know how to care for him, then don't say you are here for 3 years, then you will spoil my name. It is repairing my name, not spreading my name. So don't be proud, you are a professional seeker. Please be very clear. If you have that pride, I am a professional seeker, or I know so many, this Swami, I know that Swami, I have done his course, I have done that course, I have done this program, I have done that program. Especially these NRIs, they don't miss any program. So that they can have all the certificates. If you are a professional seeker, if you think you are seeking spirituality, please understand, take this one spiritual practice. Just a single spiritual practice for 7 days. If you think, really, some way I can help you, take this single statement, forget about everything else. This single statement, instead of deciding based on me, decide based on you. I am not asking you to give away your properties. I am not asking you to renounce anything. Simple decisions. Very simple day-to-day decisions. You will see something happening in your being. The tension or the solid weight which is there in you will simply melt, will simply loosen up, and you will experience inner healing and a tremendous cool breeze, bliss breeze in you. Naturally, when you get a taste or glimpse of this mood, automatically you will start expressing this attitude in your day-to-day life every day, every moment. Be very clear. Always we choose words and we do actions based on me. When you are shouting at somebody, you say, no, I do it for his good, Swamiji. For his sake, Swamiji. When somebody else is angry, you say, see, like a demon, how he is mad at others and he is shouting. When somebody else is angry, he is shouting. When you are angry, no, I do it for his goods only, his sake only, Swamiji. I have to take care of him. If I don't teach, who will teach him? And I am doing it for his good only. Please understand, don't play with words. Just be straight. Just be straight for next 1 week. Not even more than that. After that you can become your old self, no problem. First 1 week, just 1 week try. Very simple things. Instead of always deciding for me, decide based on you. And I tell you, the irritation which you carry continuously will simply disappear. The instinct to survive will disappear. An instinct to possess will disappear. You will become an empty being. You will become hollow bamboo. When you become hollow bamboo, you will become flute in the hands of divine. Whatever happens through you will be divine. You will imbibe the divine nature. Krishna goes on. He explains further, step by step, how to imbibe the divine nature into you. How to do the cognitive shift in the very deep level, subtle level. Please understand, working in the level of sattva, rajas, tamas is very difficult. That is like changing all the servants to change the master. You will never be able to do. Just change the master. All the servants will be changed. Here, Krishna is giving you the technique to change the master. Ego, which takes decision. He is giving you the straight technique for the cognitive shift. Now the cognition is happening keeping the I as center. He just gives you a simple technique to replace the I with the word you, so that the cognitive shift will happen. The same system will be used for divine nature. The same will be used for divine nature. Rama and Ravana, both are energetic. Both have got Brahmastra. Only one thing, one is centered on I, another one is centered on you. That's the only thing which makes one person as divine, the other person as demon. Now, Krishna goes further, deep, and gives you the subtle techniques to experience the consciousness of you, the ultimate consciousness, the consciousness of whole. He gives the techniques to experience the Daivi Sambat, divine nature of your being through this cognitive shift. Krishna continues to explain step by step all these great qualities. As I was telling you, please don't try to practice these qualities separately, individually. The more you try to practice these qualities, more you will become schizophrenia, fighting with yourself. And do not try to practice these qualities. Just do something which will make you express these qualities in your life. Automatically you should become blissful. Automatically you should become free from anger. Automatically you should become person who is full of the dharmic qualities. By force, when you do, you always expect, including charity. When you do it out of force or social conditioning, because you are taught doing dharma, if you do because of some reason, be very clear, you will always be having trouble. Never do dana if you feel something is taken away from you. I always tell people, the word dana is wrong. Sharing, that's the right word. Sharing is the right word. Because you have enough, you just share with others. That's all. With word dana, you have always ego. I am higher, you are receiver. I am giving. But with sharing, the idea dana doesn't exist. I have it. I got it. Let us share. Somehow I got it. Let us share. Sharing is the attitude. Sharing is the right attitude. If you do it out of the concept I, even after doing charity, you will verify whether your name appeared in the plaque or not. Is there any spelling mistake or not? Is it right size or not? Is this less small font or big font? We will go around and verify. And be very clear, especially I have seen in India, in one tube light, they would have presented one tube light to a temple. In the tube light it will be written, Ramanathan's son Somanathan, in the memory of his father, his mother who passed away, Saundari Lakshmi, presented to this temple on such and such a date, in black paint they would have written. When you switch the light, you will see only black line on the wall. No light, only the black line. Raman Maharshi says beautifully, when you don't ask, you will be given. I always tell people, when you don't tell, I will tell. There are many people who they do many things for the ashram. When they don't tell, I tell them. I tell the whole world. You see, he did all these things. He did all these things. When they tell, I keep quiet. Who's telling will work? When they tell, I think, all right, they themselves are telling, why should I tell? When they don't say, I tell the world. Please understand, when you don't do out of the idea of I, naturally, you will not feel something is taken away from you. Next thing, above all, you will feel the tremendous fulfillment.
anything should be done with the concept of you. When it is done with the idea of you, whatever you do will become like these beautiful qualities. Daivi Sampat. What Krishna says as Daivi Sampat. Understand? Even Yasoda had that small idea of I. Let me tell you a great story from Bhagavata. A great devotee called Tarangini. She is a devotee of Krishna. The other day, I was sitting with our chief priest, Nasim Bhattar. He was telling me the story, beautiful story. Of course, to tell you honestly, I never read this story. It is he who told me this story. And beautiful story. Let me tell you that story. It's such a wonderful expression of love. And exactly this I and you concept is expressed there. See, this Yasoda, from day one, within 24 hours of Krishna's birth, he was handed over to Yasoda. Within 24 hours, not even 24 hours, 12 hours. Because night he took birth, before the sunrise he was brought to Yasoda. He was brought this side. Because if the sun comes, then Gamsa will come in search of Krishna. Within 12 hours he reached Yasoda. Yasoda brought him up practically till he left Vrindavan. But when Yasoda asked him to sing or play the flute, this guy will not play. But this Tarangini, she is actually from a low caste or suppressed caste. She is a great devotee of Krishna. Because she is from a lower community, she will not come in front of Krishna. She will stand in one corner and just enjoy. Just enjoy the Krishna's presence and his music or whatever he does, naughty things. She will stand in one corner and enjoy. Such a great devotee. Of course, whenever Krishna walks, once Krishna goes away, she will go and touch that feet dust. And one day, Krishna left the flute and went away. He forgot. Of course, he wouldn't have forgotten, he must be playing. That guy, you think he will forget? He will make others forget. And he will never forget anything. And he was playing a drama as if he left the flute and went away. She just sees the flute and she thinks, oh, Krishna has left it. I should take it and keep it in the house and hand it over to him properly. Nobody should take it away. Out of love and care, she takes that flute and keeps it in the house. And this fellow did not forget. Purposely he is playing that drama. Suddenly next day he says, somebody has taken away my flute. He starts searching. Or he is acting as if he is searching. Somehow he came to know that Tarangini is having that flute. She wanted to get that and give it to him. But he himself goes there. So he has to find some reason to go to that area now. Because where the lower community people are living, the higher community people will not go there. If this guy goes without reason, Yasoda will ask, why did you go there? Why did you go to that area? Naturally, she will try to punish him. So he has to have some reason. So now he says, my flute is there, I have to go and pick it up. This guy goes and he sees that the area, it seems that Sukadeva beautifully explains, full of mud, the dirty roads, and a hut in which thousands of suns are shining. It means what? 1,000 hole. 1,000 hole. 1,000 holes are there in the hut. And this Krishna enters the house and asks, give me my flute. And she's just
totally shaken when she saw Krishna in her house. And she's not able to speak, she's not able to do anything. She's just overwhelmed. She runs and brings the flute and gives the flute to him. And this guy starts the next drama. Shall I play? Shall I play the flute? And naturally, who will say no? Who will say no? She says that even rishis, even the gods come down to listen to your music, and you are asking me permission. How can I say no? Play. And he sits there itself in the steps and starts playing. He is just playing. She is sitting there in one corner, completely filled with ecstasy. Suddenly, Yasoda appears there. Yasoda, you see, understand, Yasoda is shouting, what? How many times I ask you to play? I take care of you, I give you food, I do everything, but you fellow, you are not playing for me, and you are coming and playing here for this urgent girl. Understand, the attitude of Tarangini is you. The attitude of Yasoda is me. Because the Yasoda's attitude is me, whatever seva she did, everything else, no result. She enjoyed, that's all. But there's no result. And she shouts. Because of her shouting, the music is disturbed. Music is broken. That is why they say that raga is punnaga varali. Means that broken song, broken music, broken tune. Binna means in Sanskrit broken. And this tune is broken. Then Krishna says, you served me, yes, no doubt, but with the attitude of I, with the attitude of me. As long as I am your Krishna, but she is so devoted, not with the attitude of me, she is with the attitude of you. She is devoted to me, you are devoted to you. As long as I am your Krishna, you will take care of me. As long as I am your Krishna, you will take care of me. It means what? You are devoted to you. You are centered on you, not on me. That is why even 5 minutes of separation you are not able to digest. Possessiveness, instinct to possess. You have come here all the way. You are not giving even 5 minutes space for her. She never asked me that. She never asked me to come to her house. She never even expected I'll play for her. She is totally dedicated, only with one attitude of you. Then Krishna blesses us, blesses her. You will have the Samibhya Mukti, means you will become a Shenbaga flower and you will reside in my garland and you will stay with me forever. There are 4 muktis, 4 enlightenment. Salogya Mukti, Sarubhya Mukti, Samibhya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Salogya Mukti means you will be allowed to stay in the Vaikuntha. You will have one apartment in Vaikuntha. You will be given one apartment in Vaikuntha. That is Salogya Mukti. Sarubhya Mukti means you will have his own form. You can see Jaya Vijaya. They will be standing exactly like Venkateshwara. They will have that same Sangha Chakra, same all the Ayudas of Venkateshwara. That is called Sarubhya Mukti. Same Swarupa is given to them. Jaya and Vijaya, you can see the same way of Urtvagundra, Shankha, Chakra and all the Ayudas. Just as Venkateshwara has got, they will have. It is called Sarupya Mukti. The next level, Samibhya Mukti, being in the inner circle. Being in the inner circle. Chakratarva, the chakra which Vishnu is carrying, the disc which Vishnu is carrying, he has achieved Samibhya Mukti. Means the very near, close inner circle. And becoming himself enlightened is Sayujya Mukti. Sayujya Mukti. But Samibhya Mukti is the best thing because you can enjoy him.
like an ant enjoying the sugar candy. Becoming sugar candy is different. That is for all these rishis, Vedantis. That is for the rishis. But living very near to sugar candy and enjoying it. For the devotees, the ultimate state is Samipya Mukti. So here, Krishna gives the Samipya Mukti to her and blesses her. Let you have Samipya Mukti. Let you become a flower in my garland and be in my body. Let you be on me. He blesses her. Then he turns towards Yasoda and says, because you serve just with the center of me, let you not have any temple on the planet Earth. She served so much. Have you seen a single Yasoda temple? No. Everywhere you will see Radha temple. In Vrindavan, if you go, Radha is much higher worship. Radha is worshipped more than Krishna. Throughout Vrindavan, even a milkman will say Radhe Radhe, Radhe Radhe. They will say Radhe Radhe. Not Krishna Krishna. Only Radhe Radhe. Throughout Vrindavan, only you will hear the word Radha. Have you seen a single Yasoda's temple? No. Because whatever service she has done, yeah, okay, great. But she did with the attitude of I. Because of the I attitude, because she was centered on the I attitude, she is not able to achieve. This Tarangini, even though she is born in low community, in the suppressed community, she was never around Krishna. She was never near Krishna. She always will stand away in one corner. So humble. She has not done anything to Krishna. I don't think, of course, she will not be even allowed to serve Krishna because of her community. But just because she lived with the attitude of you, Krishna goes to her house and she goes and blesses her. She goes and gives her liberation. The people who live in the world, as long as they live with the attitude of I, even if they run behind divine, divine will run away. When you have the attitude of you, even if you live in your hut, which has got 1,000 holes, you will see Krishna will be there in your steps waiting for you. In your steps waiting for you. There are thousands of stories we can tell. This wonderful story to express how the I drives the divine, you brings the divine. And it is just one attitude change, the cognitive shift, which took care of the whole thing. Let me tell you one more small story. It's again the fight between Shankha Chakra and Paduka. See, Vishnu has got a Shankha and Chakra and Padukas. One day, when he comes back after some picnic or dating, he comes back. Of course, Vishnu, you know, every day with one person he goes out. And he is a blissful energy. Not like Shiva sitting always in that old smashana, nothing to do. What to do? One or two old bulls are there. And nothing to see, nothing to enjoy. But Vaikuntha is totally different place. Vaikuntha is a fun place. And continuously dance goes on, and all variety foods are served, and everything is great. Vaikuntha is different. Vaikuntha atmosphere itself is different. And this Kailash, all these old fellows with a long beard sitting and always chanting Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah. How long you can hear? After 2 years you will feel so bored. And you will ask for some entertainment. But here Vaikuntha is an entertaining place. And he comes back. He goes to his bedroom. He leaves the Padukas outside the room and goes to the bedroom to rest on his beautiful bed, the serpent bed, Adisesha. The Shankha and Chakra, they look at the Paduka and laugh at them. Laugh at the Paduka. See, you may carry Bhagavan
whole day. When it comes to the room, you have to stay out, we will go near. You are not really at Samipya. We are the people who stay 24 hours with him. Night 12 hours you are out. So you have only half Samipya Mukti, not full Samipya Mukti. Only 12 hours when he comes out, you will be at his feet. When he goes to bed, only we will be there around him. We are having 100% Samipya Mukti. You are having only 50% Samipya Mukti. Then Paduka says, all right, what can be done? Whatever Bhagavan says, whatever Bhagavan thinks, let it happen. Next day when Bhagavan comes, Paduka asks Bhagavan, these two guys are making fun of me. Shankha and Chakra are making fun of me. Is this really true that you are angry with me? And I have only 50% Samipya Mukti. Is it really true? Please tell me, what mistake did I do? Then Bhagavan laughs and tells, don't bother. Attitude at time doesn't mean that you are important or you are not important or they are important. Attitude at time does not show favoritism. I have no favoritism. Let you understand, each one has got different place, different work, different things to do. Then Bhagavan says, by worshipping Sankha or Chakra you cannot get mukti. Only by worshipping you people can get mukti. They can have liberation, enlightenment only by worshipping the Paduka. Not by worshipping Shankha or Chakra. See that? Chakra kills. Shankha declares the victory. That's all. By worshipping Shankha and Chakra you cannot get liberation. But by worshipping Padukas you can get liberation. Then Bhagavan says, they have their duty is different. Your duty is different. Your responsibility is different. Your place is different. Understand, the Shankha and Chakra cannot give enlightenment. Only you can give moksha. Only by holding you people can achieve moksha. Then he says, whatever is said and done, these guys have made fun of you. Let both of them take birth in the planet Earth and worship you for 14 years. Sankha and Chakra take birth as a Bharata and Shatrugna, worship the Paduka for 14 years in Ramayana. They come down as Shankha and Chakra, worship the Padukas for 14 years. Just because they made fun, 14 years, let them worship you. And understand, only you can liberate them. The Bharata and Shatrugna do Paduka Puja. 14 years, Paduka is only kept in the throne. And Shatrugna and Bharata, they do service to the Paduka. Paduka is the king. If you know the Ramayana story, you know. In Ramayana, both of them, Shankha and Chakra, the Bharata and Shatrugna, they both serve the Paduka and get the liberation. So understand, some may have some responsibility. Some may have different responsibility around the master. But if these guys think some are important, some are not important, the difficulty will be, there will be difficulty. The person who thinks he is important, he will be made to stand in front of a person who is considered as unimportant. Shankha and Chakra, they started thinking me. So, naturally they have to suffer. The Paduka says you. Naturally, it receives the worship. And then Bhagavan blesses. Let this Shankha and Chakra worship you and then have the liberation. Then they will never talk about you. So the centered, how we are centered, that is the thing really which makes your life demonic or divine. Divine or demon is only one concept, you and me. Now, the next sloka, Krishna says, Daivi sambat vimokshaya nibandhaya surimata masucha sambatam daivim abhijatosi pandavaha. The transcendental qualities are conducive to liberation, whereas the demonic qualities make for bondage. Do not worry, O son of Pandava,
You are born with the divine qualities. Now, an important question when you heard so much about this you and me. Immediately next thought which comes in the mind is, Swamiji, I don't know whether I am working based on me concept or you concept. I am afraid whether I am demon or divine. Please guide me. Please tell me based on what quality I am working. That fear rises. And I tell you, if you have that fear, please be very clear, you are divine. The person who is ready to look into his mind, the person who is afraid whether I am living rightly or wrongly, will always live rightly. Person who is arrogant, only he will be demonic. The person who is demonic, asuri, will never have the idea, he will never even consider, am I doing right or wrong? For sure he knows, I am right. I am right. Here, Arjuna is also having that fear. Bhagavan, am I living with the divine nature or demon nature? He is not expressing, but the face shows. The face shows. And now Bhagavan expresses. He says, Daivi sampat vimokshaya nibandaya asuri mata masucha sambatam daivim abhijadosi vantavaha. Transcendental qualities are conducive to liberation through transcendental qualities, through the divine qualities. Living with the attitude of you achieve the liberation, enlightenment, means nivritti. By living with the idea of I, you will start creating more bondage. The demonic qualities make for bondage, means pravritti. It starts the pravritti. Do not worry, O son of Pandu, please don't worry. You are born with the divine qualities, he assures. By hearing all these great words of I and you and me, in the gap time, the 10-15 minutes of gap time, if you really contemplated, am I living with you or am I living with I? How I am living? I don't know. Am I living with the demonic nature or divine nature? If you have contemplated, if you had the doubt, if you have suffered with a little fear, if you had a little bit of that fear or thinking, guilt, be very clear, you are born with the divine nature. If you think, no, I am living properly. Anyhow, I did not have any other entertainment, so I am sitting here and listening. Let him say whatever he wants to say. Anyhow, I have come, let me listen. If you are with that attitude, now you know what. If you have considered, if you have seen, at least once, if you look into your being, am I living with demonic nature? Am I living with divine nature? What is my nature? If you try to measure with the scale about you, your inner being, at least once, be very clear, you are Arjuna, you are in the position of Arjuna, be very clear, you are born with the divine qualities. Daivim abhijadosi pandavaha. He says, you are born with the divine qualities. Daivim abhijadosi. You are born with the Daivi, divine qualities, O Pandava, O son of Pandu. So if you are worried for a few minutes, listening after these words, now you don't have to worry, you are born with the divine qualities. That's the scale. Whenever a person who is dharmic, when he listens to these higher words, he always verifies once. Because he is centered on dharma. The people who are adharmic, even if they listen all these things, he speaks all these things as if he is living what he is living. Let us go and see how he is living. Then let us see what he is speaking is falling in tune with his ideas or not. Person who is divine tries to chisel himself, tries to correct himself. Person who is asuri tries to correct the others. With Asuri Sambat, he is holding the chisel and hammer in this way. With the divine Sambat, he is holding the chisel and hammer in this way. When you carve yourself, you become God. So, here, if you look into yourself, be very clear, you are born with divine nature. Now, Arjuna has become matured. The moment he listens these truths, he starts looking into his being. So, naturally, Krishna says, you are born with divine nature. Dvaubhuda sargau loke asmin daiva asura cha daivo vistara saprokta asuram partame shrunu. Partha, in this world, there are two kinds of created beings. One is called the divine and the other is demonic. I have already explained to you at the length of the divine qualities. Now understand demonic qualities also, so that you will understand and live your life blissfully and happily. He goes on explaining all the qualities of person who lives based on I. I don't think we need to understand all these qualities because we have already. There is no need to read all these qualities of a person who lives with I. Because we know enough of them. All we need to know is how to live with the attitude of you. Understand? When you live with the attitude of you completely forget you. You disappear into the existence. Let me give you a simple, one of the important technique. Even Krishna speaks about that. Just for 3 days, try. Think you are somebody else. You are somebody else. It may look funny what you are telling Swamiji. If you are a doctor, just for 3 days, when you have vacation, not on regular, when you are a profession, because I don't have praja means issues. Because I don't have issues, I myself do it for me. My Shraddha also, I am supposed to do it. So after the Shraddha, you have to lose your identity. You cannot carry your identity. If you are a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer or accountant, whatever you may be earlier before sannyas, you have to lose your identity. For that, they will smash the whole body with ash. They will put the bhasma all over the body. And like a bhuta, they will put all the big rudraksha malas. And all the identity should be lost and they should go for a begging. They should go for madhugari bhiksha. And they will not associate themselves with their identity. Completely they will break their identity. For 3 days they have to meditate, they are somebody else. 3 days they will break themselves from their old identity. Only if they pass in this meditation, if they are able to break completely from their identity, they will be given sannyas. It is called bhuta sarira vasa. Means you live in the bhuta sarira, breaking away from all your past identity. Just simple 3 days. I am not asking you to become bhutas. I am not asking you to take sannyas. Just try this meditation. 3 days, think yourself as somebody else. Whatever you think as your property, forget them. Whatever you think as your problems, throw them out. Whatever you think as your profession, throw them out. Just for 3 days. You can come back and pick it up. That is different. For 3 days, throw them away. You will see a new consciousness rising in you. New consciousness rising in you. If you just throw away the me, that itself liberates you. And if you start working based on you will experience tremendous bliss. When you drop me, you will experience peace. When you start working based on you will start experiencing bliss. Peace and bliss. When you drop the idea of me, you will have the peace. When you work for the idea of you, for others, you will have bliss. This is the straight path for peace and
bliss. Here Krishna goes on explaining, asatyam apradishtam de jagadahuranishwaram aparaspura sambhutam kimanyat kamahaitukam. He speaks about the qualities of the demonic nature. They think there is no ultimate energy, intelligence which is running this planet Earth, which is running this universe, and this whole thing is just produced out of lust and desire. That's all. They believe in material. Of course, modern day, even the scientists have started understanding, and they are giving new concepts. Even they started speaking. There is a cosmic intelligence which is running the whole thing. It is not dead. It is not just matter and matter. They say world is not pure chemistry. People who think world is pure chemistry, they become demons. If you think the whole thing is just dead, naturally you will try to acquire more and more by killing everybody. Hook or crook, right or wrong, do what you want. Only when you understand the whole thing is intelligence, it responds to your thoughts, your activities, you will start living properly, or you will start really living. Small story. Group of scientists, little arrogant, who think that they can do anything and everything. They challenged God. They said, "Oh God, now you are not necessary. Whatever you do, we can also do." What do you say? You are creating human beings. We will also clone and create. What do you say? You create all the whatever is available in the planet Earth, the trees or all those things. Now we can also do all those things. Our department has developed everything. We can do anything. And here I am surprised. See the size of banana and see the size of fruits. All scientist creation. And the scientists have called God for an argument or competition. Come, face us. We will do whatever you do. Now better you go and rest. We don't need you anymore. God said, all right, let us face them. Both of them came, and God created a plant. Immediately they also created the same tree in a much better way. And one by one, continuously they are doing. Suddenly God took little dust and created a man out of it. These guys said, that is not a big deal. Let us do. Now cloning has come. They took the dust and they were about to create a man. God said, stop. Bring your own dust and do. Bring your own dust and do. Don't do with my dust. So be very clear. Whatever you may achieve, wherever science may go, divine is alive. God exists. And there is a cosmic intelligence which runs the whole universe. You may create man out of dust, but from where will you get the dust? You cannot create dust. So be very clear. There is a pure intelligence and energy which exists. But people who are demonic, who are centered on I, and me, they think everything is me. They think the whole world is known to them. They think the whole logic and calculation of the world is known to them. They think, I know all the logic and calculation. This is the way things happen. This is the way it has to be done. They think they know everything. Person who thinks he knows everything, one simple thing should be done. He should be simply get married. You should get him married. Just put him in, just get him married. Then everything will become all right. And I have seen these young guys, when they come,
These parents will force them to fall at my feet. I never like forcing somebody to fall at the feet. And these guys, if they don't want to fall, they can go. But they will not go. They will stand there and will ask me questions. Why should they fall at your feet? And I tell them, I am not telling. But their arrogance is so much. They will be asking all questions. I tell them, I am not asking you. Why should you stand here and argue? But their arrogance will not come down. Just for argument's sake, they will argue. In the mind, I used to think, let him get married. After 1 year when he comes, after the marriage, simply Sashtanga Namaskar. Because in 1 year complete training happens. What we can't do in 10 years, 1 year training. Done. Whole thing is done. The fellow will simply fall flat and now he knows how to listen. Now he knows how to listen. Completely will be polite. He will be polite and yes Swamiji, yes Swamiji, yes Swamiji. And now he knows the power of yes mantra. Power of yes mantra. Simply getting married. And that is what we should do. The Asuri people, nothing else needs to be done. Simply get them married. And all the Asuri qualities will disappear. Maybe, I think that is why God created this marriage idea. That is why He created the marriage idea. Anyhow, they say the world is unreal. The foundation, with no foundation, no God in control, they say it is produced of sex desire and purely by lust. Asatyam, apradishtam, jagadahuranishwaram, aparaspara sambhutam, kimanyat kama haitukam. Kama is the hetu. Hetu means reason. Kama is the hetu for the whole thing. Reason for the whole thing. Please be very clear. Kama cannot be reason for whole thing. It is intelligence which is reason for whole thing. The Shakti or the divine is the cause and effect of this whole Jagat. That is Karana and Karya. In both the level, it is divine which is responsible for the universe. But when you think the lust is responsible or just you are the responsible, you start thinking, you start working with one idea of me, me, me. Here, Krishna explains the same concept in a deeper way and he gives a beautiful punchline. Chintam aparimeyancha pralayantam upasrita kamo babhoga parama edavaditi nischita asabhasas tadairvatta kama krodha parayana ihande kama bohartam anyotanam dasanjayan. Taking the shelter of excessive anxiety that ends only with their death. Very clearly he says, the anxiety ends only with death. Some people even at that time it doesn't end. They will be waiting. I paid insurance and these guys are not putting proper casket. They are not putting the proper marble. I paid insurance. I paid so much of money for insurance, so much of insurance I paid. See, they are not putting sandwood bars. They are not putting these proper things. Even after that, the worry will not end for some people. That ends only with their death, engrossed in the satisfaction of desires and regarding gratification of their desires as their sole objective in life. They believe in these bound in 100 loops of hopes, wholly occupied by lust and anger. They use immoral means, adharma, ihante, means to accumulate wealth for the satisfaction of their desires. These are all the qualities of demonic nature. Please understand, if you have any of these qualities, I am not asking you to change the qualities, change the attitude. Change the attitude. Otherwise, It is up to you. You can live as you want. And it is your responsibility. If you have any of these attitudes in your life, understand, change the being. This is time to start living with attitude of you, and experience the bliss. Let us pray to the ultimate energy, Parabrahma Krishna, the divine consciousness, to bless us all, experience the Daivi Sampat, divine qualities, and establish us in eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsa Chanoramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum.
St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the...
Yes, welcome back. We had a wonderful revelation, a long revelation, but a wonderful revelation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on relationships. And relationships are a possibility, possibilities for a positive relationship. All right, so let's enter into the next segment, which is going to be a neutralization exercise on the very same topic. So relationships is a possibility. Understand, as Swamiji beautifully has put it, you are your own friend and you are your own enemy. So if you know the technique of how to lift yourself by yourself, you will become friend of yourself. But if you let yourself down, you will become the enemy of yourself. Understand that nobody can hurt you unless you allow them to. So everything that happens to you are responsible for. You have conscious sovereignty over yourself, over your being, your body, everything. If you allow people to hurt you, only then they can hurt you. If you don't allow them to, they will not. People cannot hurt you. Nobody can help you as well. Nobody can help you unless you allow them to. Again and again, Swamiji tells us, lift yourself by yourself. Don't feel depressed. Don't have guilt. Don't get dejected, thinking that you won't be able to do whatever you need to do. Again and again, lift yourself by yourself. And understand that suffering or enjoying, so either suffering or enjoying, is only created by this one link, which is your own mind.
Yes. Now, let us enter into a technique, a process that has been given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to unclutch anytime, anywhere. When you sit comfortably, just as you are sitting right now, naturally, some thoughts will come. But the moment a thought comes, what we normally do is we attach a meaning to it. We think, oh, this is why this thought came, and this is why the next thought came. And then we enter into the thought, and then that leads to another thought, and that leads to another. And before we even notice, we are gone through the whole train of thoughts, and it never stops. We give it meaning only if we connect it with our past. Without giving any meaning, just remember to unclutch and see what happens. That's the powerful technique that Swamiji is giving us. The moment we remember, let me unclutch from this thought. Let me not connect this to any of the past thoughts or past experiences that I've had. Let me not give any meaning to it. When you remember this, for a few seconds, you'll actually experience a small silent gap. The moment that you are aware that there is a silence, it'll become one more thought. Then unclutch from that thought also. Again, there will be a gap for a few seconds. One more thought will come. Oh, great, I'm in silence. I'm in unclutching. You'll have that thought already. Unclutch from that thought also. the gap or the silence will become longer and longer. That is the whole idea. Naturally, it is the nature of the mind to wander. Somewhere after a few minutes, it will wander. But again and again, do remember to unclutch, not to link this, not to connect this with any of your past memories or experiences. The moment you remember or become aware that the mind has wandered, decide, unclutch. There's no need to have guilt or be agitated that no, this mind has wandered. I should not have let it wander. Do not have any agitation. Don't have any guilt. Oh, I should not have had this done. I'm sitting here for meditation. I'm sitting here for unclutching. Do not have any guilt or anything like that. If the mind has wandered, come back. Just remember and become aware of that mind that has wandered. And then again, unclutch. It has wandered again. Again, yes, it has wandered again. Remember to unclutch and come back to that space of unclutching. Again and again, when you remember, unclutch. That's it. So this is a very powerful technique. This is very beautiful, given by Swamiji. And this can be done actually anytime and anywhere. Wherever you sit, just decide that you will unclutch. Let the train of thoughts go. And if it wanders, no problem. When you remember, unclutch. Again, you will experience that small gap. More and more the gap expands, the more and more that you will experience the beautiful space of unclutching, which is given by Swamiji. So let us start. Let us go through this process.
Yes, you can relax now. To this wonderful unclutching technique that you can do anytime, anywhere. Just unclutch anytime a thought comes up, anytime an emotion, worry, whatever it might be. Just unclutch and then come back again and again to the space of restful awareness. So you can practice this anytime you want, anytime, like really anytime at all. Whenever you have some free time, whenever you have some, you can even dedicate some time. So as soon as you wake up, or even before you go to sleep, probably even better than when you wake up, before you go to sleep. So you get yourself into the right mood, into the right space. You can have restful sleep, and you can hopefully get into the Tudiya state, which is the fourth state. Just unclutch. So unclutch from your day's work, unclutch from people, from the world, just your body, everything, just unclutch from everything and have a restful sleep. Now let us move on to the next segment. And the next segment is power manifestation. Today's power is power of clairvoyance. So once again, in this round, we'll have an image to ourselves. The acharyas will have an image in front of us, and we'll ask yourselves, the participants, to scan for this image that is in front of us. So it works very similarly to the power of third eye vision. Excuse me, seeing images blindfolded, except this time, so you have your eyes closed, but this time the image is in front of ourselves as opposed to in front of you. So either way, you still don't see the image itself, but through the connection to the divine, you ask Paramashiva, ask Swamiji to show you the details of this image. So you can scan for the image that is in front of us. So let us get ready for this power manifestation. Requesting everyone, please first of all, switch on your camera and be available in the camera frame for this power manifestation. We have Ma Charmaine News, Ma Fan Yan Ping, Ma Anu Menon, we have Ma Ananda Agora Rupini, Ma Agora Swarupini, Ma Nyana Rupini, and Ma Luhya Mauna. So this everyone that is with us in the Zoom room on two-way, and also everyone that's following us on YouTube. Welcoming everyone, and let us get into this power manifestation. So those of you that are on two-way, please switch on your cameras and be available in the camera frame. So now we are going to sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. You can close your eyes. And let us, just for a moment, unclutch once again from any thoughts, any emotions, any anxiety, any noise, disturbance. Just unclutch from everything. Unclutch from the thought of yourself, your identity. Just be consciousness, pure awareness, nothing else. Let us bring this awareness to our Anandagandha, just below our heart center, just above the navel center. This is our inner space, the space that Swamiji has initiated us in to connect to him, connect to the divine, to be in the space of oneness with the divine. Let us connect deeply in our inner space, our Anandakanda, just below the heart center. From the powerful cognition that we are Paramashiva, let us feel the space of oneness with Paramashiva in our inner space. Let us feel the feeling connection we have to Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the living avatar, an incarnation of Paramashiva himself. Feel that deep connection. Feel your consciousness expanding to cover all of existence. You are Paramashiva. Feel that expansion. Feel that consciousness. Covering everything that you know of the cosmos, of this universe. And then pushing beyond that. Now let us start chanting the Mahavakya, which is the code word, cosmic code word Swamiji has given us to connect to him to connect to Paramashiva. Mahavakya is Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, which means in eternal bliss I am Paramashiva. Once again reminding us of our divinity. Let us start. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Keep chanting this Mahavakya throughout this power manifestation. And from this space of oneness with Paramashiva, with Swamiji, let us start manifesting this power of clairvoyance, scanning the image in front of the Acharyas. Let us begin.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes, you can slowly open your eyes. If you're in the middle of chanting the Mahavakya, you can relax. Let's have a sharing. Share what Paramashiva revealed to you about the image that the Acharyas were projecting, that actually not exactly projecting, but the Acharyas were projecting only on their screen, and participants are trying to have this revealed by Paramashiva. So whatever Paramashiva revealed, do not bother if it is right or wrong, anywhere close or anywhere near. That does not matter. It is Paramashiva manifesting within you and revealing to you. So go ahead and share all the details that Paramashiva shared with you. All the participants here, even all the participants in watching us, joining us from YouTube, you can also share using the comments what Paramashiva revealed to you when you sat in oneness with the intention of manifesting the power of just viewing, just seeing the image that the acharyas are seeing. This is a powerful way of again and again being in oneness with Paramashiva and manifesting what you truly want as reality in your lives. So let's begin. Let's start. Let's share Paramashiva's revelation. If you're still in the middle of this revelation, go ahead and share. Now we will bring that image back on the screen and share with all of you. This was the image that was in front of the acharyas. As you can see, it's a beautiful image of a man standing over a cliff, over a piece of rock. Actually, it looks like a summit, atop of some kind of a hill or a mountain, and he's just looking down and enjoying the view. There is a little bit of blue sky in the far with that we can see, and a silhouette of another mountain. It looks like a long mountain range, and here this man is wearing a green long sleeve shirt and black shorts, and he's got a gray colored shoe, and he's got a red color backpack. So we're just describing this whole image so that all the revelations of Paramashiva, even the colors, even the altitude of the image may be conveyed, may be revealed to you in so many different ways. So let's go ahead and quickly have a sharing. While you are sharing, let's also prepare for the next session, which is going to be a revelation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It's going to be a very powerful revelation where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, is going to give us the ultimate truths, the cosmic truths about how to drop the irritation which happens within us due to fear and greed. So let us come and sit back in the space of listening. Sit comfortably as we listen in to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us start.
Now, take few minutes, sit and analyze. Throughout my life, all these years, I was driven by greed and fear. What I have achieved? What have I got? Where am I standing? What is really happening? Consciously think. Consciously allow this idea to work on you. Decide, from today, I will not do anything out of greed or out of fear. Immediately the fear will rise in you. What will happen to my bills? Who will pay? What will happen to my house? Who will pay the mortgage? What will happen to my car? Who will maintain? What will happen to my kids? Who will feed them? What will happen to my social prestige and name and fame? Who will maintain it? Please be very clear. You have enough energy, you have enough strength to maintain yourself without fear and greed. The important thing you need to trust is you don't need energy from fear or greed to run your life. That's the first thing we need to understand. You have enough potential energy to live your life and to achieve what you want. Mahavira, one more great enlightened master who is not used by India. He says, when you come down to this planet Earth, when you take the body, you bring enough of energy to live all your desires or to achieve whatever you want to achieve. You already brought enough fuel. You don't need fuel from fear or greed. You always think, if I stop fueling myself from fear or greed, I may stop working. No, there is reserve in all your vehicles. Enough fuel is available. But psychologists can never believe the unmotivated action is possible, because they have never seen a Buddha. Again and again, these people who are working on the field of psychology, they come to a conclusion, only with motivation man can work. I tell you, no. No. What motivation birds have got to sing? But these Freudians are so perverted. Even for that they have started giving meaning. They say that the bird is calling for the spouse. Even the bird singing, they have started interpreting. The most perverted fellows. They can't see anything as it is. That is why here Krishna says, Ya pashyati sa pashyati. The man who is out of fear and greed only can see things as it is. If you are caught in fear or greed, you will see the things only as you want. never as it is. For example, if there is a beautiful tall building, man is caught in the greed. The moment he sees, he will have one thought, if I have like this one building, how nice it will be. The man who is caught in the fear, he will think, I should not think of all these things, otherwise I'll be stressed, I should escape from all these places, I should go and stay in forest. The man who is caught in the fear, he thinks in one way. The man who is caught in the greed, he thinks in the other way. But only a man who is liberated from these two emotions will see it as it is. Yap pashyati, sap pashyati. What is, he will see that. Now, decide strongly. Throughout my life, I lived either pushed by fear or pulled by greed. Mahavir says beautifully, you don't need energy from greed or fear. And I tell you, for a person who is trained by the society, who is conditioned by society, for the person it will be very difficult to believe this truth, that you don't need energy from fear or greed to live. I know you are all sitting here out of politeness. He is speaking, let us listen what can be done. Just because you are sitting, it is not that you are able to believe it or you are able to trust my words. I know thousands of questions arising in your mind, but I tell you, your whole past, maybe 30 or 40 or 50 or 60, what is your age? That many years. You lived only fueled by fear and greed. Just give next 10 days for Mahavira. Decide, next 10 days I will trust the words of Mahavira. Mahavir says, you don't need fuel from fear or greed because you have brought enough energy. When divine sends you, when you take birth, God sends you with whatever you need. In India, the daughter is given, when the daughter is given the marriage, they will send the whole set from broomstick to everything will be sent. From cart, bureau, everything will be sent with a daughter. And dowry also, that nonsense. I don't know when India will understand and come out of that word dowry, come out of that idea dowry. If any of you have taken dowry and if you really want the spiritual life, first thing tomorrow itself give it back. Go back to the house, collect all the things, whatever you have taken from your in-laws' house, give it back. If your in-laws are not alive, give it to your wife and tell her do what you want. Don't keep, that is the, I think, curse given to you. I tell you honestly, if you keep dowry in your house, Lakshmi will never stay in your house. The house in which dowry is kept, Lakshmi will not stay. Because it is cursed money. It is not a Sri with a blessing. It's a Sri with curse. Never keep dowry money in your house. If you really want Lakshmi in your life, see two things. Lakshmi has got two use in your life. One is just outer comfort. Another one is inner bliss. Lakshmi has two meaning in your life. One is outer comfort, another one is inner bliss. The man in whose house the dowry is kept, I can assure he will never have the inner Lakshmi. He will never have the inner Lakshmi. He may think he is having the outer Lakshmi. He may think, what is the difference between poor man and the rich man? Poor man sits on the ground and worries, the rich man sits in the sofa and worries, that's all. Nothing else. The size of the sofa is little big. Nothing else. How a daughter is sent with everything to the in-laws house, same way, divine sends you with everything. That is what we call in Vedanta prarabdha karma. When you come down, you bring enough of energy for your senses and body to run and acquire whatever it wants, enjoy whatever it wants, and live the life blissfully. You brought everything. Only problem is, you don't trust you have brought everything. You don't trust you have brought everything. And one more thing, after coming down, you accumulate more and more desires from others. If you come down with 10 desires, you have brought enough energy to fulfill the 10. But after coming down here, you collect some more desires from your parents, brothers, sister, and then you try to work out all those desires. Please be very clear, work out only your desires. Let you not waste your life working out others' desires. You are wasting your life if you start working out others' desires. When we go to the chapter about desires, we'll go deeply into the desires, how it is created and how we are running behind it. Now this much of understanding is enough. Decide clearly. Let me not be fueled by fear or greed. And I tell you, just give 10 days for this one idea. Decide, next 10 days I'll work only out of my joy and bliss. I'll do everything out of my pleasant mood, out of my joy. I can assure. And anyhow, of course, I'm going to be here even after 10 days. If it does not work out, come and catch me. It will transform your life. This single idea can liberate you straight away from all bondages. You have enough energy. You have brought enough of Shakti with you. You have enough of Kriya Shakti with you, which can run your life without being fueled by fear or greed. One more thing. First few days you will feel little unsettled. When you work, when you say, whenever any desire comes up, you say no. Whenever any fear comes up, when you say no. First few days you will feel little unsettled because a new inner space is created. You will feel little empty, vacuum. Don't bother. In few days you will beautifully settle with that emptiness. You will settle with that empty space. That emptiness only Buddha calls Sunya or Nirvana. Working from Sunya consciousness, working from bliss consciousness, not being driven, pulled or pushed by fear or greed. Just 10 days decide, I will work only out of joy. I will not let fear or greed come inside my mind. Of course, in 10 days, you may fail few times. Don't worry about it. Starting is much better than fear of failure. See, when you have the fear of failure, you will never start. Start, even if you fail, it is okay. You will know the trick of the trade. At least you know the technique, where you are failure. And if you don't start at all, you will not even know where you are failure. Start, I tell you, honestly, it will transform your whole life. It will give you such a new strength, tremendous courage. Immediately you will be liberated. First few days, you may feel little unsettled. What am I doing? I am feeling some emptiness inside because continuously you are tortured. When your mother-in-law dies, you will feel for a few days. Or the people with whom you are living, for a few days you will always feel that you are missing something. If you don't have anybody to nag you, you will feel that you are missing something. This desire and fear continuously nags you. For next 10 days you may feel little that you are missing somebody who was continuously nagging you. Don't worry. You will settle into the consciousness. Your whole being will become new. Will be a new personality. This is an important thing. Two things. Trust you have enough energy to run without fear and greed. Only small kids need candy. Kids will work only when you show the candy. They will keep quiet if you threaten them that I will beat you. Of course, in this country nothing can be done. They will say 911. Nothing can be done. Only with kids, when you are a small child, you need fear or greed to make you work. Now you are a grown-up man. Still, why do you need fear or greed? Still, if you need fear or greed, you are mentally retarded. Please be very clear. We have grown physically, but not mentally. First few days, you will feel a little unsettled. One more thing. In 10 days, you will not lose your wealth. Is there anybody? 10 days if I practice these ideas, I may lose all my wealth, Swamiji. Then the wealth is not worth having. Let you lose it. If it will last in 10 days, you think it is worth having? It's not worth having. If it can be lost so easily, then it is not worth having. The earlier it is lost, better for your being. Let you remove the tremendous stress and load from your inner space. Decide for 10 days, I'll do all my action out of deep bliss, out of settled mood. And I tell you an important thing which continuously exists in you, that constant irritation will disappear. Knowingly and unknowingly, you carry the constant irritation in you. That is why all of us are just waiting to burst, explode. Any small thing, you just shout, vomit. You are waiting for reasons to shout. Any small thing, you are irritated. You shout, don't you know? Don't you have sense? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Constantly we carry that irritation mood in us. From morning till night, constantly, even for small thing, we always shout, explode. Look into yourself. How many of you can honestly understand and agree that you carry the constant irritation in you? Raise your hand. Others are not honest, be very clear. Don't think you are not carrying. Constantly we are carrying that irritation. The irritation is being carried in your inner space constantly. It is because of fear and greed. Let you be liberated from today from that irritation which you are carrying constantly. Something or other, some reason or other you need to explode, that's all. You are waiting to jump on others because you are not settled within yourself. There is uneasiness between you and your being. That uneasiness always expresses continuously on others. That uneasiness, what I call dis-ease. That dis-easeness between you and your being is what I call disease. You carry that constant uneasiness, constant irritation because you are putting wrong fuel in your engine.
If the wrong fuel is added into your engine, you know the sound, what type of sound you will have and what type of smoke you will have. If the fuel is not pure, the engine will create a different kind of sound. Small story. Husband and wife both are driving car. They stopped at a signal. Suddenly next to them they saw a Benz car standing. Husband said, yesterday night in dream I was driving like this beautiful Benz car. Wife said, yes, I heard the engine sound. Sound sleep. Sleep for them and sound for others. Be very clear. If the fuel is not pure, you will have different sound and different smoke. If you are carrying the constant irritation in you, the fuel is not pure. You are not working out of your consciousness. You are not working out of your bliss. Just 10 days decide. Don't put the fuel of fear and greed in your vehicle. You will see suddenly the new energy coming up from your being. The enthusiasm, costless, auspicious energy. The costless, auspicious energy is what we call Shiva. Shiva means in Sanskrit, costless auspiciousness. Reasonless energy. If you live with that reasonless energy, means unmotivated energy, and I tell you, you can do that. First thing, trusting you have that energy. Next thing, start living it. Only these two things you needed to reach the divine consciousness. When you start working with that costless, auspicious energy, you become Shiva. Otherwise, you are Shava. Here, Krishna gives a beautiful technique to reach that ultimate Shiva consciousness, to reach the beautiful space of bliss. Saknodi haivayavasodum praksarira vimokshanat kama krododbhavam vegam sayuktas sasuginaraha. Saknodi haivayasodum praksarira vimokshanat kama krododbhavam vegam sayuktas sasuginaraha. Before giving this present body, if one is able to tolerate the urges of material senses and check the force of desire and anger, he is well situated and he is happy in this world. Exactly what I said he is repeating. If you can at least once settle inside, if you at least once settle inside your being, when you are attacked by this emotion of desire and anger, without moving your body, without cooperating, without taken away by that emotion, you are well situated, means you achieved what has to be achieved. You are blissful in this world. People ask me again and again, Swamiji, what is the purpose of body and mind? The purpose of body and mind is only one thing: to achieve, to learn how to experience joy without body and mind. If you can learn that one thing of having happiness, bliss without body and mind, you achieved the use of body and mind. Over. After that, you can throw away the body and mind. You can live without body and mind. Man who is able to live without body and mind is Jivan Mukta. Even if the body and mind is there with him,
he will not be touched by it. He has no use for it. If you don't have any use, any need, will you go to LA? No. Unless you have some reason, you will not go there. Same way, unless you have some reason, you will not assume this body. If you started, if you had a single glimpse of bliss without this body and mind, which is beyond this body and mind, you will never be disturbed by this body and mind. Even if it is there, it will be following you, you will not be following it. As on now, you are not driving the car because you don't know when to stop, how to stop. For example, if you don't know how to put brake and you are driving the car, it means you are not driving the car. Car is driving you. Without reading the manual, owner's manual, if you sit in the car, you will do that mistake only. Without reading the owner's manual, you will straight away enter into the car and start driving. You will do this type of mistakes. Only when you know how to stop, when you want to stop, you are driving the car. Otherwise, car is driving you. Please be clear. Read the owner's manual before you get into the vehicle. Gita is the owner's manual for your body and mind. Read the owner's manual before you get into the body and mind. The force of desire and anger, he is well situated and is happy in this world. He knows where he is. He knows his place. If you don't know your place, it is very difficult. In this world, many of us don't know our place. That is why we feel we are uprooted. We don't feel we belong to this life. We don't feel we are at home because you don't know your place. Small story. In a dark theatre, interval time, one guy went out, came back with popcorn and Coca-Cola. He came near a woman and asked, "Did I hit you or did I step on your foot few minutes ago?" She said, "Yes, as a matter of fact, you did." Then he says, "Thank you, then this is my seat." Then, this is my seat. You don't know your seat. You don't know your place. You have to identify your place only through these sources. You ask her, "Did I step on your foot? Did I hit you?" She says, "Yes, as a matter of fact, you did." Then he says, "Thank you." Then, "This is my chair. This is my seat." You don't know where you are situated. Only a person who has gone beyond greed and fear can relax into his being, will know what is his place on this planet Earth. If you don't fuel your being with fear and greed, suddenly you will see a new clarity. You will start working out of intelligence. You will start working out of divine consciousness. You will start working out of eternal bliss. Just decide, whatever I do out of greed, it only adds more and more greed. I am running. Enough. Same way, if you are escaping from something out of fear, all right, how much I can escape? How long I can run? This fear will come and attack me in some other form. If I am afraid of this and run, I will be afraid of something else. Something else will come. It is just the fear, not the object about which you are afraid. The object is not going to chase you, but the fear will chase you. You may go away somewhere, but you are carrying the tent, the canopy of fear and greed with you. Wherever you go and do the picnic, You open your own small tent. Same way, wherever you go, you carry your own small tent of fear and greed. You may escape anywhere, but when you go and sit there, you will open up your canopy, your fear and greed. There are so many great escapes, especially in this country. Wow. How many places? World's most happiest place, they claim, the Disney World. Actually, I went all over, the Disney World and the zoo, all possible places. Wherever, whatever places are popular, they took me there. After seeing, I really felt sad inside me. These people need so much of entertainment, means how much of depression they are carrying inside. So much of entertainment is necessary means how much of depression they are carrying inside. If you need so much of entertainment, please be very clear, something seriously wrong with your system. Something is seriously wrong in the whole system. Man doesn't need, by his nature, he doesn't need so much of entertainment. If he needs so many things to make him happy, there is something seriously wrong in the whole system. We need to look into the system and repair it. Again and again, Krishna declares, let you work out of joy. And I tell you, if you work out of bliss, you will create bliss for yourself, and you will create bliss for others, and you will never know what is tiredness. You will never even know the word tiredness. I tell you honestly, still I can't understand the word tiredness. How can you have tiredness? Tiredness is nothing but the inner contradiction between your Ichcha Shakti and Kriya Shakti. Between your will and your action. There is an inner contradiction. Inside there is some deep problem. You have a problem between your anger and fear. You have a problem between your greed and fear. Your greed and fear is attacking each other and you are tired, that's all. If you are feeling tired, please be very clear. Inside you, a big war is going on. The Mahabharata Yuddha is going on. Inside you, the war between the fear and greed is happening. Man whose consciousness is clear can never experience tiredness. The very idea of tiredness is totally wrong. How can there be tiredness? Just what you want, you do, that's all. In my young age, when I was in the college, I used to sit and meditate. Morning I'll sit for 4 hours and evening I'll sit for 4 hours. I'll just casually sit and meditate. The roommates, they will ask me, how are you able to sit for so many hours? And I used to tell them, what is there? Your body, your mind. If you want, can't you sit? If you can't even sit with your body and mind, what are you going to achieve? Honestly, I am not even able to understand how a man cannot sit with himself. Your body, your mind, that's all. My body is my mind. Just sit, over. Why? Why we are not able to sit? Because continuously we have poured wrong fuel. Wrong fuel. That is why you are not able to sit with yourself. It's after all your body, your mind. Bring it completely under your control. If you can't bring this under your control, never ever expect you can bring anything under your control. Continuously, we are behind power. We want to control that, control this, control that, control this. The power hunger is so much in us. We are running behind always something to get the control over that. Understand, first let you bring your body and mind under your control. Let that be controlled by you. Then automatically you can bring anything under your control. If this is not under your control, whatever is under your control will not be under your control. So please be very clear. First thing which we need to do is bring your body and mind under your control. As of now, it is under the control of fear or greed. One thought from greed is enough. Your body just runs. One thought from fear is enough. Your body just runs. Let it not happen. Let it be completely under you. Let it be completely under your consciousness. Let you fill your body and mind. Let your eternal bliss, eternal consciousness fill your body and mind.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kalasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kalasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kalasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kalasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St.
Yes, Nityananda. After this beautiful segment with Swamiji, let us now dive into the internalization exercise to this session. We learned about how our entire motivation is based on the irritation of fear and greed. But Swamiji clearly stated, he gave the very straight example, you don't need energy from greed or from fear. This is only what creates the tiredness in us. Only if we allow ourselves to be driven by greed and fear, that is when we will get tired. When we will be in constant conflict, our bodies will become tired. This is only how it happens. So decide clearly, let me not be fueled by fear or greed. It will transform your whole life. It will give you such a new strength, tremendous courage. Invariably, you will be liberated. Let us now sit and analyze. Take a few minutes, sit and analyze. Throughout this life, all these years, I was driven by greed and fear. What have I achieved? What have I got? Where am I standing? What has really happened? Consciously think. Consciously allow this idea to work on you. Let us enter into this internalization. Let us analyze exactly what has greed and fear really contributed. What have we really achieved by allowing ourselves to be driven by greed and fear? Let us enter into this exercise. If you have any questions or doubts, please let us know. And let us enter into this internalization exercise. Have your book ready. If you have your book of hearts with you, that is best. Otherwise, any piece of paper will be okay as well. Let's enter into this exercise. Yes. Decide from today, I will not do anything out of greed or out of fear. Immediately, when you decide this, the fear will rise. What will happen to my bills? Who will pay? What will happen to my house? Who will repair the mortgages? What will happen to my car? What will happen to my kids? Who will feed them? What will happen to my social prestige, my name and fame? Who will maintain it? Please be very clear. You have enough energy, you have enough strength to maintain yourself without fear and greed. The important thing you need to trust is you don't need energy from fear or greed to run your life. That's the first thing you need to understand. You have enough potential energy to live your life and to achieve what you want. With this, let us now get ready. We're going to apply this powerful cognition and manifest Shakti. Manifest the powers of Paramashiva directly. Requesting everyone to settle down. We're manifesting the power of clairvoyance today. And in this round, we are going to scan an image that the Acharya is looking at. So I will be looking at an image on screen, and you will be scanning the contents of that image. Requesting everyone to settle down. You don't need a blindfold or anything like that. Just settle down. As you want to take the moment to welcome Ma Ananda Agora Rupini Nityanam Ma Fanyan Ping Nityanam Ma Jnana Rupini Ma Agora Sarupini Ma Guru Linga Sangha and Rahul Aswani Nityanam and welcome. So once you settle down, keeping your head and spine in a straight line, just connect to Swamiji for a moment. He is there present in your inner space. Visualize and declare His presence in your inner space. Connect to Him from the space of oneness. Allow Him to manifest through you. Allow Him to reveal the details of the image the Acharya is going to be looking at. Allow yourself to sink into the space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Sit in oneness with Swamiji. And start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. The Acharya will be looking at an image, and you're going to scan all the details of that image. Let us get ready. Let us enter into this round of power manifestation now. Keep chanting the Mahavakya, and let's begin.
Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes. With this, requesting now everyone to go ahead and share. What were the details about the image that you are able to retrieve? The power of clairvoyance. Nityanam Ma Anandishwari, Nityanam, welcome. Go ahead and share all the details in the chat. I want to give a few more so I want to share before we're going to project the actual image on screen. Yes, just for another few moments, we're going to give everyone time to go ahead and share, even if you're joining from YouTube or Facebook or any other social media platform, any streaming service. Go ahead and share your manifestation, your revelations, as we are now going to project the image on screen for all of you to see. Yes, you can see a beautiful beach, sunset, palm trees, blue, pink, orange sky, the waves crashing in, beautiful palm trees, coconut palms, reminiscent of the Caribbean islands where the Paramashivoham program is still happening. The United Ancient Nations are still active and advocating for all the ancient nations, the enlightened civilizations. So whether this resonates with you and you're able to identify that, yes, I have experienced this. This is exactly what was revealed to me. Please go ahead and share as we're getting ready for the next segment. Swamiji himself is going to reveal how to reprogram your inner space to look in. It is too important that we don't just use our senses to gaze outwards. We're learning this every day in the power manifestation, how important it is to turn our gaze inwards. Let us now learn how to actually do that. How can we reprogram our mind to look inwards? Let's listen to Swamiji as he's revealing these powerful steps for awakening and enlightenment.
उत्तरेदात्मनात्मानम् आत्मानम् अवसादयेत् आत्मैव ह्यात्मनो बन्धुर् आत्मैव रिपुरात्मनः उत्तरेदात्मनात्मानम् आत्मानम् अवसादयेत् आत्मैव ह्यात्मनो बन्धुर् आत्मैव रिपुरात्मनः. In my discourses, if I have quoted any Gita sloka, more than twice means this is the only sloka. At least 100 times I have quoted this sloka in my discourses. I can say this is a gist of the whole Gita. This single sloka is the gist of the whole Gita. Yesterday, we understood the concept, how to move from doing and having to being. We are all stuck in having, and then little intelligent man moves to doing. Then you are supposed to move to being. We learned the technique of how to move, how to liberate yourself from fear and greed, how to move into the divine consciousness, how to move into bliss. Here Krishna says, Uttared Atmanatmanam Atmanam Avasadayet. The translation goes, one must deliver himself with the help of his own being and not degrade himself. The being is a friend of the soul and his enemy as well. You are your own friend and you are your own enemy. If you know the technique of how to lift yourself by yourself, you will become friend of yourself. If you let yourself down, you will become enemy of yourself. Yesterday we all learned the technique. How many of you yesterday requested you to follow the technique just for 10 days? Naturally, when you follow, again and again you will fall. You will fall. If you have not fallen, please be very clear, you have not done rightly. You have not practiced properly. When you practice anything, naturally you will fall. Again and again, suddenly you will forget. Oh, I started working out of fear. I started working out of greed. You will come back. Again and again you will come back. When you start working, naturally you will see there will be few problems. Always, when you start anything new, you will have three phases. First, resistance. Next, just avoiding. They will neither care nor resist. Indifference. Third, acceptance. This is the way anything will start. Same way, when you start doing anything inside your system, the same way you will start growing. First, resistance. Again and again you will fall. You will forget. Your system will resist. It will try to create all complications, all complaints, all possible arguments. Sometime, if you can't follow the teachings of Krishna, you will start blaming Krishna. I have seen many people, when they are not able to follow teachings of Krishna, straight away they will start criticizing Krishna. What Krishna? He was always flirting. He was always running behind women. He was Radha Lola. He is Sri Lola. What type of man he is? Easily you can avoid, escape from Krishna by criticizing Krishna. When we can't practice these teachings, you have to justify yourself. And naturally, inside your being, your conscience will hurt you. So you have to justify. Some way you have to make your conscience believe you are doing right thing. So you have to find out some argument. So instead, when you are not able to follow, start criticizing Krishna. Best way to escape. Best way to avoid the teachings of Krishna. When we resist, when our being resists, if you allow the resistance to grow, you are the worst enemy for yourself. That is what Krishna says here. Uttared atmanatmanam atmanam avasadayet. Let you lift yourself by yourself. If you don't, you will be your worst enemy. It is up to you to help yourself as a best friend or to hurt yourself as a worst enemy. Please be very clear. Nobody can hurt you unless you allow. Nobody can help you unless you allow. Nobody can hurt you unless you allow. Nobody can help you unless you permit. Uttared atmanatmanam. Let you lift yourself by yourself. Again and again these masters, they come and stand in the same point. Krishna says, let you lift yourself. If you have fallen, if you have failed, practicing these words which you learned yesterday, the teachings or the meditation technique, if you have forgotten, don't worry. Again and again lift yourself. Don't feel depressed. Don't have guilt. Don't think you will not be able to do. Again and again lift yourself. Even Buddha. The last teaching of the Buddha is Atma Deepo Bhava. The moment he was about to die, Buddha is about to leave the body. All his disciples are asking, Master, give us your message in one word. What's your ultimate message? Buddha says, Atma Deepo Bhava. Let you be light, guide unto yourself. Let you be guided by yourself. Atma Deepo Bhava. Let your being guide you. The same thing, Krishna says, Uttared Atmanatmanam. Let you lift yourself by yourself. Nobody can do anything unless you lift yourself. Uttared atmanatmanam. Only you can help yourself. Somebody goes to Buddha and asks, Master, you know enlightenment is the ultimate thing. Why don't you give that to all of us? Why don't you make us all enlightened? Buddha says, oh, you want enlightenment? Do you think that I should give enlightenment to everybody? Please go around and take a survey. How many really wants enlightenment? By evening, this guy comes back after taking an extensive survey in that whole city, and he says, Master, only 2 persons wants enlightenment. Buddha says, please bring them, let me give. He says, no. They are not ready to come from the house all the way here. If you can send by courier, they are ready to receive. If you can send from here, they are ready to receive and keep it in their house. They are not ready to come here all the way. Nobody wants. Even if you want it as a one more item in your showcase. We are not ready to risk anything for enlightenment. We want one more item in the showcase. We can say, whenever people come to our house, we tell, this is from Delhi, this is from New York, this statue is from Japan. Just like that you can say, oh, this enlightenment that Nityananda Swami he gave. He was giving Gita discourse. I went and attended, he gave. How it looks? Just as a one more showpiece, we are ready to accept, but not ready to commit, or not ready to risk anything, not ready to take the responsibility. Buddha says, the existence is so great, it allows you, it gives you the freedom to be in bondage. God is so great, He gives you even the freedom to be in bondage. It is your freedom, whether to be in bondage or to be liberated. Even liberation should not be forced. If it is forced, even liberation is not liberation. If it is forced, how can it be liberation? It cannot be. So you have complete 100% choice to be liberated or to be in bondage. It is completely up to you whether to be liberated or to be in bondage. God is so great, He allows you, He gives you the freedom even to be in bondage. Here Krishna says, Uttared atmanatmanam atmanam avasadayet. Let you liberate yourself by yourself. Unless you liberate yourself, nobody else can liberate yourself. If you help yourself, you are the greatest friend for your being. If you don't, you are the worst enemy for your being. Next, Krishna explains the same concept. Bandhuratmatmanastasya enatmaivatmana jitaha anatmanastu satrutve vardedatmaiva satruvataha. For him who has conquered the mind is the best of friends. But for the one who has failed to do so, his mind will remain the greatest enemy. This is an important sloka. This has to be understood with the next 2 slokas. Let us enter into the next two and then we will understand. Jitatmana prasantasya paramatma samahitaha Sidoshna sukha dukkeshu tadamanaapamanayo. Jnana vinyana truptatma kodasto vijidendriyaha yukta yucchate yogi samaloshtasmakanchanaha. Let me give the translation, then we'll enter into the understanding. For one who has conquered the mind, the super soul, Paramatma, is already reached, for he has attained tranquility. To such a man, happiness and distress, heat and cold, honor and dishonor are all the same. The next sloka says, the person whose mind is contented because of knowledge of spiritual science, who has subdued his senses, and to whom cloud, stone and gold are same, and who is satisfied with what he is earning, is said to be established in self-realization and is called a yogi. Throughout this chapter, Krishna speaks about senses, how our senses are functioning and what we are supposed to do. Let me give you a small diagram, how our mind functions and how our senses are working. Then we will be able to understand the Gita in a much better way. Please understand how our mind works, how we process information, how we perceive things, how our senses perceive information, and how you take decisions, how you move in your life. First, for example, you are seeing something through the eyes. Let us take this scene. Now you are seeing something. Here I am explaining only based on eye. You can replace it with ears. You can replace it with the taste. You can replace it with smell. You can replace it with touch. With any pleasure, you can replace it. Here I am giving an example of eye. And this scene. Let us take the example of this scene. You are seeing me. First, your eyes will catch the picture or the scene. This will be taken to chakshu. Chakshu means the energy which is inside the eyes. This is called indriya. Please understand, eyes are not seeing. Through eyes, the energy is seen. Through eyes, something else is seen. How to understand this? Sometime, your eyes will be wide open. If you are intensely listening some music, even if somebody walks in front of you, you will not know. Your ears are open. If you are intensely reading something, even if some sound happens, you will not hear the sound. It means you are not hearing just through eyes or just by ears. Something else is seeing through eyes. Which sees through eyes is called chakshu. The whole file goes to chakshu. The picture or the scene which you are seeing will go to chakshu. In chakshu, the important process happens. The whole file is converted into digital file. I am speaking in the computer language. Understand? The whole thing is converted into digital file. It's almost like a DSP, digital signal processor. The whole thing is converted into digital file. Inside the computer, if you have to process any information, it has to become digital file. Whether it is a picture or whether it is a sound, it has to be converted into digital file. Same way, inside, if the process has to happen, means the whole thing has to be converted into biosignal file, digital file. The file processing happens in chakshu. Whatever scene you are seeing now, that picture will be converted into digital file in chakshu. That file will now go to chitta, memory. It will go to memory. In memory, the process will start happening. What is this I am seeing? What is this in front of me? First thing in memory, you will start analyzing and negating things. This is not this, this is not this, this is not this. That na iti, that will start happening in chitta. First your mind will say, this is not a tree, this is not an animal, this is not a vehicle, this is not rock. All these things, that na iti, that this is not, that process will happen in chitta. Once that this is not happens, the file goes to mind, the mind starts saying, this is it, this is it. In mind, you start saying, the mind starts the identification process. This is it. Your mind starts saying, I am seeing a man standing with a kavi cloth. He is a Swami. He is teaching Gita. This is it. That identification will start happening in mind. Then the file goes to buddhi, your intelligence. The intelligence does the process. What is there between me and this scene? What is the connection between me and the scene? What way I am related to him? What way now I am related to this scene? Your buddhi will start analyzing with all your earlier experiences. Last 4 or 5 days I attended. It was really nice. I think it's really nice. Or if you think, no, I wasted my time yesterday itself. This is not worth. Some decision your buddhi will take. Your buddhi will say, some way it will respond, whether it is right or wrong, whether you liked it or not. Some way your buddhi will give the response, and now the whole file will go to ego. According to the buddhi's signature, the buddhi will write in the file, yes or no. Buddhi will write in the file, yes or no. This is what, according to my past experience, or this is what my analysis, this is what is my decision. Whatever buddhi feels will be signed. The whole file will go to ego. Ego will deliver the command. Ego will say, if buddhi says yes, if buddhi says, I enjoyed yesterday, it was such a wonderful experience, then ego says, sit here, continue to listen. Listen intensely. Ego will give a command. If buddhi says, no, yesterday itself I wasted my time, it was boring, and this is not for me. If buddhi says, this is not for me, immediately the ego gives the command, come, let's move. There is so much of work to be done in the house. The moment ego gives the command, automatically your whole being starts executing it. This is the way you receive information, you process it, and you respond. The information comes, the processing happens, and the response is given. This is the way our senses work. Now, Krishna says an important point, an important thing. Let me now explain. Tada mana pamanayo. For one who has conquered the mind, the super soul, Paramatma, is already reached. The eternal bliss is already achieved. For he has attained tranquility. To such a man, happiness is distress. Happiness and distress, heat and cold, honor and dishonor, all are same. Throughout this chapter, Krishna emphasizes on this one idea, senses. How can happiness and unhappiness, how can honor and dishonor, how can heat and cold be same for us, same for a man? How is it possible? First thing, when this senses do this process. You decide yes or no only based on your past experience. Only based on your past experience. The experiences with which you have grown are the words with which you have conditioned your chitta and manas. How your mind and memory has been conditioned. Only based on that your buddhi decides. Please be very clear. Something is so tasty for you, for your neighbor, that will be poison. Why to go for neighbor? Your wife. You may like something, but the other person may not like that. A small story. There are 3 ways to do anything. First, hire somebody, you can do it. Or do it by yourself. If you can't, just tell your wife not to do that. There are 3 ways you can do the work. When you don't want something to be done, just tell her to do. When you want something not to be done, you know the technique. Whenever your mind is caught in dualities, the dvandva, again and again and again, you fall back to your dilemma, to your suffering, to your nature, to your instinct level. Here, Krishna says, the person who has achieved the bliss is not affected by heat or cold. How to reach that state? Throughout this chapter, he is speaking only about senses. How to conquer the senses, how to go beyond the senses. First thing we need to understand, when I say the word conquering the senses, I don't mean controlling the senses or destroying the senses. If you try controlling the senses or destroying the senses, you will only struggle more and more and suffer more and more. Ramana Maharshi says beautifully, instead of killing the person, if you try to destroy the chair, destroying the chair will not work. Killing the person only will work. Here, your senses are just chair. Your ego is the person who is sitting there. If you try to control your senses, that is not going to work. If you try to control your body, that is not going to work. Krishna says beautifully, for one who has conquered the mind, for him, when he says the word mind, he means the whole ego, the whole setup, where the decision making is happening. Mind, buddhi and ego. This is the spot where the decision making is happening. When you just try to conquer the senses, again and again and again you will be a failure. You will be a worst failure. And one more thing, if you have failed 2-3 times, you will lose the confidence. If you fail fighting with your senses, automatically you will lose the confidence. You will start thinking, it is never possible. I can never achieve it. You need intelligence to progress in this path. If you try to work from the wrong side, if you try to work from the side of senses, you will never be able to succeed. It's like if you try to create more pressure on the cooker, you will not be able to succeed. First you need to remove the fire. You need to remove the fire. You need to stop the energy supply. Here, the ego or the buddhi, the place from where you take the decision, that from there continuously the decisions are supplied to your senses. All you need to do is to work on the level of mind, not in the level of senses. If you try to work in the level of senses, you will create only more and more perverted desires. For example, man who tries to control is eating. The man who tries to fast, you will see in the dream you will be feasting. If you just fast for 4 days, that's enough. The 5th day in the dream you will be feasting, because your body has got its own balance. Your body has its own intelligence. If you avoid something, it has to supply and it has to rejuvenate itself. If you are hungry, you can't sleep. If you have to continue to be in that state of sleep, your body should believe. You should be made to believe you are not hungry. So your unconscious energy creates the dream as if you are feasting. You are eating. Whatever you deprive, your unconscious will satisfy itself in the dream state. Because in the dream state there is no police, there is no state, there is nobody to control you. You just project your world and enjoy it. You just do whatever you want. An important thing, if you are suppressing anything, be very clear, in the dream automatically it will express. Dream is nothing but your suppressions. Dream is nothing but the expression of your suppressed desire and fear. Your fear or desire, when you suppress it, it expresses in dream. One important thing, it expresses in a very perverted way. In a very perverted way. With the senses, you will never become tired. If you enjoy through dream, if you were frightened through dream, your whole being will suffer. You can see, if you had a nightmare, even after waking up, for hours, you will be in that same mood. You will be in that same mood. Your whole being will be shaken. Now, they are coming up with a new concept called fear stroke. Just like paralysis stroke, fear stroke. We do get fear strokes in dreams. We do get fear strokes in dreams. If you are suffering in the dream level, be very clear, there is something seriously wrong in the mind and buddhi level. You are trying to control the senses instead of controlling the mind. Instead of removing the fire, you are trying to create pressure. All we need to do is to work on the mind, to remove the fire, to stop the supply of fuel, to stop the supply of energy. Krishna says, for the one who has conquered the mind, for the one whose mind has started doing the right processing, if your mind and chitta is filled with past memories, you cannot take right decision. Please be very clear. Don't think mind takes the decision only in a very logical way. Sometimes your buddhi takes decisions in a very funny way. For example, I was explaining how you take the decision whether to sit here or not. Sometimes your buddhi doesn't even think that much. If you had any problem with any other Swami or with any other person who was wearing this cloth, suddenly that memory will be awakened and your buddhi is not even ready to sit and listen. Your buddhi is not even ready to give a chance. Your buddhi is not even ready to think. Immediately it gives the order. Your ego gives the order. That's what I call prejudice. Changing the servants, you cannot change the leader. But by changing the leader, you can change servants. Mind is the leader who is leading. Mind is a master who is taking decisions. Here all you need to do is work on the mind, not on senses. Krishna says, for the one who has conquered the mind, the Paramatman is achieved. You don't need to achieve the bliss. It is there always with you. If it has to be achieved, there is every possibility it can be lost again. What is the guarantee? It will be there forever. Be very clear. Anything if you have to achieve, it is not worth achieving. Anything if it is your nature, then realize it. If it is to be achieved, there is every possibility. After 10 days it may be lost. Suddenly it may disappear. So here, Krishna says, all you need to do is conquer your mind. You don't need to achieve. I always tell people, Ananda Spurana is continuously happening. The bliss flowering is continuously happening. Spurana means life. The life energy. Your very life energy is bliss. Unless you have the bliss energy in you, you cannot inhale or exhale. The inhaling and exhaling itself happens because of bliss energy in you. The eternal consciousness in you. All you need to do is, you are stopping that bliss fountain again and again. All you need to do is just stop the stopping process, that's all. You don't need to create. Stop the stopping process. Here Krishna says, if you just conquer the mind, that is enough. The Paramatman is already achieved. Jitatmana prasantasya paramatma samahitaha. It is already achieved. And you are with it. There is nothing to be achieved. When you conquer the mind, the happiness and distress, both are one and the same. You are not touched by it. A small story. How the happiness and sorrow is nowhere related to outer world. It's related to our inner world. Very beautiful story. One old man went to nearby city for some work. When he came back to his village, from distance, suddenly he saw his house is on fire. And he started shouting, screaming, he started rolling on the ground and started weeping. His son came to him and said, "Father, don't worry. Don't you remember just yesterday we sold that house? Just yesterday we sold that house." Immediately he sat up, wiped the tears, and in a single moment the suffering has disappeared. No misery, no sorrow. He says, "Oh, now I understand. Remembered. Yes, don't. Yes, I am relaxed." In 10 minutes, the next son comes and he says, "Father, yes, we sold, but we have not yet got the money." We have not yet got the money. Again this fellow started rolling on the ground, started weeping. "Oh, what happened to my house? I don't know what will happen. I don't know who will care for me. I don't know how to save myself."